everybody. I believe we do have a quorum for our 9 o'clock meeting. Am I going to be required to use this microphone? Tyler, Larissa, is it necessary?
We will have feedback from the stream momentarily, but unless people are having a hard time hearing speakers, it's not necessary for the room.
Thank you. All right. We had a couple. First of all, I want to make the announcement that you all probably already know that Robert Cross's father died a couple days ago. So there were services for him this weekend. Obviously, Robert will not be here with us today. And I know that Mr. Phillips had requested a moment of silence. If you would like to speak to that, I know you're just walking in, but we can start our day with that.
Okay. Just a couple days ago, Aaron Davis's husband, Chris Davis, passed away. Chris Davis is from Virginia and has been active in their state party and in the national party for a very long time. Some of you might know Erin as her maiden name is Erin Pyle, previous vice chair of Indiana. You know, a great loss for the party and for their cause in general.
We also have somebody I'd like to memorialize as well, as requested by a member of Florida. Mr. Thomas Knapp had sent me an email. He says, "It's with a heavy heart that I report the death of L. Neil Smith on August 27th. And he was a lifelong Libertarian and a member of the Libertarian Party's first platform committee. He was also the author of more than 35 books, mostly science fiction novels, all featuring Libertarian themes and plots, as well as thousands of Libertarian essays, and the founder of the long-running Libertarian website, The Libertarian Enterprise, from '95 to present. His accomplishments are simply too numerous to recount here. Most of all, Neil was a friend and mentor to more Libertarians than we'll ever know, including me. It was at his personal urging that I joined the Libertarian Party in 1996. I hope the Libertarian National Committee will set aside a moment of respectful silence in L. Neil Smith's memory at its meeting this weekend in Louisville. Best regards, Thomas L. Knapp, Florida Libertarian."
Thank you. There was someone else mentioned on the email list that I don't have it in front of me. So
I believe that's the same.
It was me, Elmo Smith.
okay, so that's covered. All right. Is there anyone else we need to recognize right now before we start this? All right. Then we'll have a moment of silence and recognition in honor of those folks. All right. Thank you. All right, we're going to move into opportunity for public comment this morning. We have 3 minutes per speaker slated. So if there's anybody in the gallery visiting us today, first of all, welcome and thank you for being here. Anyone? It was brought to my attention that there was not an opportunity for public comment specified on the agenda for tomorrow morning. Part of that was because I was kind of using a previous agenda as a template, and it was not on there for the second morning. However, it is on there for the second afternoon. I am amenable to having 15 minutes tomorrow morning as well. There's no objection to that. I'll go ahead and adjust the agenda accordingly to add that for tomorrow. So yes, there will be tomorrow. Anyone wishing to speak this morning?
More of an announcement, really. If anybody would like coffee or sustenance, such as it is anyway, I'm going to run over next door to McDonald's. And if somebody wants to make a sheet and maybe pass it down, I'm sure there's some people that need some caffeine and be happy to help on that. So.
Anyone else in the gallery wishing to speak this morning? Wow. That's the shortest public comment session we've ever had.
No coffee yet.
All right, Madam Secretary, if you're ready, we're rolling into roll call.
Certainly. Bill, you?
I'm here.
Moment?
Here.
Hagan.
Here.
I am here. Epke.
Here.
Longstreth.
Here.
Roudset. Was he also not going to be here today?
He was on Shepherd.
Okay, I'll just. Sarwark? Here. Mr. Smith said he would be absent. Oh, I need to take you off of regionals. Mr. Bowen?
Here.
Mr. Hewitt said he would not be here. Ms. Hogarth?
She was here last night.
Yeah, sure, she's coming. Mr. Lucchini?
Here.
Mr. Nana?
Here.
Mr. Nikela?
Here.
Mr. Phillips?
Here.
Ms. Adams?
Here.
I don't believe, is Mr. Buckman here?
He is not.
Thank you. Mr. Ferreira?
Present.
Mr. Flores?
He will not be here until later this afternoon.
Okay, just put him down as absent for now. Mr. Ford?
Here.
Mr. Hall?
Mr. Hall is on his way down, but he's not here yet.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sexton? Will Mr. Sexton be here?
Don't think so.
I thought he had said on the list he was not gonna be here.
I thought so too, but I was just checking with Mr. Nikela. Will Mr.
Yeah,
Sexton?
he won't be here. Sorry.
Thank you. Oh no, Ford's here, I'll fix that. Mr. Valente?
Madam Secretary, Mr. Hall is here.
Mr. Hall is here, thank you. Then I'll have to fix that, but I do need to make sure I have Mr. Ford here. Is Mr. Valente here?
I think he had said he was not gonna be here.
Okay. And I have for staff, at least from last night, I know Mr. Harris is here, and Ms. Guan is here. Is Ms. DeSisto? Thank you. And is there any staff I missed?
Ms. Congdon is in the gallery.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Wilford is present.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Wilford is here.
Oh, thank you. All right, Madam Chair.
Karen Schultz is here.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I have absent presently Mr. Roudset, Mr. Smith, Mr. Hewitt, Ms. Hogarth, Mr. Buffman, Mr. Flores, Mr. Sexton, and Mr. Valente. Mr. Ferreira will be sitting in for Mr. Hewitt.
Thank you. So no changes to the body today then?
Yeah.
All right, we are moving on to the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was shared last, I guess, a day or so ago. The only change that I've made since then was the one we just now did, where I add 15 minutes tomorrow morning for public comment. Ms. Harlows?
I have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm informed that there will be several people, well, we know Mr. Smith, but I believe Mr. Nikela is going to be absent tomorrow.
That might be correct, yes.
For the one item that's of extreme importance to the body, and I consulted with my parliamentarian who said that the rule against electronic participation, in his opinion, is suspendable. And I didn't know when would be appropriate to introduce a motion to suspend the rules to allow the electronic participation of Mr. Nikela, Mr. Smith, and if necessary, Mr. Roudset, for only the motion of concerning suspension.
I would say that would be appropriate tomorrow morning.
Okay, and I'll just let those gentlemen, I'll let them know. And I also had an agenda item. You could delete historical committee report. We will not be reporting today.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion about the agenda? All right, so the two amendments that were proposed is adding opportunity for public comment tomorrow morning, first thing for 15 minutes, and removing historical committee report from today. Any objections to those? All right, that's done. Thank you. The agenda has been adopted.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nikela, did I see on the Facebook last night that you got
Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes. Hang on one second. So there were no objections to those amendments. I can entertain a motion to adopt this agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second to adopt the proposed agenda, which I can share with you shortly. Ms. Harlow, any objections to this agenda? Hearing no objections, we have adopted an agenda for the next 2 days. Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Vaughn.
What's the Wi-Fi password?
There is not one. So you can go to the hotel one or the conference one, and there's
Okay. Thank you.
got it.
Perfect.
Ms. Harlow, I'm sending you the
Okay.
updated agenda.
I'll stick it in the OneNote.
Oh, great. Never done that before.
No, I'll stick it in there.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
so
I'll
I'll
put
still
it in
send
there.
it to you.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, there you go. All right, so the next is reports of any potential conflicts of interest. I saw some coming across the list yesterday. So do you want to report on those?
Well, they are the updated list from the ones that were sent to me, and the old ones are in the OneNote. So if anyone would like to advise me of any other corrections.
All right. Anybody's jumping on that one? Okay, rolling right along into officer reports. Let me find mine. So I sent out a report. It's brief, although it is not all-inclusive. Just kind of an overview of what I've been doing since July 13th. What is that? 8 weeks? No. So a lot of what I've been doing is there. In addition to what's there, obviously, is a lot of time being spent on interacting with the investigative committee, which we'll hear from later this afternoon. Just some onboarding, working with staff, getting oriented to this new role, and figuring out where we are and what we need. And beyond that, I don't have anything else to state, but I am open to questions if anyone has any for me.
Adjustment's fun, isn't it?
It's fantastic. It is, it's been a highlight of my life.
It's been your life.
That's true. Anybody? Nobody wants to know anything? Yes, Mr. Phillips.
I don't have a question. I just want to express our appreciation for you taking on the role, and that I believe that you're doing a fine job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Although I'm not tweeting. Apparently that's a big problem for some people.
That's a feature, not a bug.
Yes, that's how we gotta go. All right, nothing else then. Great, thank you. Mr. Moulman, you're up.
Yeah, I can't get the internet to come up, so that's good times. So I'm gonna try to do this from memory.
You want to stand here and?
Oh, do I have my
your
report there?
report's here, yeah.
Hey, that's
Just-
excellent. That'll work.
It's blurry and
Oh,
small.
gosh.
but you're welcome
That's
to-
all right.
You did Brown
Boy,
himself, not Brown
we'll
himself,
work with it.
Brown.
Welcome everybody to Kentucky, first of all. I'm from the state. I was born and raised here, and we are a very diverse state here in Louisville, our largest city. It makes up almost 20% of our population lives here. The other 119 counties that we have in this state make up the other 80%. So we have a very diverse population here, ranging from extremely urban, where we are now, to extremely rural, where I live. I hope that you all enjoy yourselves while you're here. I thank you all for coming. And so I guess with that, I'll get into my actual report. As you all know, and as kind of alluded to, I was temporarily the acting chair for about 3 weeks. During that time, I assisted the investigative committee and worked with the LNC, and we had that whole back and forth, and we now have the result of that report, or a report from that committee today. So I'm excited to hear that. I know there are a number of questions. Let's see. Now that I'm not the acting chair, this is really small. Now that I'm not the acting chair, I took a couple of weeks of recovery from being the acting chair, and that's not even a joke. And then got back to doing what I tend to do the most, which is the CRM project, as most of you know. We do have a brand new importer, some new things going on there. I do have a report for that later. Region 0, I represent the 2 states that do not fall into regions today. Idaho sends word that liberty is alive and well in Idaho. They are currently placing a priority on finding candidates, that the number of registered libertarians and party membership continue to trend upward. They are currently working on spinning up county parties, which is excellent, passion of mine. And they have volunteers queued up, so once they're ready to spin up, they already have some people ready to hit the ground and start. So pretty excited about that. I'm sure that we'll, on the field support, we'll be doing stuff there. In Mississippi, they did have a successful second half of their convention. For those that don't know, they had a business and then a fun. I went to the fun. It was definitely worth going to the fun. The fun is a lot better than the business. But it was in person in Tunica at the casino there. It was a great time. Got to see a lot of new and old faces, and they had a live podcast going on from there. They had lots of good training and lots of good camaraderie. So Mississippi is, for those that don't know, Danny Bedwell is no longer the chair of Mississippi, so it's a new day in Mississippi. Not to say anything bad or about Danny. Danny's awesome, but it's a new leadership team, and they're doing their thing. So with that, that kind of concludes my report. Anybody have any questions?
Mr. Chair, is that Vicky Rose in Mississippi?
It is Vicky Rose in Mississippi. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Harless.
Just a comment. How dare you blaspheme business sessions? They're the best.
Hear, hear.
For those that later on may want to, I did bring some libations to assist us in business if it gets too awful. Because I am in Kentucky, I didn't even have to bring it far this time.
So the critical questions, are these taxed libations or untaxed?
They are taxed libations.
Ah, I see.
But they did come direct from a distillery, so we're allowed to buy direct in our distilleries here as gift shop. So I avoided at least one part of the 3-tier system, I think. So, any other questions?
Taxation.
Taxation is theft. It's also extortion. So.
And terrorism.
It's
Mr.
all-
Mullen,
Yes.
have you had discussions with Idaho or Mississippi about joining the LNC?
So I do know that Idaho, it sounds like, is probably looking at joining Region 1, is what I've been told. I don't know if you've heard that, but
Might
that's,
not.
and then Mississippi is looking at either joining 7 or 2, and the last I heard they had not decided. So it sounds like next time around the vice chair's gig is going to be even easier. So,
Or different.
or different, yes, but that'll be up to some other folks. So, but yeah, no, it sounds like hopefully, I encourage the states, I don't mind representing Idaho or Mississippi, but I encourage them to be involved in more specifically with their neighboring states. As one who's worked with Indiana and Ohio and Tennessee, here in Kentucky as both formerly the state chair and now in the LNC, it's really nice to be able to share resources and work together to build our parties up together with our neighbors. So I strongly encourage states to work together. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, who's timekeeper for this now? Any volunteers?
I'll be happy to assist and keep it. Thank you.
I think we're really ahead, so.
July end of month financial reports, our latest reports that went out. We're doing pretty good financially. We're above the target reserve by almost triple. Revenues are above our budget for the year. In fact, as far as recurring gifts, monthly donations, September, when the recurring gifts have increased every month since 2020.
Mr. Higgins, can you hold on just a second? Is that someone new logging in? And
Yes,
is that what that was?
it's
Okay.
been muted. It was Mr. Brown's microphone.
Okay.
Can you say that about like more revenues again? I like that. No, really.
Since we had the interference.
Right.
Except for September when they were flat, our monthly recurring gifts, which people pledge, put in their credit cards to pledge every month, they've increased every month since May 2020, and in July they crossed over 50,000. Was $50,260 for that month.
So that's recurring, or is that?
Pardon?
And you said that's total?
Total for the month.
Monthly.
Monthly.
Recurring.
Yeah, monthly pledges. And we'll be having a motion to adjust some budget items. Part of it is revenues. These revenues are doing pretty good. But first, I want to see if there's any questions on the financial report.
And Mr. Higgins, the time for those motions was built into this report time.
Okay. I thought there would be some. So yes, and then, so again, move to amend the budget according to the sheet I sent out in the business list.
Second.
So there are quite a few changes.
So we have a motion to amend the budget as proposed by Mr. Hagan on the list. A few options. It's been seconded. Any?
Mr. Hagan, can you re-forward me that language? Because I do need to get it on the screen so everyone knows what they're voting on.
Oh, I think you had it under, it's in the OneNote under new business.
I thought so too, but I don't see it now. I put it in there, I swore.
Amend budget Hagan.
Oh.
Where's that?
New business with previous notice.
Do I have new business with previous notice in here twice? Because I am looking at new business with previous notice.
I'm
Third
saying
item is
it.
Hogar.
Well, third
It's
item,
under that.
then it's number 4.
Under Bogart, table,
Oh.
amended budget table.
That's not on my screen. That's weird.
However, this does not have the attachment, the PDF showing what the changes are.
Look, it's very weird. Could you paste it into email for me and I'll get it on the screen?
I'm actually.
I don't know what's.
Oh, yeah.
I see. Okay, thank you. I'll take care of it. I think I have to.
So I'm seeing the notes about it, but I'm not seeing the attachment with the actual motions. So maybe you do still need those.
Just waiting for it to come here and I'm gonna stick it on on the screen.
Mr. Hagan, it's the one from the August 23rd titled amend budget agenda item, correct?
This isn't actually though in like a motion language. So do you wanna put it into motion language for me, Mr. Hagan?
Yeah, do you need me to read out each one of those changes?
Hold on. Well, your attachment is the actual budget, but the language like increase line item X, decrease line item Y
Oh.
isn't, it
Correct.
isn't in motion language.
Oh, I see.
If you want to read that out, are you prepared to type what he says, or do you want me to do? Okay.
Okay, it's to move to increase line item 21 donations by 60,000.
Line item 21, donations by 60K.
Correct. Increase line item 22, recurring gifts by 95,000.
What line number, 22?
22,
How much?
95,000.
Okay.
Decrease line item 23, board executive director solicitation major gifts. That's a decrease by 157,000. Increase 25 project programs revenues by 157,500.
Okay.
Ms. Rose, I believe he's just reading down the column labeled increase, decrease in his spreadsheet. It might be easier for you to look.
I know it's easier for me to listen.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Decrease 26 brand development political materials by 20,000. Increase 28 membership communication by 12,500. Decrease decrease 32 fundraising costs by 55,000. Decrease 33 membership fundraising costs by 20,000. Increase 45 compensation by 95,500.
Was it 95,500?
Correct. Decrease 55 brand development political materials by 40,500.
1 second. That was political materials by how much?
40,500. And decrease 58 campus outreach by $750. Increase 60 candidate campaign and initiatives by 80,600. Increase 80 media by 5,500. Increase 85 member communication.
1 second, 85 member communication.
Correct. 30,000. And decrease 88 outreach by 2,500.
How much?
2,500.
Thank you.
That's the last one.
Okay, thank you.
Point of personal privilege. Could we, would it be possible for the secretary to scroll in a little bit so that's a little bit bigger on the screen?
Oh, yeah, certainly. Let me see what I can do about that. So maybe 1 second. Is that better?
That's much better. We could probably do a little more if
That was one more step. One more?
I think one more, at least for me. That's much better.
Okay. Much better for me too, actually. I know I had one misspelling here. I gotta find it again. I'll find it later. I'll second.
Alright, so we've got the motion to amend the budget as you see there on the screen, and as you just heard, it's been seconded. Are there any objections to these amendments? Hearing no objections, the budget is amended accordingly.
point of inquiry, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I thought I heard, is Richard Brown online now?
He is.
Okay, I'll write the note, him, thank you.
Oh, thanks. That's correct, Mr. Harris, you confirmed he is online now?
And Mr. Brown is on the Polycom.
Okay.
Did you capture that, Mr. O'Reilly as well?
Oh, thank you.
Did anyone else appear since roll call that we need to account for? All right, Secretary, it is your turn.
Just give me one moment to just note this arrival.
Mr. Hagan, were you done?
Yeah.
And 1 second. Let's pull my report up in OneNote. I'm not going to have anything to add to the report, but I do have several motions coming out of it for minutes. The first one would be to approve version 3 of the June 5th through 6th, 2021 meeting in Chicago that had been distributed to the LNC list about 2 weeks ago. So I was moving to approve those.
So moved.
Seconded.
Any objection to approving the minutes from the Chicago meeting? Hearing no objection, the minutes are.
I would like to expressly abstain since I was not at the Chicago meeting. I'd like to be marked down as abstain.
Okay. If there are no objections to the minutes, they'll just be approved, so there won't be a vote, but thank you for that. All right, hearing no objection, the minutes are approved.
Okay, I have one other motion to approve version 2 of the July 11th, 2021 minutes. Version 2 was posted this morning with the attendance changes by Mr. Hagan. Other than that, there were no other changes. It was to note the chair as vacant and Mr. Mullman as vice chair rather than as chair, and to strike the word interim from executive director, which was a legacy in a form that I was using. So I would like to move that version 2 of the July 11th, 2021 special meeting be approved.
Second.
All right, the minutes from the July 11th meeting have been moved and seconded. Any objection to adopting those? Hearing no objection, those minutes are also approved.
And I have just a comment. There are 2 outstanding sets of minutes that I am working with Chase Crum, and I'm trying to train him on minutes. He was going to be here at this meeting, but just considering some of the topics, we thought it would be better for him to start at a different meeting. So you will be seeing those on the list, but I'm using those as a training opportunity. Those are the ones dated June 18th was a short special meeting, and June 27th, and I just wanted that noted for the record. And after that, I would entertain any questions.
Madam Secretary, you have those being listed on the OneNote as needing approval at the moment. Is that not the case right now?
We expected to have them done, but the events of last week caused a delay.
All right, thank you.
Anything else to report?
No, ma'am.
Any further questions on the Secretary's report? All right, on we go. Mr. Harris, we are early for your staff reports. Are they all available and ready?
They're on OneNote.
And anybody who needs to speak, are they available?
Those who are available, and
Okay.
I can prattle on for a while and we'll see who becomes available.
Sorry about that. Sorry for possibly finishing the meeting early.
All right, never an apology required for that, and I will try to not derail us. So it would probably be remiss of me not to start any staff report for this quarter by noting that it has been an atypical 3 months in terms of the environment that we've been operating in. Staff has performed tremendously and flexibly. We've worked with 3 different people in the office of chair over the last 3 months. And I think all of those transitions we have facilitated on the operational side as smoothly as could possibly be expected. Particularly worthy of commendation in this are our senior level staff, our director level staff, who tend to interface directly with the chair, and the disruptions to those processes certainly occurred, but every member of staff really rose to the occasion in working to help everyone who held that position of chair be successful during their tenure, and I'm tremendously proud of our senior staff efforts in that regard.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Would it be appropriate right now, in your opinion, can we give a round of applause to staff? I mean,
whenever I'm at a podium, Mr. Longstreth, applause is always appropriate. And applause for staff is certainly always appropriate at any time. Of course, staff is not directly involved in the political side in terms of party business that the LNC conducts, and that has allowed us to move forward with all of the projects that are a tremendous priority for this body. And staff has been diligently working, if not in the spotlight, in the background this past 3 months to continue moving all the priorities of this party forward. As Mr. Hagan noted, we are in a tremendously good financial position. We are on track for the what I believe is the best off year of the last 20 years for the Libertarian Party. We've begun surpassing election years in terms of gross revenue that we have brought in. And of course, that revenue allows us to support and even expand our support for the ongoing efforts that were set as priorities at the start of the year. We've been able to get canvassers in the field earlier to capture momentum that we have behind ballot initiatives that are currently underway in Wyoming, and I'm told more likely to come in other places as well. Those will roll into laying the groundwork for some of our targeted campaigns both this year in terms of local races that we are running, and also in 2022, where it is of course very important that we lay a solid foundation for a lot of competitive races that we're going to be pursuing next year. We've been able to step up our messaging efforts. We're working on getting our communications director, Larissa Gahn, more tools and resources that she needs. I would like to thank everyone who helped contribute to that effort last night at our fundraising event. We raised a few $1,000s towards that last night, and that is much appreciated. Larissa has also been pursuing conversations directly with some of our donors and has obtained support that has allowed us to expand the PR tools that we are able to offer to put at her disposal so that she can be more effective in spreading our libertarian message. We are running a great slate of candidates this year, of course. We are the candidates that have had early elections in the cycle. More than 50% of the candidates whose elections they have already passed have been elected to office. So it's a small number, but we are at an over 50% win rate. We're not shy on ambition, and the way I view it, I think we are on track to elect over 100 libertarians to office this year, and that is the goal for staff, and that is what we are pursuing. We've also hosted a number of successful events and trainings. We're about midway through our regional training cycle. We have brought these trainings around the region, combining candidate and affiliate support. Staff has been a large part of the base of trainers for those. We've also hosted a number of successful fundraising events as I gesture to our development team that's in the room. And of course, just last week, we celebrated the party's 50th anniversary with an awesome party in Denver, Colorado. That is something that we're still waiting on final numbers. Looks like it will have been a profitable event for the party, as well as from everything I've heard from everyone in attendance, a very good time had by the folks there. Of course, there are challenges that lie ahead of us. I don't want to paint an overly rosy picture, especially in light of the environment we're operating in. That said, you know, those successful events have involved a very heavy travel schedule for staff. We've got a lot of people who are operating at or even temporarily beyond their capacities right now. We will be coming through that in the next couple of months and get staff back in a place that resembles more normal operations. For now, many of our senior staff members are spending a lot of time on the road making those events and trainings successful. Those who have been watching our membership numbers know that we are in that off-cycle period of time in our 4-year sort of business cycle, election cycle, where we see membership numbers drop. And we have been seeing membership numbers drop. We are ahead of where we were in 2017, the most recent comparable year, and one coming off a very successful presidential election. We're ahead of pace in terms of revenue. We're ahead of pace in terms of where we are on membership. Of course, the great unknown this year that we have the benefit of hindsight on 2017 is 2017 we know where the floor was. We know where membership fell to in 2017. We're still on that downward slope now, and our membership team is, of course, working hard to make sure that we reach that plateau sooner and higher and in a better position than 4 years ago. Every indicator is that we will, but we're not there yet, and so that is still an ongoing challenge and effort. And of course, it's tremendously hard work for staff to continue all of the positive trends that we've established this year. And I don't want to take for granted the revenue growth that we've seen. I don't want to take for granted the pledge member growth that we've seen. The number that Tim said earlier is an important one, that we now have monthly pledge revenue coming in that exceeds our monthly reserve requirement, which means on the first of the month, we have already met the expenses that this body requires us to reserve. That is a very important benchmark, but that doesn't happen without stewardship, that doesn't happen without staff effort, and now that it has happened, we can't rest on our laurels, and we will need to continue that if we're going to meet the expectations of the new budget as amended a few moments ago with a very optimistic revenue positive amendment package, but we still need to rely on our team to make that a reality. I apologize for going on a little longer than I normally do. I, of course, covered my remarks and also a number of Robert's items in his report dealing with the financial side, as he is not able to be at this meeting. For a more detailed look at the development picture, I will bring up our development director, Mr. Sisto.
Mr. Harris, before you
Yes.
step away from the podium, I think it would be appropriate, I mean, I think we've done it individually, but as a body to express our support for Mr. Krause.
Absolutely.
Question for you.
Do we want to do questions? I guess we can do questions piecemeal as we go, in which case
It's up to you.
We can do that. Let me do questions. Tara, is it okay if I postpone you for a moment
You're my
longer?
boss. You
All
tell me
right.
what to do.
We can do questions as we go instead of at the end. Richard.
Yeah, first question I have for you is, as of right now, you mentioned targeted races going into next year. How many targeted races have we already set up, and what are we working on? And how many, you mentioned 100 Libertarians in the next year elected.
This year.
This year elected, okay. So looking ahead to next year, how many targeted races are we already working on?
That's a difficult number for me to offer you, and it's even more difficult for me to talk about specifics. That's maybe more of a strategic conversation for executive session if we wanted to get into details about specifically where we're looking for obvious strategic reasons on those 2022 races. I do have to applaud the effort of Pennsylvania this year in recruiting a large number of candidates, and it's a warning that goes out to our other state level affiliates. Pennsylvania just this, 2 years ago, Pennsylvania became the state with the most elected Libertarian officials, more than any other state. Pennsylvania is shooting for enough candidates now where they will be knocking on the door of of having more elected Libertarian officials than every other state combined. So, applause for Pennsylvania, but shots fired for every other state. Let's give them a raise. Tim.
Actually, my question was on the Pennsylvania. It's my understanding is with the Moulton maneuver, they already have like over 100 or just over 100 candidates. Is that for this year or next year?
My
If this year, I
understanding
think
is
your
for, it is
100
for
maybe.
this year.
So your expectation of 100, I think we're gonna, with Pennsylvania's help, way overshoot that.
Yeah, that may very well be. They have done a fantastic job recruiting, and they deserve absolutely the round of applause that they got a moment ago. And not every state can replicate that. In fact, many states cannot replicate that quirk of that allows us to do that. But it is encouraging that we are seeing a lot of recruitment outside of Pennsylvania as well. It's just a little bit more difficult to recruit into those uncontested races in other places.
Maybe I'm not understanding, what is the quirk that allows that to happen in Pennsylvania?
It involves the ability to, it's referred internally as the Moulton maneuver. It involves the ability to have information about races where major candidates are competitive prior to having to file signatures. So it allows us to get more information in advance.
Because I was just curious if it's something we could do in Colorado with our good ballot access, that's why.
Happy to talk more about it offline.
Thank you.
It involves deadlines and
Yeah.
timing that are.
The answer to the question is that the Democrats and Republicans have to file and have their primaries before the Libertarians do. And so that they can look at those results and know, okay, hey, this race is going to be uncontested, or this race is only going to
Not
be
applicable in Colorado.
Right.
Yeah, it's difficult to replicate for that reason. Mr. Moulton.
I would like to note that there's actually a U.S. Supreme Court case on point on this, and that the Supreme Court actually, in our favor, ruled that third parties and independents have to have the ability to respond to what the Ds and Rs do for their guys. Put that as a check and balance, supposedly. It's a weird ruling. I can't remember which one it was, but I remember it from a lawsuit we did in 2014 in Kentucky. So, and as far as I know, it's still valid. I don't think it's been overturned. So we may actually want to look at expanding that. So.
Mr. Nicola.
I just wanted to be on record that Florida's putting Pennsylvania on watch. And
There we go.
coming for that top spot.
I like to hear it. Get a little healthy competition, Mr. Lucchini.
So for those of you that don't have the advantage of the rules in Pennsylvania, something that's going on in New Mexico is there is a time period after the filing deadline for nonpartisan races where you can run as a write-in. The Secretary of State helpfully gives you the candidates, but not the positions that nobody has applied for. So we didn't manage to do this thoroughly, but in the future, we're going to find every seat by process of elimination that has no one filed for it, simply get somebody to run as a write-in, and then if you vote for yourself, you win. It's very simple.
Mr. Ford.
Yeah, for those who haven't met me, my name is Pat Ford. I'm the new alternate to Region 8. Perhaps you could give me some detail specifically, and I think we're all very proud of Pennsylvania. And on an enormous level, they've been able to bring to scale what has been such a challenge for the rest of the country. But what exactly, in terms of either staff or resources, do nationally contribute to the Moulton maneuver in Pennsylvania?
Ms. Schultz could probably speak a little bit more to that during her reporting period, and she will be speaking on the Polycom, but I have to give a lot of credit to Pennsylvania. You know, National is not going to be able to run local races in 50 states around the country. That's not what a national party can or will do. And Pennsylvania has really stood up, as have many other states, in having a tremendous political operation that they have built from the ground up in their state. Where National can play a role is states that need help doing that, states that need help recreating that. They may not be able to recapture the eccentricities of Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania's election landscape, but who need help standing up political directors, standing up political departments. The role National has been playing is in training and helping those affiliates close those gaps.
Well, I'd just like to make the point that I think while the skill sets necessary to succeed in an environment like Pennsylvania are ably, if you will, supported by the training staff. I think it's important, though, for purposes of our meeting, our conversation here, to understand that the successes that we're talking about in terms of a national meeting really are by and large, the work of the local party. And I'm not sure how appropriate it is to really, bring that into this picture. I'd love to focus more on exactly what the national party does outside of training, where they excel in terms of actually supporting state and local elections.
It's well taken, and we'll probably hear a little bit more later on about the work some of our teams are doing on the ground for strategic reasons. Those are sometimes not conversations that we can have publicly, but if this body decides it's inappropriate for me to ballyhoo state affiliates while I'm up here, then I'll stop. But otherwise, I'm more than happy to congratulate successful efforts that are happening on the ground and do it from a national stage, because I'm tremendously proud of what our party is accomplishing, and that's our local activists, our county activists, our state affiliates, our state activists, and of course our hardworking national team. And we all want to support each other's efforts, for sure. I'm not seeing any other questions, so I will turn it over to Ms. DeSisto.
Thank you, Tyler, and thank you for your leadership through the changes that have taken place over the last few months. You've been a really great leader and mentor, and staff definitely appreciates it. I'm sorry?
He's a good boss for me too.
I'll leave that between you two. Very exciting time for development. We are growing, and unfortunately we don't have the charts that I have put into the staff report up here.
I can do that.
You can do that. Oh, thank you, Ms. Secretary.
Just one moment, pull up the OneNote and I'll have that for you.
Sure. We've made many new discoveries in our data. We're taking deeper dives into age demographics and giving interests. We see that our youngest donors are giving to affiliate support, but are no younger than 25 at this point, which makes sense. Our key consistent donors are over the age of 65 and best targeted for single contributions through our direct mail programs. Our pledgers are still a solid base, with a majority coming in at $100 a month. Our Gen Xers are giving to candidate training, ballot access, and respond better with direct access to leadership like myself, Tyler, Whitney. Our largest donors have supported the building fund, candidate support, and I'm happy to say that we received a maximum contribution for the Association for Libertarian Educators, which we'll be putting on this November, which is a pilot program. We've made great strides recapturing 1,115 donors who had previously fallen away, and we continue to improve these opportunities with a strong stewardship program. So this chart right here, you can see where people are giving by age demographic.
You want me to just tell me where to go?
Yep. If you can blow this up just a little bit, this chart.
See if I can without losing, because I have to scroll to the side.
So I explained a lot of this in the report, but you see candidate training here does come with the 45 to 54 age range. We have a lot of data capturing that we're still working on. All this gray space here is unavailable data, so we're not sure the age groups of these people. Our pledgers have been around, many of them, a long time, and so we don't ask that data. We really suss that data out in other ways. But you can see here, and this is all available in the staff report if you want a closer view. So candidate training, our executive director, our fundraising goes right in here collectively. So I fall under executive director fundraising as well. The Association of Libertarian Educators also came in at above 65. Our bequests are thankfully over 65. And we did launch the legacy program by presenting an award to Elizabeth Nolan at the 50th anniversary on behalf of David Nolan, which we were able to introduce our Eternal Flame of Liberty for those individuals who leave a bequest to the party over $10,000. This award will go to their next of kin engraved with their name on it to signify their commitment to keeping the eternal flame of liberty lit. Our stewardship program has really taken off, with Michelle McCutcheon moving over to our activism coordinator role. We hired Andrew Rhea to join our team, focusing on membership programs, including the Association of Libertarian Educators Project, renewal and pledge maintenance calls, and of course our appreciation responses, those thank you calls that we desperately need to stay on top of. And I would invite you all to get in touch with me. I've been on the road for the past 5 months, almost non-stop, and so call time has really dwindled down for everyone who was involved with me. But I'm happy to say, after this meeting today, I will be going home and I will not need to be on the road for the remainder of the year. So I am very excited about that. So I'm excited to get back on the phone with the owners. I'm excited to help all of you with our fundraising strategies. I've even reached out to our former congressman to ask if he would be willing to do some call time with us, and I'm looking forward to growing that program out. Becca Congdon has been building our appeals program with a higher qualitative analysis, showcasing our best performing asks, which I will cover more in depth a little bit later. Chris Clements assisted on the 50th anniversary coordination, training Andrew on standard operating procedures for our development department. He's also involved with heavy editing support for our appeals program and our pledge and LP news. Much of my time not overseeing these programs has been spent traveling across the country for Kara Schultz's candidate and affiliate regional trainings, teaching fundraising, and I've recently started offering one-on-one time to affiliates to help build out their individual fundraising plans. That will ramp up when I'm home as well, but I have spent a significant amount of time with Florida, and I am looking forward to working with more states. I've spent some time with Utah and a little bit of time with Colorado as well, and I'm looking forward to expanding that. I think it's very important that we help our affiliates understand the fundamentals of fundraising and how to operationalize their fundraising strategy. I'll be working with New Mexico. We already have something on the books come post Labor Day weekend, which happens to be this weekend. But my offer to those state affiliates is 1 hour every 2 weeks to go over their individual fundraising strategies. I've also been catching up with new chairs as they've entered on our donorship programs and priorities as needed and required. This chart right here is our rolling donor recapture. I had mentioned that we have recaptured 1,115 new individuals this year. We are still doing better. Obviously this chart is a little bit erratic, but it's much better than way down here. So I'm happy to see that we are recapturing donors, that we are making efforts. And my tenure started in November of 2019. So here is where my team has been working. And I'm happy to say that we're going to continue to work towards recapturing more donors, getting to know our donors, and bringing in new donors, of course. The next chart below is funds by giving level. This is also explained in my staff report, but you can see who is giving the highest dollars amount and where they're going, where those dollars are going. If you scroll down, you can see appeals by giving level. Oh, yep, there you are. Again, just a chart as where people are giving major contributions versus smaller dollar donations. Comparative to 2017, the last post-presidential election year, we are up over $250,000 in revenue, and gift numbers are up 50%. We have even surpassed what we raised in the 2018 midterms at this point by almost $100,000. This is well worth the investment that the LNC has made in development, and we will continue to work towards building out programs that sustain and create donorship. By rewarding a culture of giving, some of you may have seen the Pledge News. We've been highlighting some of our major donors in our Pledge News. We are trying to create a more substantial culture of giving in this party. We are hoping to increase our average gift size as our newer, younger members learn and understand how their investments really do go towards supporting liberty. Our returning membership accounts for 75% of our revenue, and 17% comes from our first-year donors. As you see, as you can see, our renewing first-year lapsed donors alone would go a long way increasing our revenue. We have about 9,600 lapsed individuals in our database, and so yes, we've worked on accumulating 1,100 of those, but there's a significant amount more to go towards recapturing those donors that have fallen off in past years. We consistently send out topical appeals every Tuesday, and we've begun a second appeal weekly, often focused on an upcoming event. Appeals have started to work more in segmentation and to determine if that benefits us in revenue from email appeals. If you can scroll down, Ms. Secretary. Here we go. And I would like to say thank you to Larissa Gahn, who had helped us and put out an appeal towards communication strategy. That appeal brought in $14,000, which was phenomenal. We had a major giver who decided that this was an appropriate area to place his money and came in at the $10,000 level, and we had a number of smaller dollar contributions that have come in as well. Also, our ballot access appeal did $10,000. Our ballot access right now, last I checked, was around $40,000 for the year, and I know we have a mandate to hit $85,000. So we are working towards that. We had a little bit of a late start in the year, so we didn't start working on ballot access till around March, and I'm hoping to really accelerate that program. Chris Thrasher has offered to write an appeal as well, and I will be on top of him this month to make sure that that gets completed. Also, Bill Redpath will be getting back on the phone with us to do call time.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Our gross revenue, that's year-to-date gross, or is that since last quarter, or what is gross symbolized there?
These are appeals and what they have grossed.
Okay.
These are specific appeals that have gone
Just
out.
specific emails, okay.
Yes, one single appeal and how well they've done. This was the date that they went out, and this is how much revenue they've brought in. I also really want to highlight Becca Congdon for the work that she has done on our Lifetime program. She did an appeal on renewing your Lifetime appeal, and it was wildly successful in the 50th anniversary year. It's done over $40,000, and that's just for a pin, an extra pin that she also designed. So reaffirmation of your lifetime. If you haven't done it yet, please do it. It's a really wonderful opportunity to show your love towards the party, especially in our golden anniversary.
Out of curiosity, the Larissa and Becca's direct mail, was that the appeal that was sent that raised the $14,000?
Yes.
That was the appeal.
It was the
Okay.
direct mail piece that raised $14,000.
Awesome.
Yes, yes. And we had a contributor from Washington State who gave $10,000 towards that in that appeal.
That's awesome.
Is that 14,000 net or gross?
Uh,
You spent money to send out the mail.
That's right, I know. We did gross that, yes. And we actually only sent that out to a population of 2,000. And so to have that much generated from just that small batch was pretty substantial.
Is it appropriate to ask questions now?
Sure.
We had one, and I'm very interested in this as well, that asked, what are we doing to market to 25 to 40-year-olds? Because a question in the YouTube chat was that, we can't only have older, the older demographic be donors, so I was very curious about that as well.
So I'm going to let Larissa talk about
Okay.
marketing when she comes up to speak.
Okay.
But really, we do concentrate on messaging in general, and not necessarily towards the younger population. Our donorship, our largest donorship does come from aging.
Isn't that pretty
individuals.
typical, though?
It's very, very, very typical. 25-year-olds are still
Building.
Oftentimes
Building their life.
yes, working towards their career, getting settled. both direct mail appeals above, they were written by a specific member of the party known for their work on an issue, or a member of staff focused on the topic at hand. The letters gave specific amounts of money needing to be raised and laid out how that money would be used. This is a model we can continue to replicate. And so I invite you all to think about the topics that really resonate with you in Liberty. Please match them with a program that we are actively working towards, because one thing that's really important to understand is we can't raise money off of having mutually common ideas with individuals so much. We have to actually be demonstrating that we have a product that we can offer. So if there are targets that you are invested in this party that we are working on, please amplify that and work with our development team to create an appeal that we can cut a great list for and get out to a larger population. We've also been highlighting candidates running for office. While they've had varying levels of success, they've brought in money. And as we approach the 2022 midterms, this will continue to be an important appeal model to use. We're getting a lot of positive feedback about this as well. We have to be very strategic and make sure that we're going through the right channels and making sure that these candidates have been vetted by their state affiliate and endorsed before we can move forward. But we do highlight them towards our candidate support fund, and we're having great success. We've also had great success when we've let the candidates themselves write the appeals, and it helps amplify their name. It helps them get some face and name recognition in front of national donors. It's a win-win situation.
Question?
Yes, sir.
What's the revenue share model on that? How does that work? If national does an appeal highlighting a candidate, how much money actually goes to the candidate versus national?
It goes into our candidate support fund. It does not go to the candidate themselves. So we are giving them a stage to present themselves to our national audience.
Right.
However, when we raise money, it's towards candidate support and training new candidates. We don't directly give money towards a specific race. There are times that happens, but that's really worked out between our executive director and the campaign or state chair involved.
Have we done an analysis in terms of, let's just say an appeal brings in $10,000. Have we done any sort of basic geographic analysis to geo-fence off the money that came from that candidate's home state and might have gone directly to that candidate? Any type of thought process on that?
No, sir. We really focus on just highlighting the candidates themselves and let them run their campaigns.
Right, but I'm just wondering, is if a national appeal is actually, and I don't know the answer to this, that's why I'm curious, is a national appeal doing, how much of that money might have gone to the candidate directly in the guise of local contributions?
I think we need to get away from thinking that we're stealing from, and that we're in competition.
I'm not saying that word. I'm looking at it.
Well, you're suggesting that money otherwise would have gone to the candidate had we not put out that appeal.
That's not stealing, that's an actual question.
I disagree that that's the case. I think that a lot of these
Fair enough.
donors that give towards these appeals would not have otherwise known that the candidates existed, A, and really want to support our national efforts to amplify those candidates.
No, and that's the hope. I'm just
They
wondering.
can then go onto the website and donate towards, for instance, we have Jeff Hewitt running for Governor of California at the moment. So we're amplifying messages highlighting Jeff Hewitt as a libertarian, the libertarian candidate, by the way, for Governor of California, and individuals are not prevented from going on to also contribute to Jeff and his campaign. So this is supplemental and not competitive.
Actually, I want to just chime in on that side of it, is that also this money that's raised for candidate support is spent directly to benefit these candidates. So while we may be, giving, the money may be going into the national funds, we then use it to do things like we did with the e-canvasser and all the other different things that we've done for these candidates and the training that helps these candidates run their campaigns. So the money does directly benefit these candidates in those things, because we can provide these resources at a better cost effectiveness than they can.
Thank you. In addition to having appeals written by members of the development staff, we have had guest written appeals from Bill Redpath, Larissa Gahn, Whitney Billiou, Tyler Harris, Spike Cohen, Justin Amash, Andy Burns, Tony Durazio, Chris Bikini, and Dr. Aaron Lewis. The Development Department welcomes members of the LNC and party leadership to submit appeals, and we work on editing and crafting that message with you. We look forward to that. Thank you so much to those of you who have written appeals for development. Let me just scroll through. The remainder of the year will focus on recapture, recruitment, data hygiene, as well as ALE as a pilot program. With a very successful 50th anniversary analysis soon behind us, which I'm going to give you some numbers that I think that you will appreciate, we will have a clearer picture of where we need to recalibrate our efforts. We did $73,977 in ticket sales for the 50th, which put us in the black from the beginning. On top of that, we raised $15,000 in sponsorships from the Advocates for Self-Government and also Approval Voting, who were there.
All right, could you share what the net profit was?
She's
just
getting
out of
there.
curiosity? Okay.
I'm working towards that. I'm working towards that. Thank you.
Yeah.
At the moment, all of the revenue in total that we brought in, including the $12,000 that we raised in fundraising while we were there, we hit $100,977. Now we're still doing analysis on what that cost us, but we're in the range of about $55,000 to put the event on. So $45,000 of that is cream for us. Does anyone have any questions for me before I move on?
So your cost estimate is direct cost, or does it include staff time?
It is direct costs that we're looking at, and staff time is really built into our budget already. Yeah.
Just want to make clear that that's a cash out the door.
Significant amount of my time, regardless of what, whether or not this event had gone on, I would still be working 60 to 80 hours a week. So yes, we do think about all the staff time that goes into fundraising, but we want to make sure that we highlight the success of the event as well. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
You're good. So I know that you were working some with Colorado on their fundraising, and you mentioned that with other states and that sort of thing. I'm just wondering, specifically, what does that look like from our national perspective? And in terms of Colorado, when it came to preparing for the 50th, what engagement did you have, and what programs were put into place where they helped you out?
So there was a little bit of a breakdown with LP Colorado. I had hoped that we would be able to partner in ways. I was meeting with LP Colorado once a week in the lead up to the 50th. However, there were some challenges that on their side in assisting with the shuttle services, so we ended up picking up that cost at the end, and there was a basket contributed for the auction that did very well, that sold for $420.
I heard.
We did not end up partnering with LP Colorado on this event as we had hoped to, but I'm hopeful that there will be other opportunities. But when I'm meeting with affiliates, what I do is I talk to them about operationalizing their fundraising strategy, teaching them about understanding their universe of data, how to segment data in an appropriate way, language used towards building donorship, making sure that they have the assets that they need, the stationery that they need, teaching them about, a lot of them don't have BREs. We use a lot of BREs, and just the fundamentals of fundraising so that they are able to make it easier for donors to give, helping them create a website that is user-friendly, that can really bring in more contributions, that highlighting their donorship page in ways that they haven't thought about before. How to capture new donors through postcard programs and QR codes, just teaching them on the basics of fundraising. Just in a one-on-one atmosphere where they can, similar to how I do call time, in that one-on-one atmosphere where I can give them feedback on what they're doing. So I'm not telling the affiliates what to do. I'm pretty much laying out the groundwork of how they can build their program, and they can utilize our suggestions or they cannot. That's their program to run.
I just wanted to let Mr. Longstreth know, if you want to get with me off time, you know Colorado pretty well. I can give you some details on Colorado's end as well on that
I may
issue.
take you up on that. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Phillips.
Please don't take this the wrong way. It's not meant as criticism. In all the numbers we've talked about today, you know, we talked about the fundraising doing well, and that's. But I also noticed that in Mr. Hagan's motion that we reduced major gifts by $157,000. Is that an intentional shift in fundraising, or is there some kind of? I'm just curious as to.
We did lose bequests, which are major gifts. We had two major bequests that came in the year before that are no longer part of our fundraising. That was a significant.
Thank you. That clarifies that for everybody. Thank you. I assumed it was something like that.
So you have something in here about $32,000 from the 50th anniversary event. How many new members, or how many new lifetime members have we achieved this year, and how many did we get actually in Denver?
Oh, we got 7 or 8 in Denver. 7 in Denver.
New or reaffirmed?
Both. Both coming in. I don't know how many exactly we have brought in for reaffirming versus new this year. Yeah, I can get that number to you, Mr. Hall. We don't have that exact breakdown.
That's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Ferreira.
Wasn't sure. I have a 3-part question for you.
Okay.
26 subparts. No. Would you do the 50th anniversary again? If so, how frequently would you do it, and what would you change?
Well, we only have one 50th anniversary. I would like to do more major fundraisers like this. The one, for those of you who were not there, this was a celebration. It was not focused on politics at all. It was about the camaraderie, and these kinds of celebrations are critical to party building. That kind of tribalism is only formed in celebratory moments, and so this was a fantastic celebratory moment. I've had a lot of amazingly positive feedback. People have written me to tell me what a fantastic time they had, and I would love to do something like this again. Maybe in the off years where we don't have a convention, something fantastical that people can really come out for. It was a very casual event. Many people were very worried that they would have to come stodgy with suits on, and that was not what I wanted to portray. I wanted people to come. It was a beach party. People went swimming in the reservoir. People were sunning themselves all day. I really felt like we hit the mark on what we were trying to achieve, which was a celebration where people could just relax and be in liberty. You know, we had vaping going on site. It's Colorado, so it was very, very lax. Did you ask what I would have done differently? Is that? Because of my travel schedule, the availability to communicate to our audience became a little tricky for me. I would have liked to have had a little more communication with participants on what to expect. So I in that vein, I would have really held that up. There were some people who had complaints that we didn't have name tags. I think I would have invited anyone who had previously had a name tag in the party to bring theirs. I didn't want name tags because I don't wear name tags to a party. Like it's not something you do at a casual party, but there were a lot of people who had returned that had not been involved in the party for many years, who were very, very active in the 70s and 80s, that were like, well, where's my name tag?
Where's the agenda? Where's the...
Yeah, a lot of people were looking for an agenda. What's the program? What time are things happening? And we wanted it to be very loose and very freeing, and not be confined to any sort of critical agenda. Also, I think with the silent auction, I would have liked to. I think our VIP space was kind of closed off to what was happening outside, and some of that was intentional, but there could have been more announcements made so that those individuals could have had more of a knowledge of what was going on outside. Madam Secretary?
Just wanted to add that, I'm sure you can vibe off this a bit. I spent all my time in the historical room, and a lot of very special interactions happened in there, where the pictures were the big hit.
Yeah.
People loved looking at the pictures and identifying people. And there was this wonderful older gentleman, an OG Libertarian named Bill McCord, who just was absolutely in love with what was in there. So I think that little display was something very special to some of our more seasoned members.
Yeah.
So that, most people didn't see me at all on the celebration. I just stayed in that room, but that's my happy place. And I think that was a big hit.
I do too. A lot of people who had come from afar. I had a woman from Guatemala who traveled to the 50th. They loved looking through the photos and being part of identifying. I mean, a lot of these pictures that you had no idea who these people were. There was no context to that, and people were able to write notes alongside pictures and give some of that context that we had never had before. So I thought also that was a really great opportunity for them to engage, and they were really happy to be there. So thank you for setting that up.
No, thank you for the opportunity.
Just to highlight one of our members here, what was the winning bid for Mr. Phillips's knife?
Mr. Phillips's knife went for $1,475. And I struggled with saying it's a knife because it was more like a sword. It was big. And there was a lot of talk. We had displayed the items beforehand, so people had gotten to see it, touch it, interact with it before the auction occurred. So excellent. Thank you so much for your contribution towards that. And thank you to Susan Hogarth, who had put together our auction, because our auction was very, very successful.
Joe Johnson from Colorado, amazing. I can't wait to meet him again. Hang out with him. Yeah.
He does all of our auctions in Colorado. He's fantastic.
Yeah.
Sweetheart, too.
Yes. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I'm just asking John, when is the next knife coming out? Because I got beat out by $75.
I have a list of about 20 paid commissions coming that I've got to get knocked out. But I know that Indiana and Texas have already requested knives for their states. And so we'll have to see,
You can add Region 1 and New Mexico on that list.
Okay.
To the paid list?
Just, I think he might know someone involved with the next convention cycle, so there may, I think, probably be something that comes out of that for us.
There'll probably be something special for the national convention, yes.
Beautiful. Well, thank you all so much for your investment in the development department, and we will continue working to make you proud and impress you with what we have coming up. So appreciate it.
Thank you so much to Tara and Becca and the rest of our development team. One of the things that has been really noticeable to me over the last year on the development side is a greater professionalization of our development operations. And part of that process, and this will add a little color to the response to a question that Mr. Phillips asked earlier, part of that process is that we've become really, really fluent in articulating to our major donor base the value of our projects and programs. And some of that shift that you saw in Mr. Hagan's motion away from the major giving line, you will also notice a large increase in the line for fundraising for our projects and programs. That's because a lot of those gifts are being reclassified under that line since we've so successfully articulated the value of our comms team, the value of our Libertarian Frontier project, the value of the candidate trainings, and we're seeing more and more of those large gifts going directly to those projects.
Just to be clear, I actually knew that answer, but I wanted it expressed for.
Well, then I'm happy I could rise to the occasion. And to that end, in light of mentioning our comms department, I'm going to bring up Larissa, who has been intrepidly, for those of you viewing online, managing the live stream. I'm going to borrow her from you for a moment. Larissa?
Thank you. So this was actually my first full quarter here. I came in the middle of quarter two. So quarter two was mostly what I called a fact-finding mission. It was just really a process of discovery, finding out what the needs were, and handling some reactive needs, some needs that needed some attention as soon as I came on staff. So I'm really happy to report that in quarter three, I was able to actually move fully from reactive communication to proactive communication, and then from that discovery and fact-finding into strategy development, and then begin implementation. So I just want to highlight some of the things that we were able to accomplish in quarter three. We were able to really build out our media mentions and build some media relationships. At the beginning of quarter three, Tyler Harris spoke on SiriusXM on Julie Mason's show on the POTUS channel, and she invited us back. And so this quarter we had Whitney go on her show. She did an amazing job, and it was great because then later Julie Mason actually tweeted out on her official channel that we were there. And we got some hate in the comments on her Twitter, but she actually came to our defense and invited us back. So I'm really happy about that. And I was also asked to do an op-ed in my official capacity as comms director on behalf of the Libertarian Party in the Daily Caller. And that was somebody reached out to me to do that. So we're not chasing journalists so much anymore. They're starting to come to us as sort of a preferred partner, and they're like, well, what do the Libertarians have to say about this? So that's exciting, and I'm enjoying doing that. One last thing that I want to mention about our media work. I had a state affiliate contact me. They were in urgent need of a press release. Something happened. It was actually Wyoming. The ballot initiatives were certified by the Secretary of State, and they knew that the Attorney General's office was going to be putting out a press release. And they said that they wanted to beat it, and I said, let's do it. So we worked for, it took us 9 minutes from start to finish. It was, I'm sure you've seen the animated image of the cat that's, feverishly typing on the keyboard. That's what we were doing. We were able to get it over. They were able to send it out to their media contacts, and they beat the Attorney General's office. So our press release was picked up then in the national media, and they reached out to the Wyoming state affiliate for comment instead of anyone else. So that was really exciting. Moving down to internal party communications, I've fully taken over as managing editor for LP News and for Pledge News. So I'm sure you remember Gideon left the party in June, but we were able to get Matt Hudson over to do our graphic design and layout work, and I just can't sing his praises enough. He is just a phenomenal graphic designer. He's just a guru, and he's been a pleasure to work with. So we were kind of both holding hands and walking through the Q3 issue of LP News together and learning together, but I think, I hope that you're happy with it. I know that I certainly am, so I'm excited about that. As for internal communications, I developed an internal communications plan. It's quite comprehensive. It's about 10 to 14 pages. And I know crisis communication plan can sound a little scary. We don't really have crises here, maybe some paracrises once in a while, but what I did was I wanted to take what we learned from the shift in leadership and how we messaged that and quick take down those best practices on paper, so we can handle those sorts of issues where it's like, okay, how do we get ahead of something? How do we, handle this? So I just worked with a few members of staff. We were able to get down our best practices. So if something unfortunate were to come up, we now have a protocol in place that we can move a timeline, when to get things out on Twitter, when to get things out on Facebook, things like that. We touched a little bit about the development appeal that I did for comms. I was really excited about that and was able to thank all of those donors individually. So I'm just really pleased with how that appeal went, and I have some ideas for appeals moving forward on some issues that we expect to hear in the news coming up, particularly foreign affairs, immigration, and criminal justice reform. So that's something that I'm thinking about doing. Social media. We were able to, over Q3, change our social media impressions from negative to positive. So now we have a net positive view for our social media, for our brand, which is really good. We're able to grow our accounts, but again, I just want to convey to you the urgency of having a social media staffer come on to sort of help me with this, because planning posts and engaging with people in the comments and everything, it takes a substantial amount of time. So, oh, yeah.
I know we talked briefly about this yesterday. You did say that a paid intern would be worth your time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, good.
Absolutely. So, yeah, and then I'll jump back up a little bit before social media. Sorry, I went out of order. So I was really happy for this quarter to launch these 2 issue-based microsites. The first one is SetAmericaFree.org, which is based on the ballot initiatives that were submitted in Wyoming. And so we were able to get people to visit the microsite and get engaged with what's happening there. And then also the alreadyagainstthenextmandate.com website, which just launched late Thursday, early Friday. Just really want to thank Secretary Harless for her help on that, and it went off really, really well. Within the first hour of launch, we had over 300 petition signatures of people, signing our petition and saying that they're against these government mandates. We are probably close to 1,000 at this point, and that's just from an email that went out. That's not from actually doing some work recruiting people and asking them to sign the petition. It was just an email that went out. So I was really happy about that. I would love to launch some more of these issue-based microsites that link to the party as we get closer to Q4 through Q4 and into next year. And we can link on issues that are important to Americans right now.
And thank you for taking that on. It's everything I thought it would be. But I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up Mr. Nicola and Mr. Ferreira, who back in the early days when we were thinking of this idea. But I hope in the future that, even though that came out of a little bit of a conflict, that in the future maybe we think about getting some independent brainstorming committees that gets out of the LP or LNC culture a bit, brainstorms. Some of the ideas will not be good, but some of them will be. So, because I thought that actually worked out really well. But I just wanted to make sure Mr. Nicola and Mr. Ferreira got their due.
Absolutely, and I think that's a great idea. I'm always up for knowledge sharing, so, yeah.
So I was navigating the website while you were talking about it, and there's like a section where you can ask for like a Facebook cover photo and stuff. That's super cool, but when you try to like click it, it says you don't have access and you have to request it
Yeah,
specifically?
they are, so what you can do is you can go on, we are fixing that problem, but if you go on Facebook, on our LP Nationals Facebook page, you can save that cover photo and then put it up as your cover photo. But we are working on that.
Oh,
And
awesome.
also, we're having some difficulty uploading the photo frames. There's some bureaucracy there, so we're working on that, but we'll get the photo frame, the one that you can put around your profile
I got
picture.
2 more ideas for you too.
Awesome, yes.
Question, and certainly this is something you just recently inherited. Our Facebook page has been relatively static in terms of overall likes. I'm wondering, number one, what we can do about that, and where do you see most of our engagement in terms of social media posts? What's attracting the most? Is it individual policy stands, news cycle stuff, LPTV? Where do you see the growth and where do you see it stagnating?
Yeah, so we've actually been growing our Facebook page quite steadily over the past quarter. I can say, I mean, I have the numbers on that for sure. So, but LPTV hasn't really gotten a lot of engagement, unfortunately, when they come up. I don't know if that's because we're linking to an outside, sometimes we link to YouTube or link to an outside website that sort of stifles the algorithm. It makes it difficult for people to see it. People tend to engage in not heavy policy, but kind of policy hot takes. And unfortunately, that's all social media, it really is. But another thing where they engage is storytelling, so we've been engaging in some of that, so.
Yeah, I'd like to go forward and work with you on the LPTV product because I think you're right. We're going out to StreamYard, which is a great little platform and it was perfect to start out with, but at this point in time, I don't know if the algorithm is really supporting the material and getting it out there enough. And I'd like to work with you on that.
Yeah, and we are still noticing some shadow banning too. It's just something that unfortunately we'll have to deal with. So that's something that we're also working to overcome too.
Well, and maybe the messaging on LPTV on all the different shows. I mean, we're not exactly controversial per se, so it shouldn't, but we all know how Facebook feels about us. So.
Right.
When you say impressions went from negative to positive, do you mean, when you say impressions, do you mean like the amount of
Impressions of the party.
Impressions of the party? Okay, so not reach. How do you gauge impressions, positive or negative?
Yeah, so I self-funded using this software program to analyze what our impressions were. And it was about $250 a month that I used this service. And so it just analyzed from the time I came on staff until last week. And it was able to analyze the positive versus negative. And then, you can go into that and you can click and see what people are talking about and all of that stuff.
Does that analyze comments and things like that?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Aaron?
So there's that 2 questions. One, in regards to LPTV, do you feel like possibly one of the potential downfalls there is that we continue to speak to our own already built-in echo chamber versus reaching outside of it with new topics, new information, and things that aren't seen as boring and over-intellectual, and maybe self-promotion of inter-party stuff? And 2, do you see value in us continuing to use the service that you used and potentially creating a budget line for that for your department?
So, for the first question, I suppose I've never really thought too much about LPTV just because I don't really live in that space. I do see the posts come up and I analyze them, but I haven't really thought about, should we change anything or anything like that. So unfortunately, I can't really speak to that right now. Do I think that there's a value, or do I think there's a value in having it and a need for it? Absolutely. I just don't think that I'm the best person to answer that question. But I would be happy, from being in the comms department and being somebody who's on the Facebook page, that we can always have a place for it on our social media page. The second question is the budget adjustment today for adding some money to comms was actually for a better software program. So we will get better impressions and just a much better service, and it also helps with media relations and, you know, with press release, it has a newswire service, so it's gonna be head and shoulders above what I had before, so we're there.
I have a couple things. First of all, you said going back to you said you self-funded that. That means you paid for it out of your own pocket?
Yes, I did.
Well, thank you for your dedication.
Of course.
Back to the LPTV thing. Well, yeah, you're new to this job, and you know, and this is not intended as any kind of criticism, but as that is a party communications resource, I would be interested in you taking a harder look at it.
Sure.
Here, here.
And then third is just a matter of commentary in that while we've had some great volunteers in helping with communications before, I in particular have noticed that the increased professionalism in the product coming through communications, and so I want to thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you.
I just want to say that LPTV kind of was birthed out of COVID-19 and our need to continue to communicate with members of our constituency when we could no longer meet in person. We wanted to give space for that to exist, and we didn't have a communications director at the time that it was created. So how it's evolved, you know, LNC members have really taken on the big stuff as far as keeping it alive, but it is a malleable thing that was created out of urgency and has the potential to be whatever you want it to be. Whatever Larissa wants it to be.
Well, and building on that a little bit, right now it is an LNC member or a couple of LNC members to kind of carry it, and that's fantastic. What I'm afraid of seeing is when the LNC members either decide not to rerun or don't get reelected or something like that. I don't want this amazing platform that we built, right, that is reaching people and I think has a lot more potential to be more meaningful, especially in today's age. I don't want to see that fall by the wayside. And we've seen in the case of a past vice chair who had a podcast that was the official Libertarian Party podcast, when he did not make it back onto the board, that podcast also disappeared. And so I would echo what Mr. Phillips said. I would like to see you really take this under your umbrella, and if that means we need to look at the idea of another staff line to assist, then that's something that we can consider. But I would encourage you to look into it and let us know how we can make this a more official party resource as opposed to a volunteer sort of aspect, at least from my point.
Sure. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so now is the moment of truth where we get to find out if the Polycom is working. So we've had several members of staff diligently listening on the conference line, and I'd like now to recognize Michelle McCutcheon, our activism coordinator. Michelle, are you there?
I am indeed.
Excellent. Thank you, Michelle. You're up.
Hello. Happy Saturday, everybody. I already submitted my report, but some of the highlights are I am covering member welcome hangout every week. Andrew Ria is joining me on those. We've had some really great discussions. All the members that tend to come on those are ready to work campaigns, run for office, what have you. The last talk, Set America Free, has been going on, and that is the Wyoming volunteer project for both the medical and decrim, and that's my big project I'm working on now, so I'm onboarding all those volunteers. I have found out many of our volunteers on our site aren't members yet, so I am their first person they meet. I'm ensuring they have a positive experience so we can then turn them into lifelong members of our party, but we are about to start training for that. We did have our first day of activism just after the last LNC meeting, and the big takeaway from that was that we do need more training from things as rudimentary as how to take a better picture, make it look full, and make it look action-packed. So working on that and starting to reach out to some of our more active volunteers so that they can get some additional training. AFP's course was recommended to me, so I did take that to improve my skills. And the first level is really teaching people about their why. So I think that's really important for outreach and messaging outside of our circles. Andy has been phenomenal in all he's done on the back end for civies, so that it makes it more efficient for me to contact our volunteers. And I am doing all the trainings. I've got 4 under my belt. I have 4 more to go. I really enjoyed Colorado and being able to be the registration person who didn't initially recognize Justin Amash. So that was fun. That is really, we're getting more active in Slack. The volunteers right now that we have for the Wyoming project have actually upped since my report. We have a total of 72 volunteers from 21 different states so far, and I have about 25 more people because they keep pouring in to reach out to and contact. So you can send folks to me if they are interested in volunteering. Please do so. That's really about it. We are, the activism repository. Kara and I have reached out several times about any kind of SOPs, job descriptions, process flows, what have you, printables. Please get those to us. We want to make sure that we are retaining our institutional knowledge so people don't have to reinvent the wheel. And that is really about it. Does anyone have any questions for me?
All right, thank you, Michelle. I will help you field questions since you're not here to do it. Mr. Phillips.
As I have been doing to everybody, I'm not going to really ask you a question, but I've gotten a lot of feedback from your work, especially in the training, and I want to tell you that all the feedback has been outstanding, so keep it up.
I love it. Apparently my dog But I really enjoy being on the training team, and really want to appreciate Kara, all our regionals, and the staff in the states that we're going to for helping us coordinate that. We are getting really good feedback, and it's very inspiring for me to meet our leadership and our doers out in the field.
Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Michelle. Is there anything that you want or need from us?
I could always use more volunteers. I would like to also offer it up if you have membership, volunteer coordinators, or an activism coordinator at the state level, the same offer that Tara's doing for fundraising. I would like to say that I can commit an hour a week until it gets, kind of crazy, to your teams to help with that. I've already reached out to Washington State for their onboarding team, but even just like a welcoming committee, whatever I can be of help with, finding a good spot for your volunteers in your state. If there's somebody you can't quite peg, I'm happy to be that person and have a phone interview with them so that I can help you place them in the best spot for them.
All right, any other questions for Michelle? Thank you so much, Michelle. One of the tremendous things that Michelle has done is really revitalize our national volunteer pipeline so that folks who, we all have different entry points into the Libertarian Party, and we all have different entry points into greater activism through the Libertarian Party. And those folks who are coming through national now have a really solid pipeline to help connect them up with efforts near them, efforts in their state, our affiliate parties, our nationally coordinated volunteer efforts, and that's all thanks to Michelle's hard work over the past quarter and a half. So thank you so much, Michelle. Next up, I'm going to recognize Andy Burns. Andy, as many of you know, is our affiliate support coordinator, and of course, most of you know him as the CRM guy. That is the other CRM guy, because of course you also know Ken is the CRM guy.
And we have David now too.
And David is now also the CRM guy. Andy, are you on the Polycom with us?
Yep, I'm here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Andy. You have the floor.
All right, thank you. Right, well, I feel generally good about what affiliate support's been doing and where we're at right now. We continue to be an empowerment tool and giving the fishing pole, proverbially, to the states and county affiliates. And so, with that said, going into the details, we brought on Louisiana to the CRM this past week, so that brings us to 29. Obviously, we lost New Hampshire, so that was lost one and gained one recently. And Ken and everyone knows about that, so I won't speak on it. Texas and Washington State were two that paused because of the New Hampshire fallout. But we do still have 5 states that are being in progress, in the early stages, but like, for instance, Utah will be being the next state being worked on. I did not hear back from North Carolina, but they are on the top of my list. Ken Molman, I was not here earlier, but I bet he told you about his contact importer. So that's very good for really getting the SOS and L2 data imports into the CRM and having up-to-date data, every month or every 6 months, depending on how the state, how often a state party can get it. That's a huge improvement. I think I can't remember right now, but somewhere north of 850,000 Libertarian positive, supporters in our database. We did some work on graphs and charts. Basically, just installed an extension that does graphing and charting. So that's for obviously national and state affiliates. So you can do various ways of tracking total contributions by month, by day, in different graphical ways. I did, appeals coming in, so Becca can clearly see what appeals are doing in the most, in a recent time frame. And I myself started looking at, what state affiliates are raising the most money generally, and I have a graph in my report that generally it was, Pennsylvania, Indiana, basically on a weekly basis, that, switch off and switch first place, and then Georgia and Florida as well. But that's something I kind of want to, focus more on is showcasing what states are doing best and, promoting a competitive atmosphere. So state affiliates, want to level up their game and try to be like Pennsylvania and Indiana and some of these other states. Obviously, I don't know states that aren't on the CRM, so I don't really, I can't track that. It's not efficient to do it. But I'm totally welcome if a state is raising a lot of money to let me know about it, so I can, so we have that info as well. Doing a lot of work with a lot of other staff. The 50th website, the National Convention website, the regional trainings, making sure all that data is coming in so, states and counties have access to it immediately. It's all going to be more powerful for the states to know these people coming in, getting engaged, and making sure that the state affiliate then engages them and the county affiliate engages them if they're interacting with national. Did some work on, obviously, that contact form on lp.org, worked on that, and then also kind of had a synergy with giving LNC region reps access to the CRM. So Chris Lucchini has that and a few others. Super easy for me to set anyone else up, so please let me know if you want that. It gives access to your region. As Michelle said, I've worked on the volunteer follow-up process, so it's all being assigned to her, and she's notified, and we have a queue that is processed, so no one gets missed. In the Next Mandate site, worked on that with Matt Hudson and Larissa, of course, and the petition signatures are coming in basically almost every minute, at least for the first 24 hours that was going on, so that's very good. Again, more data for the states, and we need to build up our universe of libertarians and warm libertarians that maybe aren't members. Worked on SMS integration and the opt-out process, so we're in compliance with FCC law. So Indiana and Pennsylvania are set up. Obviously, national also we've been set up, and we use it sometimes. We can start to use it more for national. Let's see. David Atkin obviously has been very instrumental in training states, helping with the migrations. But definitely, I've been really the number one thing has been the training and scheduling meetings with states and making sure that the new people that are in charge of the state understand the tool and provide them a sure footing of what to do with it. Also, he helps with data cleanup a lot, and anyway, usually the first person to find an issue with the system and lets me know. So that's really good. I think we have a really solid product. Unified membership rollout. We have 3 states on it: California, New Mexico, and Kansas. And mainly it's been California that's been driving the revenue from that. And obviously that's really, I have to give definitely two thumbs up on that, how they are highlighting it on their state website page. And I think it's a great synergy that's going on. I've been to 2 regional trainings currently, and going to be going to the Region 6 training in Louisiana, cover state affiliate basics and executive director, how it works to have an ED, and then CRM user training, of course. So going forward, what's the goals and immediate priorities? One thing that I've clearly seen, it's on my radar, and it will be probably getting done the next month or so, is a new state chair orientation guide. Because there's lots of things that may be missed. Something as simple as making sure that all of the new volunteer leads and new members and run for office inquiries, all these feeds are making sure they're going to the right person in the state and just doing these basic things. Making sure they know all the national resources, right? Contacting Kara Schultz about candidate support, and Larissa about communications, and Tara if they want fundraising help. So just really giving them a head start on becoming a chair. And I'm thinking this might be something that I also just have a county chair orientation guide as well, as it relates to some national resources. Kind of to that end, I also want to do some affiliate tracking on key metrics. Like I said, we're already kind of easily tracking contributions. So, it's really important that any new initiatives that we do don't be too, they're not too time intensive, because we're, affiliate support, we don't have, we have 2 staff members, 1.5 in terms of time. Obviously other staff helps with it in certain areas, but we can't just continue to expand in the same budget and same staff levels. So automation is the key. So we track the contributions. I want to start, though, fostering this tracking, and for me, obviously, I want to know. I know kind of generally what states are, what county affiliates are the most active, and they're starting up many county affiliates, state affiliates that are electing, candidates, and all these great things, and having great state conventions. Pennsylvania had almost 500 or so. So again, want to be a little more transparent on that, but also do it in a way that doesn't take much of my time. Also looking at doing a weekly affiliate support and strategy session. That's 1 hour, with the goal of having the states actually run it more than me. But I want to be there, but I also want it to be something that they are invested in, and that it's a cross collaboration tool where the states that are having great success are helping the states that are wanting to be more successful. Again, affiliate survey. So we want to do a survey to make sure that we're covering the top needs of states. There's many priorities that we lay out, and we have again a general idea between me, Ken, Tyler, other staff, our IT working group at National. But we do want to definitely get the full user feedback of states and counties, CRM and just affiliate support in general. I think that's generally all I need to cover here. Again, report has a lot of details. Any questions?
Mr. Lucchini.
Just one on the SMS. Is that something we have to request to get turned on, or is that already part of the CRM for us?
It's an extension that we have. So basically, you set up a Twilio account, and then we just integrate it. So process would start with you having a Twilio account and then sending me access, and then we do the integration, and which is not that hard. Doesn't take much time, and away we go.
Mr. Molman.
I'd actually like to add a little bit more to that, to clarify. There's unsolicited text blasting, and then there's contacting people who have opted into texting. And the CRM today is only for opting in, people who have opted in. And we've been collecting that data going forward. If you look at any of the contact forms, the sign-up forms, they say, how would you like to be contacted? And one of the options is SMS. There are other services that are available out there, and if anybody's interested in hearing about those, for unsolicited text blasts, but they come with their own caveats, they come with their own, they have to do a lot of extra work to make that comply. You'll see that reflected in the cost per text. So Twilio actually bans doing unsolicited texting, right? I think the cost per text is less than a penny a text. By contrast, if you go to a service that allows for unsolicited texting, they're going to charge you more in the neighborhood of 3 to 5 cents a text. That's because there's a whole lot more regulatory garbage that goes on behind unrestricted texting. So I just want to make sure it's clear that the CRM today, as we've built it, is not built to do, hey, I bought a voter list that had phone numbers, let's text them all. That is not what we do here. If you want to do that, there are services, and I'm more than happy to, and there's plenty of institutional knowledge around for that, but that's not what we do. I just want to make sure everybody understands solicited opt-in versus unsolicited. We do solicited opt-in on the CRM. We do not do unsolicited. That's all.
Just to be clear, I went down this rabbit hole. The regulations regarding unsolicited text messages has an explicit exemption for political organizations. The problem is that commercial providers don't want to deal with it. Right. So despite the fact that we don't have to obey that as a political organization, your provider is not going to care.
Right.
Sounds like a free market opportunity.
Now, there are a handful of providers that actually are already doing that. So I know the Jorgensen campaign used one. There's been continued conversations with that group. I've been included in some of those, and actually we're talking about trying to be able to send the unsolicited text through the one organization, take that positive feedback that comes back and says, yeah, that's awesome, sign me up, and pulling that into the CRM as an opt-in.
We'll note, I think I saw an article recently this week that it was at the CRM, there's Australian Greens, I think it was, have set it up to do, the unsolicited text, the one, having people send individual texts, right, not mass text. So just wanted to bring that up. That I'm pretty sure I saw that. Not something we're doing today, though. So.
Ms. Adams, was that a question for Mr. Burns?
Yeah, Andy, I know when we're talking about this potentially being on the horizon at some point in some form, what do you think is a reasonable time frame and budget to be able to accomplish that?
This question regarding to unsolicited SMS?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it was something I just recently saw out of the corner out of my eye, so I don't really have a really full answer on it, to be honest, but have to get back to you on it.
Thank you.
So if anybody has any questions about this unsolicited SMS, we do it. Please contact me directly, and I will tell you what our experience is, but we don't actually pay anything for it because it's integrated into one of our other phone apps, essentially. So we can send out 7,000 text messages in a matter of hours and not pay for it, or not pay extra for it.
We still have time in this, we don't have time left in this item, and I just kind of want to lay out how I expect agendas to work while I'm in this position. When I put an agenda out, I do specify the times, in minutes, for how long that item should be. And though I consider those hard times, any times of day associated with those frames are soft. However, time on this particular item, which is staff reports, has expired. We are not done, and we're about 40 minutes ahead of schedule anyway.
Motion.
So,
I'd like to move to extend staff reports for
Second.
All right, we've had a motion to extend time for staff reports for 30 minutes or less, and if they conclude sooner. It's been seconded. Any objection to extending time for that purpose? Hearing no objections, we are extended. Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, point of personal
Yes.
privilege, can we turn the air conditioning to a little bit warmer?
Yes, please.
I was in charge of that.
I think it's
shivering.
It's right above us. Is the issue.
This is normally where I would spring into action, but I'm up
That's
here,
where I got
so
it.
we've got a wonderful staff team who'll take a look at it. Thank you all for your engagement and questions. It's really appreciated. Any further questions for Mr. Burns? All right, thank you so much, Andy. I appreciate all the hard work that you and David do on the CRM and to support our affiliates in so many other ways. Kara, are you on the conference line?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you, Ms. Schultz. The floor is yours.
All right. Let me hop into another room. Okay, so my area divides up into two main areas, which is looking at campaigns for 2021 and 22, and then also for the regional trainings. So for the 2021 campaigns, I mean, the numbers are in my staff report, so I'm not going to belabor that. If you have any questions over that, just let me know. We are still inputting some information, especially from Pennsylvania, because they just, had hit their deadline for being on the ballot. So we're entering that information. We are getting ready to do our yearly candidate survey. Ever since I've been a contractor, we've sent out a candidate survey. We send it out 1 week before the election, not after. And then we track those results. And we're most interested in behaviors and how that affects election results, and also to look at what candidates say that they truly need, and then we can tailor our offerings to those needs. The other thing that we're getting ready for, and this ramps up sharply in October, is preparing for candidate aftercare. Big thing that we're doing right now is we're making sure that we have all the candidates' contact information, both phone, email, also physical address. And, we want to show our candidates appreciation. They are putting themselves out there. And running is not just physically taxing. It's incredibly emotionally taxing. And I don't care if you have a team around you or not. It's also very isolating. You feel that you're kind of standing out there on a street corner naked, screaming, and seeing if people swipe right or left on you. So we do need to show them appreciation. So our goal is always to call each candidate that is run within 48 hours of the general election close, and then also send them a handwritten card thanking them for their run. So we're preparing for that, and I will be, of course, I will be doing this. We will also have LP staff doing this, and we will also ask for LNC leadership to assist with this along with the candidate support committee so that we can accomplish this in a very timely factor. So I will be contacting many of you and asking you for assistance with this. Next up is the regional campaign staff and affiliate leadership training, whether that is state affiliate leadership or county affiliate leadership. We are at the halfway mark, folks. So we have 4 done. We have 4 left to go. I do hand out a class survey at the very beginning of each training, and I ask people to write notes as they go along so that we get better feedback and so that we can tailor the training so that each one is better than the last. We have made some tweaks based off of feedback, and it has made it a better training. I'm pretty excited about how it's been going so far. We had goals to have, 240 total attendees. We're halfway through, and, we've already had 189 attend, so we're pretty close to that. We wanted to get 140 total certifications when everything was said and done, and
we've already beat that. We have 150. We wanted to have at least 30 attendees at each region. That's not a problem. We're good to go on that. We wanted to have attendees from at least 30 different states, and we're doing really well on that. We've already had attendees from 27 different states so far, and so we're going to far surpass that. In the survey information that we have so far, and we have information that they, fill in the blank answer, but they also do a scoring, and it's a scoring on a 5-point system. And on the question of how likely are you to recommend this training to a friend, it's right now at a composite score of 4.76. Networking is slightly lower just because we're packing so much into this. There's not quite as much opportunity for networking as I would like. But we do try to push that in there. So that's at a 4.5, so still very acceptable. And then how beneficial do you feel that this information will be to your future in the party? As at 4.68. So again, a very, very high score on that. So I'm very pleased with how all of this is going. We have 4 of these trainings left. The most exciting thing to me is we're having attendees that attend one track, because there's 2 educational tracks that you can be certified in. They're attending one track in one region, and then they're deciding to pay to travel to another region because they want to get the other track. And if it was crappy training, people wouldn't be doing that. So I'm very happy with the results that we're seeing, the feedback that we're getting, and we're already hearing from affiliates of what they're putting into place, changes they're making in their affiliates, and also candidates and campaign teams of what they're changing and preparing so that they can do a better job. So this is pretty exciting to me. So I stand for questions.
Thank you, Kara. Speaking to Mr. Ford's question from earlier, I want to make sure you have a chance to speak to that. I think I heard some of it addressed in general terms, but specifically for our affiliates who have very robust political operations, who are where we like to see affiliates being. They've got political directors that are working closely with candidates. They're actively recruiting. Think the gold standard. What are the level of resources, support, engagement, interaction, candidate aftercare that they're receiving from National in those instances? What's National's role there?
Sure, okay. So we also do online training as well. And we try to keep those very informal. We keep those very topic focused. And then we archive those so that candidates and their campaign teams can refer back to those. I also interact quite a bit one-on-one with candidates and campaign teams in assisting them. We're in the period of time I affectionately call marriage counseling because campaign teams, we're already close to the general election, but the difficulty that they're facing is interpersonal issues within the campaign team just because of the sheer stress of running for office and trying to keep your team together. And how do you do that when you're under so much stress and yet November seems so far away? And so I'm assisting teams with kind of pulling back together and refocusing on their election. We have a lot of printed materials. We have archived articles, all kinds of information like that. I also work one-on-one with political directors, or if it's, their vice chair or chair or, whomever that is, on what their recruitment plan is. What we're looking at now is recruitment plans, and we have been working on this for 2022. We do that candidate aftercare. I mean, there's a lot that we do with candidates and campaign teams. And also, just to go back into this training that we're doing, the training that we're doing is not so much for candidates, this regional training. It's for campaign teams, because the number one thing that candidates ask us about, they don't ask for money. They're asking for trained staff. How do I find trained staff? And so this was the number one thing that I was asked about from the very beginning of when I took this position with LP National. And so this is what we're trying to address. Not only do you have trained campaign staff, but they are on the lp.org website. And so candidates now can look them up and see, okay, who at least has a baseline knowledge of the fundamentals of running a campaign. So this really is geared to help candidates, but to help them have trained staff, which is the number one ask that we get.
Thank you, Kara. I appreciate you expanding on that. Mr. Phillips.
Hi, Kara. First of all, thank you again for your outstanding work. In my personal opinion, the work you're doing, particularly this training, is one of the most successful and most important programs we're doing. Again, I'm getting amazing feedback on it. I don't really have a question other than what I would like to see come our budget meeting is an ask from you to expand this program and what it would take.
Oh man, now you just found the way to my heart. And I'm happy about this. The reason why we're doing this, both, fundamentals for affiliate leadership and fundamentals for campaign staff is we have to stop this boom and bust cycle. And we have to build institutional knowledge, not just where we store it, but also, human capital institutional knowledge. And, to build a building, you have to have like this firm foundation and not have a foundation built on sand where every couple of years it just gets knocked out from under us. So I'm hopeful that this is something that we do every off year. This is something we do in the off year. And then at the LNC convention, we have classes, so the fundamentals class is wide but shallow, right? And the classes that we'll have at the LP National Convention will be far deeper and narrower. And so then we're constantly in this cycle of building this institutional knowledge and investing in our people, right? Because what we don't want is we don't want one Kara. We want 51 Karas at a minimum. And then in the next few years, we want 500 Karas. And same with Michelle, and same with Larissa, and same with Tyler, and same with Tara, and and Apollo, and all of that. We have to force multiply. We have to.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen.
I had one follow-up, which is that I'm well aware that you are dedicating far more hours than we pay you for. So please take care of yourself. You're a valuable asset.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I will say staff has been putting in some ungodly, horrific hours. And in order to carry these trainings off and to do everything else that we do, the hours that staff is putting in has been absolutely unreal. It's not sustainable. We can do it for a while. Then we'll get past some of these projects and we can take a little bit of break. But by taking a little bit of a break, by that I mean we probably work 50 to 60 hours a week. So that's the reality of what we're doing. We are extremely committed and we have a great staff. And it's amazing how we can rely upon one another. We have a really, really good team. I've worked in corporate environments. I've worked in nonprofit environments. I've worked in a lot of environments. This is one of the best teams I've ever worked with.
I can absolutely echo that and thank everyone for their dedication. And I know we'll all be excited when we get an opportunity to travel a little less and step back and get back to some normalcy. I do expound on that a little bit more in the written report that I submitted as well. Rich?
Kara, this is Rich from Region 8. Have you given any thought, and I concur with Mr. Phillips, about expanding the program and possibly if it involves some budget issues, we can work on that. Have you given any, I've gotten a lot of feedback from people about an online version of this program. In Region 8, the issue came up that it's a geographic oddity that the cheapest place we could find to hold the training was unfortunately the southernmost portion of the region, thereby, creating some problems for people for traveling. So, have you given any thought to, after these regions are done, whether there will be some sort of virtual training for these classes?
Okay, so there's different delivery mechanisms work better for different types of training. For this particular type of training that we're doing, especially since it's fundamentals and it needs to be, you need to have a higher degree of interaction and ability to ask questions and face-to-face engagement. For this type of training, it does not lend itself well to online training. This doesn't mean that we won't have online components. Online components work better when you're in a smaller, more specialized area. And that is something that, in my dreams, we start to incorporate that third layer, which is an online module system, which has those, smaller, much more highly specialized classes. The thing about the regional training is when we come around and do this again in the next odd year, we're going to do it in a very similar method, which is each state chair for the region will be invited to an online meeting. And then that region is going to decide again, where is it held and when will it be held? And this way, we can have different states hosting within their region. So it will move around a little bit. We had a little bit of an oddity in Region 6. Region 6 was our test region in 2019, and it was held in Des Moines. Region 6 met, and we were like, yeah, we're going to do Des Moines again. And it may be that within your region, it moves around from state to state, or it may be that a particular hosting area works so well within the region that you keep it. But we're leaving these decisions to the regions and the state chairs themselves. This is not something that we want to impose from above. We're trying to, live our ethics by having it be grassroots.
Thank you, Kara.
Follow up on that.
We are running short on time,
okay.
But if it's a quick follow-up, sure.
Well, I won't waste time. This is specific to Region 8, so after the meeting, Kara, I'd like to talk to you about, I'm hearing that Region 8's training is already full and on a waiting list, and I believe we have some options to expand the amount of people in Atlantic City. So I want to talk to you about that, but I won't take up the time here.
Thank you.
Happily, Region 8 has expanded, so everyone that was on a waiting list is now registered.
Oh, that's news to me.
Well, there we go.
Thank
Problem
you.
easily
Well, happy
solved.
news. There you go.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Kara. I wanted to make sure we have plenty of time for Apollo, so I appreciate you letting me rush through the end of it there. Paulo Pizzell has a lot of exciting work that's going on that I'm sure he'll be happy to tell you about. Apollo, are you with us?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
All right, can hear you loud and clear. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you everybody on the LNC. Number one, we, as I presented to you at the last meeting, we were doing a testing ground for initiative-based campaigning to increase our data effort, our data collection effort, as well as trying to advance libertarian policies. So we tested it in a statewide initiative in Wyoming that Michelle has been assisting me with. This is the first time, according to Marijuana Policy Project, who is working with us on this, as well as Normal and a number of other locations. This was a speed record for certification. If there's one thing the Libertarian Party does well, it's collecting signatures. And we broke the record for turning in the certification. Since then, which has only been a few weeks, we have been the dominant dominated the news cycles for 4 of the last 4 weeks. registration growth has been 400% since the announcement, 400% increase since the announcement of these initiatives. That's on top of a 700% increase since the election of Marshall Burt. And we are opening doors to a number of new donor opportunities and activist opportunities. So much so that Michelle is helping me field volunteer calls, and she's constantly telling me how it's nearly overwhelming and how much interest there is, not just there but nationwide. So, with that success, we decided to rapidly expand to other states so that it appears like something that we can accomplish, especially with strong party affiliates in each state. So we are expanding to other states and other areas. Particularly, we are looking to expand to a number of municipal initiatives that are friendly to us. A psilocybin legalization or decriminalization initiative in Lincoln, Nebraska, a Second Amendment protection initiative, and ballot integrity initiatives we're calling them ballot integrity intentionally. I imagine you probably can figure out why. But really what it is us trying to make it easier for libertarians to get on the ballot, and for when they're on the ballot for them to be treated more fairly. Number two, we do have door knocking teams in the field. We are closing in on, we'll have 12,000 doors knocked by the end of the day today. We have a 65% unique contact point. We are knocking for candidates prior to going in for initiatives. I can't read my notes on this next portion, so I apologize. We are increasing our micro-targeting more than we ever have, and I'm teaching people actively who are libertarians. We did not recruit canvassers who are outside of the Libertarian Party. These are all in-party canvassers who have track records of being with the party for a while, so that it's likely that they will stay with the party once they are finished with us. And they are learning how to micro-target, how to build coalitions, how to identify super voters, all of those things in a more in-depth and direct way than we have in the past. Number three, I've been working directly with 6 states. I can't do much more than that. That's pretty much is my tipping point at that point. But I'm working directly with 6 state legislatures on redistricting. As many of you are already aware, redistricting is happening across the country from the state level all the way down to the municipal level. And we are working very hard to be actually in the room on those discussions. We have been successful. I'm not going to be, unless done in an executive session, I'm not going to say too publicly which states and what we're doing to work on them, but I will say that in one of these particular states, they go into September 1st with 2 plans that they are working off of after months of discussions and meetings. And the 2 plans of this particular state are going off of, one is called the Libertarian plan and one is called the Republican plan. So we are having an active role in the redistricting of a number of states, and something that I would like to see us do significantly more, so that in the next 10 years, at the next census, we are a major player at the table during those redistricting talks. Number 4, aside from the national trainings that I've participated in and will continue to participate in, I'm also doing extensive weekly trainings when I can. There has been we were knocked off schedule when the initiative was going through, but otherwise we've been doing weekly calls with Alaska. I've done extensive in-person trainings in Nebraska, Utah, Montana, and a number of other locations. 5, individual candidate work, aside from the candidates that I'm working on this year to try to advance. The candidates we're working this year were elected by the Frontier Project to lower offices, and we're now trying to get them elected to higher offices in this next cycle. City council to mayor, county commissioner to county mayor, things like that. Some states where I work directly with individual candidates: Texas, Utah, Montana, Washington, South Dakota. Texas special election, I've only had 1 call with them, so I shouldn't say I'm working with them too much. I just gave them advice. But that is my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Apollo. Mr. Molman?
Hey, Apollo. I have a candidate in Kentucky that's already gearing up for 2022 elections, which I applaud, by the way, that he's getting an earlier start. But he has specifically asked if we are able to, if he's able to get into eCanvasser yet for next year, or what's the status of eCanvasser for 2022?
Yes, he is able to secure his account through National with eCanvasser. He just has to contact staffers at National. Frankly, it's still Tyler that manages that directly, so I suppose Tyler would be the person to talk to about getting an account.
Perfect. I will have him contact you then. Thank you.
Yep, sounds good. I'm happy to help.
Thank you.
Apollo, Pat Ford. First of all, congratulations on coalition building. Coalitions are a critical part of practical politics. I've found that libertarian participation in coalitions often amplify and bring to us people who may have never even heard the libertarian message. So that's wonderful to hear. My question though, with regard to the Marijuana Policy Project in particular, whom I've worked with, what kind of, by our participation, what kind of impact are we, if you will, on moving the curve in favor of a more free market approach to legalization and or decriminalization, as opposed to, typically MPP is very big on tax and regulation. Is that an aspect that we're starting to engage with?
Absolutely. So unfortunately, initiatives in most states are actually shockingly restrictive. Single issue rules, incrementalism, having to cooperate with multiple different sponsors, and that was no different with these. Our initial effort was going to be just a total decriminalization, wipe it from the code entirely kind of language. But when you're dealing with partnerships with people like the Marijuana Policy Project or NORML, you do have, they come in and they operate more as a moderating force, which I understand they have more experience than we do in these situations. But in the drafting process, where we were all part of it, things like licensing fees, the Libertarian Party insisted that there be no licensing fees and no limit on licenses, making Wyoming the first initiative that actually has that moving forward. Unfortunately, the Attorney General's office came back and complained that it was actually against the law for us not to put a price on the licenses. They said it was unconstitutional, and they were going to challenge our initiative based on that. So we made them the lowest in the country at very least, and that was also the doing of the Libertarian Party. But yes, we definitely operate as I hesitate to use it, but I'm going to use the term. We operate as a radicalizing force in these efforts. We take everyone's dreams and we hold on to them and we make them live up to their dreams, whereas if they work alone with lobbyists, they tend to give up a lot of it. So yes, we're operating as they love working with us because we're willing to take on the fight that their organization is not willing to do, and we have a little bit more protection in doing that as a political party.
That's outstanding. Congratulations. And quick question, was expungement part of that conversation?
Our initial decriminalization bill was just complete. Everybody who is in jail is released. Everyone who has it on their record is expunged. No fines, no jail time. I mean, it was just a total wipe, and we were challenged on that as well. So it's as far down as we possibly could go, but expungement would have challenged they were able to get us on the single issue rule by including expungement.
Well, congratulations. You're keeping people out of cages for something that's not a crime, so congratulations.
Ms. Harless, is that a question?
Yes, well, an interaction with Apollo.
All right. Yep.
Mr. Pizzell, not referring to the term like within the way we would in the party, but I certainly wouldn't shy away from the fact calling yourself a radicalizing force, because to the outside world, everyone in this party is a radical, to the outside world, not using that as an internal politics thing. And I think that's kind of our role, isn't it, to push the envelope. So I'd embrace that.
I agree with you, and I was speaking about internal politics when I said the radicalization.
Yeah.
I have no problem being called a radical independently because I am clearly a radical.
We all are to the outside world.
And that seems like a fantastic note to conclude staff reporting on. I've been given the high sign from Mr. Longstreth. I just want to thank this committee for the level of engagement with staff today. Everybody works very, very hard. We take our reporting commitment to this body very, very seriously. I would refer you all to our written report as well for additional detail on a lot of these topic areas. I'm available to everybody through the weekend if you have any further questions that you want to pull me aside for. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, orders of the day have us going to lunch in about 10 minutes. So,
Motion.
yes, Mr. Longstreth.
Move to break for lunch and reconvene at 12:45 for the council report.
Second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to break for lunch at this time and return at 12:45 as previously scheduled to start the rest of the afternoon with the council's report. Any objections to that motion?
I mean, it's not an objection. Can we do one instead? Would you be amenable to just make it straight one? Just for a little extra time, just in case folks want to go a little bit farther away.
We're libertarians.
My concern on that is the agenda. I don't know what Mr. Hall has been told as far as.
Mr. Hall is prepared for 12:45.
Okay, that's fine then.
Yep, let's do it.
Okay, hearing no objections to that motion, we are recessed for lunch. It's 12. 5. The next, do we have everybody?
We do not, Madam Chair. Missing the secretary.
And the
Oh, thank God I'm not late for something.
Treasurer's over here.
Does this make up for me being late?
Somebody made them.
No, it was $85.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, wow.
Just wanna let it be known, I said it's
That's all right. Let's go.
No, I think it's just Karen Ann, right?
Yeah. So,
Oh,
the-
and Epke as well.
It doesn't matter.
But
We have
we have quorum, yeah, that's the important part.
and
Who's
we're
gonna take notes?
We're recording this,
No.
right?
Madam Chair.
We're all right.
Take them.
This is being recorded, right?
as far as I know.
It's being recorded.
So,
So YouTube feedback back? Thanks.
perfect.
All right, so orders of the day have us with council's report. Mr. Hall, are you with us?
It's like seance.
Mr. Hall is not on the conference line yet, though he does have it.
Madam Chair, perhaps we could stand at ease until Mr. Hall is with us.
That is fine, yes, thank you.
Abstain,
Committee, region report.
You're a libertarian.
I mean, do we want, well,
He
if we can't.
confirmed with me that he would be available.
Yeah, but I'm not
Okay.
authoritarian.
I was gonna say, if he's not,
You may just-
hopefully we can reach your report.
At this point.
That'd be great. That'll help us get everything set up at open forum.
Oh, yeah?
We gotta pick up at the, the last 15, I'm worried that, they're gonna screw us on substitutions. Which means I'll have to drive it because of one.
They better not.
I might have to.
Right. No, I'm saying they better not.
Mr.
mess-
Harris, do you need
better not
me to
screw
do
us.
anything to get?
I believe that may be Mr. Hall now.
Mr. Hall, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Hi.
Hi, thank you for being here this afternoon. I just want to let you know that you are here with the LNC in open session. And
Great, thank you.
Whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to provide an update on the work I've been doing. I hope everybody received the report that I submitted. I think the report, as usual, largely speaks for itself. As you can see, a lot of what I've been doing is kind of the usual contract review and approval. We did have to send some demand letters regarding interference with petitioning in Alabama, and that remains an ongoing issue that we're trying to address proactively and looking at whether it's going to require further action on the litigation front, but we are not necessarily preparing any litigation on that front as of now, but it's certainly something that we're monitoring and trying to deal with in a way that we're not going to have to constantly have petitioners getting removed from public places where they are entitled to be petitioning. I've also been working on an ongoing issue with an entity in Virginia that is or was using intellectual property of the LNC, including the logo and various text from the LNC website, the lp.org website, and elsewhere, and holding itself out as an authorized affiliate of the Libertarian Party when it's neither recognized by the Virginia State Party nor the National Party. So we did send a cease and desist letter, which was followed by that entity altering much of its content on its website. It still is calling itself the Tidewater Libertarian Party, but it's no longer using the Libertarian Party's intellectual property, at least as far as I know at this point. So again, a situation that we are monitoring closely. Also, this last period, obviously, I've been dealing with several internal LNC matters, which are also reflected in the report. And then finally, I wanted to mention one case that has been ongoing in Texas, Miller v. Doe, which I filed through the nonprofit Center for Competitive Democracy in partnership with my co-counsel, the law firm Sherman and Sterling. And the Libertarian Party of Texas is a plaintiff, along with 2 other minor parties in Texas and several individuals. And that lawsuit is a comprehensive challenge to Texas's ballot access laws, both for independent candidates and for minor parties. One of the main bases for the complaint is simply the cost of complying with Texas's ballot access laws. We submitted evidence that in 2022, a statewide petition drive is going to cost $1 million or more for an independent candidate or a party that is not ballot qualified. And we're arguing, of course, that that's an unconstitutional burden on First Amendment rights, not to mention an equal protection violation, since the Republicans and Democrats get on the ballot automatically by means of taxpayer-funded primaries. And that case has been pending for a couple of years now. It was continued several times due to the COVID pandemic, which prevented us from taking discovery and getting the evidence that we need to get to support that case. But it is, I think, an unusual, if not unique, ballot access case in that we did not file it with the intent to try to get emergency relief to get a party on the ballot. The Libertarians are already ballot qualified in Texas, and so is the Green Party. But instead, we took the opportunity to develop about 50 years worth of evidence demonstrating that the cost of complying with Texas's statutory scheme has just gone up and up and up in recent decades. As many may know, in 2004, when the Libertarians last did a petition drive in Texas, it cost $140,000, and the prices just really skyrocketed since then. And that's largely due to the fact that the signature requirement keeps going up. It's based on 1% of the last vote for governor, but the time period for collecting the signatures remains fixed. So in as recently as 10 or 20 years ago, the signature requirement was only about 40,000 signatures, which is bad enough. But today it's over 80,000 signatures, and you still have the same amount of time to collect the signatures. So it's just creating a massive time crunch, which results in a massive increase in the cost of doing a petition drive. And so again, we've assembled about 50 years worth of evidence demonstrating that in recent decades, there's really been no way to get on the ballot in Texas except by hiring paid petitioners. And the cost of doing so has just increased exponentially, so that it's going to be over $1 million in 2022. So we just filed our motion for summary judgment in that case on August 31st. And we now have a few weeks to file an opposition to the other side's motion for summary judgment, and then we will file replies. After that, I would expect that the court will schedule oral argument sometime probably in the late fall or winter, I hope, of this year, after which the case will be ready for decision. So that case has been a long time in developing, and I'm looking forward to litigating it, and hopefully it will lead to a major improvement in Texas's statutory scheme, because if not, fortunately the Libertarian Party is qualified there, but if it ever loses ballot qualification, it's going to be a major obstacle to regaining status there. Just wanted to say also that our chair, Ms. Billieu, was the one of the lead witnesses in that case, and she was kind enough to sit for a deposition, which I don't think she enjoyed too much, but was an excellent witness and provided really great supporting evidence for that case. That's everything I wanted to update the committee about, but I am available to answer any questions if you have them.
Mr. Hall, there is someone on the ballot access team who has a question for you, but we think that the response may be more appropriate for not an open session, so I think we're just going to submit that question to you privately if that's okay.
Okay, that's fine. I'm available.
Okay. Yeah, we'll follow up with you on that question specifically.
Okay.
Anyone else? I don't see any hands raised for questions, Oliver, so thank you for being here.
Okay, thanks very much.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So that concludes council's report. The next item of business is region reports. And I have in the agenda, as it seemed like people started moving toward this pattern of only reporting here things that weren't in your report or things that happened since the last report you gave, and maybe using that time for questions. So with that, Region 1.
I submitted the report, I think earlier this last week. I have not gotten any additional information from any of the chairs. I'm just going in writing, I should say. But I'm just going to go sort of review what I do have. So Washington is firing on all cylinders. Has a lot of work that's going on, a lot of outreach, a lot more volunteers. Oregon is in a similar situation. They're consolidating from their first convention in many years, where they've been able to actually change their own bylaws. So there's a certain amount of sorting out that's going on there. Montana is spinning up county affiliates, which is critical for their. They have a very strange system of county affiliates have to exist in order to have caucus members to the state party. I've never heard of anything like this, but hey, it seems to be working. Wyoming is doing their own thing, and Colorado is had some leadership changes, and they're getting things consolidated and moving forward. I don't have much information from Kansas. They're sort of again in flux. They had another unplanned leadership change. Arizona is also very active and is reaching out to me for some help with bulk mailing. Washington as well. And I'm going to pitch this to everybody. I figured out the U.S. mail. It's a Soviet-style system. It will make you want to do violence to yourself, if not them. But I have figured it out to the point that I believe that I will be able to do 100% individualized postcards or mailings where everything can be triggered off of demographic data for that address. So unique images, unique text, and you get the lowest possible rate, and you don't have to use bulk mail system. We do it ourselves. We've saved a significant amount of money doing this. Anyway, so I'm going to be training some of our state chairs in this, and once I get to a certain point that I'm going to capture this all electronically. It'll be a PowerPoint with video. Hopefully I can get some help from National to edit that video to something that's watchable, and then hopefully promulgate that out. STJ.
If you train me, I will do all of that work for you.
Oh,
that's what I was raising my hand for too.
You do have to drink heavily during this process. The mail system is insane.
And also, I can assist with video editing.
Okay. Right now, I want to do the first training, get it all wrong, figure out what I did wrong, and do it right the second time. Anyway, so states are making themselves are going to be investigating that. We're also trying to share some knowledge in other areas. One thing that I found out that I would like to just everybody to listen to is one of our states is not incorporated. I just found this out. So in order to do the U.S. mail stuff, you have to be a incorporated nonprofit entity before the U.S. mail will recognize you as a nonprofit, which is critical to get the lowest rate. If you're not incorporated, however, I will relate to people later in more detail the horror story of what happened in New Mexico, which is they weren't incorporated, they got sued by a disgruntled person, and they ended up individually, personally paying $50,000 as a result of this lawsuit. Please incorporate your state as an incorporated nonprofit entity to protect yourself. So I think that's all I have, unless anybody has any questions in Region 1.
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Lucchini. Region 2.
Region 2, a couple things to note. Georgia did receive an official court order dropping the petitioning requirements for U.S. House from 5% to 1%, which is roughly between around from 20,000 to around 4,000. And we did actually receive it yesterday. It's finalized, so that did go through the courts. It's been something they've been fighting for a very long time. Georgia has pretty horrendous ballot access laws geared against third parties that no one's ever met the requirement for decades, so we're finally starting to turn that around.
Let's hear it for Georgia.
And shout out to Ryan Graham and everything he's been able to do in Georgia. They also hired a part-time executive director, which they're hoping to use for more fundraising and general party administration. And their convention is going to be January 15th through the 16th in Douglasville, Georgia. Tennessee is going to have their convention March 18th through 20th in Manchester, Tennessee. They also participated in the 75th anniversary Battle of Athens Festival, which was touted as a great success. And they have a slate of candidates that they're working on, and including in Region 1 in the Whiskey region, they're making an alliance with Alabama to form an affiliate along that area. Florida, our 2022 convention will be in February, locations to be determined at this time. We did hire a part-time fundraising director, and shout out to Tara DeSisto for being a big help and helping us with that, getting our fundraising team going, training and everything else, which we really appreciate. And also Jim Turney has been reelected a third term to the Altamonte Springs County Council. And Jim's fantastic. He's also our candidate support specialist. So his opponent dropped out unexpectedly, which means he's smart. So he didn't have to. And then lastly, our main objectives are, essentially getting our candidates ready for the midterms, which is our bread and butter. So hopefully we can bring a slate of new Libertarian elected candidates for next year. And that concludes my report. Any questions?
Questions for Mr. Nicola?
Okay.
I missed the number. It was 5,000 to 1,000. Was that for? What was
it
the?
Is,
5% to 1%.
For 5% to 1%.
20,000 signatures required to about 4,000.
That's the U.S. congressional race?
For U.S. Was it U.S. House? I think it is U.S. House.
I'm just trying to. I think it is.
Yeah, for U.S. House.
Okay.
Yep.
No, that actually makes it doable. The tough part of those is that not only is it a large number, but the gerrymandering means that you basically have to go door to door.
And it's not statewide. I'm pretty sure it's in the district only, so it's very difficult.
Yeah.
And if you're old party, I think it's like 25 signatures. So.
Of course.
All right, Region 3.
All right. So you all received my report earlier this week. First of all, I want to say welcome to Region 3. Obviously, we're in Region 3 right now. We are very pleased that you chose us as the site for this meeting. And I really don't have, what's that?
Finally.
Right, finally, that's right. You guys got to come back soon. The only thing that I'll say that's already in the report, tonight there is an event at LPKY headquarters. It's $10 a person, hot dogs, hamburgers, beverages, good times to be had by all, chips.
That's about a 15-minute walk from here, right?
Maybe
it's 4
less.
blocks.
Yeah, maybe less. Yeah, 4 blocks. So it's very close. Definitely walking distance. And then the rest of my report stands for itself. Sorry.
I'm reading the screen and laughing because Dustin doesn't see what's been done to him.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Mr. Nana, with regard to the event tonight, it is casual.
It is very casual.
And I know that they were doing reservations and that there was some, it supposedly was closing on the 28th and then it got extended to yesterday. Do we know if there's still an opportunity for people to attend?
According to the chair, there's an opportunity to attend still.
Okay.
We wanted the deadlines to approximate the food we needed.
Got it. Okay.
It wouldn't let me do it on the site.
Odd.
Dustin, is it indoor or outdoor?
Mostly outdoor, right?
Okay.
Right, Ken?
When did you try?
Thursday?
Try again.
Outdoor?
I thought I would just pay here.
It's mostly outdoor.
What's that?
I thought I would just pay there.
There's an office that you can go in and tour, but.
That makes it difficult, but okay, that's fine. So as the person that helped plan that event, it is totally casual. Come as you are. Come clothed. That's more about the law in Kentucky than us. But and then it's burgers, dogs, chips, lemonade, water. It's a cookout, right? It's just a fun thing. If you're thinking about coming, I would highly recommend, please, go to lpky.org/event and sign up and pay now, because we are working on getting any sort of last-minute food stuff. There's people running around doing that right now, which I can then instruct them to go get more if we need to. So, but there will come a point where to get more food means it's an hour trip to the store, which means that you're not going to get food. So please sign up.
Yes, signing up even now ahead of time.
Now would be nice.
Now would be the best.
Yesterday was better. Yesterday was better than that.
But yesterday doesn't exist
now is better than later. And it will never be a better time than right now.
Except for when it was before.
Right, but it will never, going forward, it will never be a better time.
All right, is that it for Region 3?
That's all I got.
All right, Region 4.
Yeah, Region 4 will stand on the report that they submitted, which was none. I'll give you guys a couple quick updates. In the recall election that is occurring, that happens a week from Tuesday at the 14th of September. Trying to recall our governor in California, in case you guys haven't heard about that. There's a small guy named Jeff Hewitt who was running for that position on the Libertarian ticket. And so far, the ballots have been able to be returned a whole month ahead of time. And 5 million ballots have been returned as of yesterday. And half of those have been Democrat, a quarter of them have been Republican, and the rest of the quarter has been everything else, including no party preference in California, which is a very large group of people. 35,000 Libertarians have returned their ballots. That is under the percentage of what we represent in the state, and that is typical for the early returns for Libertarians. We usually wait much closer to the election to vote. We have no clue how many votes are going to come in on this election. It will be somewhere between 9 million and 17 million votes based off of our estimates, and that is a very large range of votes. So right now we probably have somewhere between half and a quarter or half and a third of the votes in. So this is going to be exciting news. We will definitely send you guys all sorts of updates when we know what's going on next week, or a week from Tuesday. Yes.
So I've been following in the news, but I'm not on the ground there. What do you think the chances are that he actually gets recalled?
It is really close to 50-50 right now.
That's what I keep saying.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I think he will get recalled.
Okay.
And I have my guesses as to who will be his replacement.
Okay.
It probably will not be Jeff. He's polling pretty low right now. Mimi, our state chair, put forward a op-ed that got a lot of press talking about the recall and got a lot of people to come to our website. So that was some really good news that we have there based on the recall. And last but not least, we had a regional training recently, and I would be remiss if I didn't point out that Tim Hagan attended our training after attending the training in Region 1 as well, which makes him one of the few people who is doubly certified in the training. So
Who's the other person that's doubly certified?
Oh, well, since you asked, I am also doubly certified. Yeah, so if you guys have any questions, let me know.
Anything further for Region 4? All right, Region 5?
We submitted a written report.
Okay. Region 5 has nothing further to offer. Any questions for Ms. Hogarth in Region 5? No? All right, Region 6.
I also submitted a written report, closed on time for once. The Iowa is, if you noticed, Iowa's not included in the report. That was due to some health difficulties with their state chair that had since been resolved. But I didn't want to bug him to get it in a report. They do have a lawsuit ongoing there, and their treasurer recently resigned. they're handling all that. It's all, that's all being handled. Other than that, in my report, you may notice that Missouri deserves some praise. They've increased their dues-paying membership by 50% over the summer. Other than that, if you have any questions?
All right, for Region 7.
Region 7 submitted a written report. Hopefully everyone read it. If you didn't, I'm going to anticipate if you specifically are not going to be asking any questions.
Any questions for Region 7? All right, Region 8.
Region 8 submitted a report on the 28th. A couple of changes since then. We just found out today that the Region 8 training is going to be in Atlantic City on the 9th and 10th of October. Now has, what did you say, Richard, 26 available spots?
According to the report that was, submitted from staff, yes,
Right.
26
Yeah,
spots.
so 26 spots available, so we're back up and running. They did fill all the waiting list, and we have 26 additional. So we have a couple of ballot access issues that I mentioned in the report, New York and Maine. Mr. Thrasher, I think we're going to discuss them during the ballot access.
Yes, indeed.
So I'll withhold anything from that. Dan Rial, the chairman of Connecticut, wanted to report that they've had a lot of success with a program called UnmaskOurKidsCT.com, started by some of the Connecticut Libertarians, and they actually raised, just on that issue alone, $26,000 in 2 months, in the months of July and August. So congratulations to them. We're looking forward to seeing everybody in Boston, Region 8, in the first weekend in December, the 4th and 5th. This was my first submitted report as I became the rep on June 17th. And Mr. Pat Ford was elected the alternate on August 2nd for Region 8. So I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Mr. Ford.
Thanks, Rich. It's great to be back here, and it's a wonderful organization. If I can amplify a couple points. First of all, Dan in Connecticut has done an astonishing job of building coalitions. We spoke earlier with Apollo about building coalitions, and again, he's managed to introduce really radical libertarianism into a movement that had been dominated largely by cultural conservatives. So I give him a lot of credit because there's been a lot of time, he and his vice chair in particular, have spent in the field in that. The libertarian movement is back alive in if you will, one of the cradles of American liberty, and that's in Boston. And a gentleman by the name of Jeremy Chandler has started to reinvigorate and actually have events in Greater Boston. And if anyone has spent time in Boston, they understand the challenges inherent in that, in one of the bluest states of America. To his credit, he and on a separate occasions, I have reached out to the Massachusetts anti-war movement. And there is a vitally strong anti-war movement out in America. I introduced them to a gentleman by the name of Scott Horton, who we may be aware of, and they were astonished at the institutional knowledge, the ferocity, the passion that libertarians have against war. And I think the lesson that I learned from that is that despite we obviously have some vastly different opinions on other issues, there's great commonality there. And I would encourage everyone to reach out, because again, that coalition has given me more face time in front of peace advocates than they've gotten in front of us. And it's changed a lot of hearts and minds even in the 6 months or so that we've engaged with them. So if I could point that out. And then of course New York is having a couple of great events in November and September, both in Syracuse and New Rochelle with Larry Sharp, and also a weekend in November 4th and 5th dedicated to Liberty. If folks can find their way up to Syracuse somehow during that time, they do great stuff in New York, and they've run some great events. Thank you.
And can I just conclude with congratulations? I look forward to working with you, Pat.
Any questions?
Yeah, that's true, I did.
All right, no further questions for Region 8. That concludes our region reports. And takes us to the next order of business today, which is committee reports. And we will start with our standing committees and APRC. I was chair of APRC. I guess I'm not anymore. I still am active in the PRC. I think at this point I have veto power in there. Sometimes I do still vote because we are actually short a person in there, which I think we're going to get to tomorrow. So anyway, all of our conversations and communications are confidential. Therefore, I have nothing to report. Yes, ma'am.
There was one item, I don't know if it was officially disapproved, but it ended up not being published, and I thought we were supposed to I'm very unclear on what we're supposed to report.
That is
But there
the
was
thing with
that
APRC.
one red card that didn't get approved.
Right, give me a minute to do that.
It was withdrawn.
Is that, yeah, I'm very confused on that. It was withdrawn after objection, though.
Yeah, I guess it technically doesn't matter.
Okay.
But it is strange to me too, how it all works.
Perhaps we need to look at that policy manual provisions.
Okay. Yes, we'll get a new person added to that committee, and hopefully they will do that. All right. Which one is next? Affiliate support.
Yes, thank you. I submitted a report, but I wanted to welcome Mr. Wilford, not only to the LNC, but to the Affiliate Support Committee, and Mr. Ford, who was already on the Affiliate Support Committee, but welcome back to the LNC. And not included in my report, I'm not sure if anybody watches LPTV, but Mr. Ford has added a new Monday show called Spotlight, Affiliate Spotlight, and that's been pretty successful, and he's been having new state chairs on and any affiliate that's doing good work, and also shout out to his production manager, John Gabso, because he works a full-time job and then hangs out with Pat all night, so that's not in my report. And just a little highlight, Affiliate Support had 127 gifts with an average gift of $133. And because of the great fundraising, we were able to give 12 additional affiliate scholarships outside of our original goal. So that is. And that's it. I'll take any questions. Yes, Ms. Harlow.
I just have a comment. I mean, I haven't been around a lot of affiliate support committees, but this is the best one I've ever seen. My limited experience, but by leaps and bounds, I believe.
Thank you.
One point, if I could, and thank you for bringing up Mr. Gabso. If I could just raise for a claim. This gentleman, John Gabso, he's a professional radio engineer who volunteers every Monday, every Friday night, gives up his nights after working a full and rewarding day for the Amazon Corporation, and jets down to wherever he's coming from and invests hours. And when he works on the shows, he's the one that puts up graphs in real time. He does research on the candidates, so he's got fun articles that he brings up, and district maps and everything else. And when you see that, and it's kind of a no glory kind of job, but every week he's there filling in, doing everything he can to amplify candidates' efforts. So I would just ask everyone if you virtually give him a round of applause, because that type of dedication has been outstanding.
All right. Any other questions for affiliate support? All right. Moving on. Ballot access is next.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just a point of well, I'm not asking. For your information, the report was just sent and uploaded into OneNote.
Okay. Thank you. That was the ballot access report, or the? Do you want to hear?
First of all, just apologies to the committee. The full report did just get uploaded, so I just wanted to go over a couple of highlights and let you guys digest that if you want to overnight. I'll be around, of course, tomorrow if there's any additional questions that come up from this report. Just highlighting a couple of situations right now. The current number of states with ballot access is for the Libertarian Party is 30, plus the District of Columbia. We do have, of course, plans for acquiring ballot access in the remaining states. There are a couple of ongoing petition drives. The Alabama drive continues. There's a report, within the report it has the details of how that progresses. It is on schedule, still quite a climb to get the needed signatures there, but it is on schedule. Did want to mention that the Arkansas Libertarian Party is now on the ballot in Arkansas. They did successfully complete their petition drive earlier this year. There is ongoing litigation in several states, Maine in particular, as Mr. Bowen mentioned. There is an ongoing lawsuit. I did ask for everyone to refer to Mr. Hall's special counsel report to get the details on the ongoing litigation. There is also a situation that has developed in Maine where we have a state legislator who is Libertarian and is running for re-election, and the way Maine's ballot access, or the way Maine's campaign finance works, he is actually not allowed to fundraise in the primary. And there is a limit to the individual contributions made to a candidate, and that limit counts for both the primary and the general election. And he is unfortunately not able to take advantage of the primary part of this the election season. So we are looking into ways to perhaps add that to the ongoing litigation. But as it stands right now, that's just unfortunately a problem without a great solution. On a similar note, I would like to draw your attention to the situation in New York. There is an egregious law that is passed there that has basically it is the minimum number of signatures for an independent nominating petition, which is the way that we acquire ballot access for Libertarian Party for statewide offices, including governor and presidential elections. That the required signatures has been tripled from 15,000 to 45,000. New York also has a couple of archaic laws that actually make it illegal for out-of-state circulators to petition within New York. The workaround on that has been to hire observers, so you pair a petitioner with an observer who's in state, who serves as the signer of the affidavit. As you can imagine, this adds cumbersome scheduling, not to mention financial, lots more dough needs to be spent there. The good news is, so there was actually, our own Bill Redpath was actually involved in a lawsuit challenging the out-of-state circulator process. That lawsuit was actually thrown out for being moot because of the COVID, the way the COVID restrictions changed the law in the law for ballot access in New York. That chances are that if a case actually goes forward about the out-of-state circulators, there is extensive precedent for that being ruled unconstitutional. So should we have someone who, shall we say, gets arrested for or gets cited for petitioning out of state next time around, chances are we'll be able to overturn that part. The other issue is that validity rates in New York are traditionally low. So we are looking at the potential of having to get about 100,000 signatures, and the bottom line on this is that any petition drive in New York State could cost anywhere from $250,000 to even $500,000. And of course, because not only did the law change the requirements, it also changed the requirements for retention. Changed that from 50,000 votes to 130,000 votes, or 2% of the votes cast, whichever is higher. So not only did we have this petitioning challenge, but also the ballot access that was previously acquired by the Larry Sharp run in 2018 no longer stands. So we do not have ballot access in New York. So the unfortunate situation is we are looking at that expenditure of up to $500,000 for not only 2022, but possibly 2024 because of the retention requirements that have been raised. So obviously, unfortunately, I wish I could tell you we have a great solution for this. We don't, but what I can tell you is there is ongoing litigation, both litigation that the Libertarian Party of New York is party to, as well as other lawsuits. There's also a bit of a groundswell for potential lobbying to change this law. New York has a quirk where it is a fusion state, so there are parties that can basically cross-nominate the two most prominent examples of that is the Working Families Party, which typically nominates Democratic Party candidates, and the Conservative Party, which typically nominates Republican candidates. So the at least the Working Families Party and also the SAM Party have some fringe in the legislature. So chances are there may be some lobbying efforts that can be done to change that law. So just to go over potential the other petition drives that are ongoing in North Dakota. The chair of North Dakota, the new chair, who is a 21-year-old by the name of Adam Hoypel, has taken it upon himself to spearhead the drive there. I did just speak with him a couple days ago. So not only do they have about 2,600 signatures in hand out of a needed 7,000, but the Libertarian Party, or the LNC Executive Committee, voted for a $9,000 encumbrance to the North Dakota drive. I would mention to people that actually works out to be maybe about $1.30 per signature, which is, to say the least, a really good deal. And I would just like to say thanks to the Libertarian Party of North Dakota for really taking that ballot drive by the reins. So that's and that petition drive is going as scheduled as well. So at this point, what I would also note is that there is some extensive information in the report. Feel free to digest it, and I'll be here tomorrow for any questions as well. Would be happy to discuss anything beyond this meeting as far as ballot access goes. And with that, if anybody has any questions, any burning questions right now, please. I saw Mr. Longstreth first.
So I want to jump back to Maine. You mentioned candidate fundraiser in the primary. Could you expand on that a little bit? Why is that?
So it's literally just because of the way the campaign finance report or the campaign finance law is written. Because there is no primary for the Libertarian Party, then technically he's not participating in an election during the primary.
So because we're minor party status.
Because well, technically, and the other part of it is there's an ongoing lawsuit in Maine. Just to reiterate the story, basically the Libertarian Party of Maine collected 10,000 registrations to get on the ballot in 2020 because of a quirk in the law that said that had to be doubled by the next election, and the Libertarian Party did not make that second requirement for 20,000 registrations. The Secretary of State not only kicked the Libertarian Party off the ballot, but also deleted all of those voter registrations who had previously voted or previously registered Libertarian. So there's ongoing litigation with that, and so the party status, if you will, is kind of in the weeds right now. The Jorgensen and Cohen campaign was on the ballot through the independent petitioning process. So as of right now, it's not even a minor party situation. So there is no party status for.
And just as a quick follow-up, you said that litigation is being considered. Is that correct? Or?
So there is the ongoing litigation, and there may be a way to fold this situation with the campaign finance into that. That's something that needs to be discussed with our general counsel before we know how to move forward with that.
Understood.
And I guess if the body has no objection, I have one from.
That's Mr. Woolard. He's an alternate, so yes.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
So my question is, you talked at extent about New York, and then you mentioned kind of broadly the number of states with access and number without. From that number without, how many would you say off the top of your head are high-risk states?
So, there's a difference between high risk and states that will need funding from the LP, from the LNC to get over the hump. Now, this is actually where I admit the details are in the report, but I can give you just a general overview of the amount we're looking at. The total expected LNC contribution for the year 2022 is $99,000. For 2024, it is $164,500. That's based on projections. I like to plan for worst case scenarios, so adding 25% to that, just in case you're looking at $123,750 for 2022, 205,625 for 2024. I will note those figures do not include New York. So, if there's questions.
Okay, time has actually expired on this item. If he has more answers, if there are more questions, but we would need to extend time if anyone wants to hear further.
Move to extend 5 minutes.
Second.
All right, a motion to extend 5 minutes was seconded. Any objection to extending for ballot access? Discussion. All right, we're extended for 5 more minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Hagan?
So how much, well, we're gonna start working on next year's budget pretty soon, so how much are you asking for? Is it 99 or 123,750 or?
I will say that the actual number that gets asked for is going to come from the committee as a whole. I will probably be advocating for that higher number just because, again, I looked at budget for worst case scenarios. So.
If there's no objection, I know the development department would like to say something about ballot access funding.
Thank you. I just, I want to.
Mike's not on.
Okay. I just want to let our audience at home know, as well as all members of the LNC, that ballot access actually comes out of 2 pots. Our general fund ballot access goes towards paying petitioners, but all of this all of the legal battles that surround the ballot access come out of the legal fund. And our legal fund is actually a specialized fund that has the ability to take in $109,500 per individual who's looking to contribute towards that. Whereas our general fund ballot access is only $36,500. So it is very important as we think about these legal battles that we not just focus on what we raise for ballot access, but also what we're raising in our legal fund, as that gets depleted very quickly during these legal battles. Thank you for listening.
I believe that's it. Was there anybody else? Or, like I said, I'll be here all weekend, so if anything else comes up.
Okay, I want to take a step back for just a second with regard to APRC, because there were some questions about policy there and procedures as far as reporting to the LNC goes. And I'm noting it's page 28 of 71 in the policy manual. It's item number 2, Advertising and Publication Review Committee. And with regard to reporting specifically, it's basically the last 2 paragraphs. If a majority of the committee concludes that a public communication violates the bylaws, policy manual, or advocates moving public policy in a different direction other than a libertarian direction, as delineated by the party platform, the committee chair, which was me, shall report such to the executive director and the LNC chair, which maybe was not me at that time.
I believe it was Mr. Moon.
It may have been you. That applies if we are actually overriding, we're pulling something off that was going to be published. What happened in this particular case with that one rat card was related to education. There was feedback provided, and the person who submitted it wound up withdrawing it in the first place. So moving beyond that, any official decisions of the APRC which are overridden will be reported to the LNC. So if the APRC makes a decision and then the chair of the APRC or not the chair of the APRC, the chair of the LNC overrides it, then I would report that to the LNC. So hopefully that's a little bit clearer about what has to be reported to this body. But in this particular case, an APR decision was not overridden by the chair. So, all right, candidate support is next.
Mr. Manzo's not here.
Okay.
And I don't believe he submitted a report, so I guess we'll have a report at this point.
Okay. All right. Yes, Mr. Long.
Ms. Hemke, I understand you're not the chair. Has the committee been meeting, and are there any activities ongoing at this point with candidate support?
We've met a couple of times. We don't have any active activities going on at this point. We had a couple of suggestions, and then things kind of fell apart in June and July, and our membership has changed some too.
Thank you. Any other questions about the candidate support committee?
have one generally. I think in one of the chairs committees, there was something about candidates as well, a little further down the agenda.
Yes.
And
Candidates and elected officials?
yeah, I'm just wondering if, and this is a general thing, of kind of merging those back together, since we've had all the changes and people fall off and whatnot, that maybe this body consider filling the gaps with the people from the one, put them into the other, since they all care about candidate stuff, so.
Thank you. Mr. Nana?
Are there vacancies on, my question is twofold. Are there vacancies on the candidates and elected officials committee, and are there vacancies on the candidate support committee? Sounds like yes, and if so, how many?
I cannot speak to how many vacancies, or if any, are on the advisory committees, which were established by Joe Bishop Henchman. I don't have any interaction with those. I was hoping to hear from some of them today as part of this reporting process to see who's actually been working, who still needs, who wants to continue working in that capacity, and whether or not they need some more members for their teams. So that question I don't know. I don't believe that candidate support is one of the ones that we're
We had somebody come and go
populating
at some
today.
point. Yeah, not today.
Or not today, tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'm not aware of any vacancies on candidates, on the actual candidate support committee.
Gotcha.
Yes. Mr.
Question
Ball.
to the chair then, are you planning at this point to continue the advisory committees that our previous chair
I'm not making that decision until I've heard from all the ones who have something to report,
Fair enough.
and then my intention was that they would do some self-assessment, and then kind of come to me and tell me whether or not they want to continue. I think that's priority number one, is whether or not they feel like what they're doing is worthwhile, and productive, and that they're getting the resources and the feedback they need to do those things. Otherwise, I have no problem disbanding the ones that are inactive, and whether or not we start them back up would be, I think, up to you guys. All right, moving on. Oh,
Madam Chair,
sorry, Mr. Phillips.
Just a little further note on candidate support, just so people don't think Mr. Manzo had some illness and personal issues that kept him out for a bit, and that's why we haven't met. But he reached out to us, was it last week or the week before?
Week 2.
About getting us going again, so.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, next, with no objection, we'll hear from Mr. Recoro from Florida.
Just one thing, I'm noticing on the website for candidate support, it says it lists an LNC appointee vacancy
For candidate support,
on the website.
Is there a vacancy?
is that one that we have tomorrow?
Might have been Mr. Wendt.
Just want to point that out, because Mr. Nana
Oh,
asked.
no,
and
it
it's-
was.
Appreciate you.
I don't know, it just says, it's just.
I cannot say whether or not the website is accurate, but I know that when I was calling previously over the last few weeks for vacancies on committees, that was not one that was reported to me. But if we find that that is the case, we can always fill it in the interim, or by that I mean between now and the next in-person meeting. All right, employee policy and compensation.
Yes.
EPCC committee.
Yep, so, most of what we discussed is confidential. I will say that we are working towards always trying to, improve things for staff to that end. You all will recall in the last, I wanna say, month to 45 days, there was a joint memorandum sent out, to LNC members and to staff, just kind of clarifying some roles. The intent of, that is to kind of, as we, onboard new people, to make sure that they have a document that can be referenced, and that it's something that can almost live in perpetuity, with some minor tweaks here and there as needed. So, thank you all for being aware of that. Thank you for the feedback that I got from some of you on that, and the questions and concerns. And yeah, that's all I really have, unless anybody has any questions.
If anybody's not sure what that committee does or what we've done and you'd like to know, we can talk at dinner also.
Yeah, happy to have one-on-one conversations about some of this stuff, for sure. There's things that that are confidential, more of an executive committee sort of nature, but happy to have one-on-one conversations and that sort of thing if you would like to have those.
Any other questions for EPCC? All right, information services. That'll be Liz DeSignore. Did I say your name correct? Pronounce your last name for me.
Del Signore.
There we go.
So I don't need a microphone. You guys can hear me okay? Yes. Okay. I'm Italian, it shouldn't be an issue. So I did submit a report. You all should have it in the OneNote, but the last few meetings of the Information Services Committee have been spent looking for potential LMS, learning management system vendors. After deliberating, we chose to go through with 4 of them to interview, to do demo requests, whatever the case was. With the help of Ken Molman, we were estimating about 1,000 users. And so it's a little double than CRM. CRM, I believe, is 422 users, double that, and add some extra floof, and you get about 1,000. So we came up with Thinkific, which all 4 of these vendors are in my report. Thinkific, Blackboard, Canvas, which is called Instructure in the documents, but that's the company that makes Canvas, as well as 360 Learning. About half of the committee has actually used Blackboard at some point. Tony DiRosio from New York is works in IT and higher education, so he was able to get Canvas and Blackboard to do demos with them. As far as why in the world we would need a learning management system, an LMS in the party, just from what I was hearing today from staff, you know, things like a new state chair orientation guide, honestly more of like an idiot's guide to becoming an ex-com member at the state level. You know, institutional knowledge like this, like if it's not written somewhere, and in IT we don't really care. If it's not written, if it's not ticketed, we don't care. And Civi CRM, because that's obviously been a big part of everything, is to get all this knowledge into one place. That way people can peruse it as they need to, as they come into different roles or go out of roles. And ultimately being able to streamline all these processes, because the less time you spend onboarding, the less time you spend training, the more time people can spend on the ground, whether that's collecting ballot signatures, whether that's fundraising, it doesn't matter. Like even with an expense of an LMS, it will give it's hard to qualify metrics without a specific example use case, but it will be worth its weight in gold. I have been preaching for 5 years since I became a libertarian. You need to document everything.
Yeah.
Amen.
Any questions?
So how expansive is that learning management system? What kind of information are you planning to get in there?
Well,
what do you have in that one?
Well, I mean, that did come up when I was talking to these vendors. Well, what are you trying to use it for? Well, we really haven't had something this expansive.
Sure.
So something that has come up is something like a state treasurer, right?
Yes.
Because the Fed, the daddy Fed, makes no mistake that if you mess up something in your treasurer's report, the Feds will come after you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these are words out of the mouth of LP Nevada's treasurer.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And so it would be things like that, and like all these regional trainings. Then we can dive deeper into, if I wanted to do something like, you know, affiliate social media, I could somehow, you know, work with Kara, whoever's going to be authoring that on the back end, and say, here's all the information, you know, and be able to pull all this information, expertise from people.
So something we definitely need, and I think that's a problem that's endemic in the Libertarian Party as a whole, the fact that we haven't had a learning management system, because inevitably there's going to be turnover.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whether it's a chair or a treasurer or somebody, and then we're stuck having to get that information back in. We have to relearn everything, and oftentimes that institutional knowledge leaves with that individual.
Mm-hmm.
So I love the idea of an LMS. I think that's really important. I know there's a lot of states, including Florida, that have a lot of information that we've already gathered that might be applicable for other states as a whole, but I would love to, I'm really happy that you guys are working on that. That makes me really happy.
Yeah, because if we can pull all our best practices, then why reinvent the wheel?
Mr. Hagan, you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Yara's report, he mentioned that 2 of us have been doubly certified with the regional training. Haven't you also been?
I have. I went to Region 1 in Salt Lake, and I went to Region 4 in Long Beach, so I did both tracks, and they were really good value, but it also reinforced the idea of the need of an LMS, because then you can have all these deeper trainings and, you know, put them into bite-sized amounts, you know, sizes even, and, you know, that way people can go for specifics. And the idea also, another idea behind the LMS, you know, Ken will vouch to this, is being able to use it for certification. So like, let's say I went to both two regions of training, but then let's say I did a fundraising course, then you know you can go into Civi and say, oh, Liz has been certified in fundraising, or Liz has been certified in door knocking, or whatever the case is. And having all this information makes us more efficient to get volunteers, get party leaders where they need to be.
Question, is this something that would be able to be extended to the state affiliates as a service, if they will, and as instructors, create our own curriculum? Let's say for Florida, we're using Moodle right now, we're trying to figure that out to put our own proprietary classes on there that might be more applicable for our state as far as the Department of Elections, certain things, but will we be able to use that at the affiliate level if we wanted to become, you know, create our own courses for our own
That
courses?
would be up to staff or whoever's managing the system.
Okay.
But, I mean, application-wise, I don't see why there wouldn't be a reason to not have that.
Okay, excellent. We can do that.
Any other questions?
Hi. So obviously I'm a big fan of this. And for those that don't understand what this means, it means taking Kara and scaling her exponentially. Making it that she can give training without having to travel all over the country all the time. She can have a life at home and also teach all of us how to do the things. And it goes beyond just what Kara's doing. It goes into candidate training, into affiliate training, into all kinds of training all over the place. So huge fan of it. The one thing that I'm concerned about, I looked at the costs, and I've also looked on the free side, like Florida's running Moodle, for instance. The only thing that I'd like to see is what is it we're getting for the additional cost versus, like, just a comparison, because I saw the 4 solutions. I know 2 of them. I know they're both good, right? I also know those.
Which 2?
Blackboard I knew about, and
Canvas, maybe?
was it?
Canvas?
I think, yeah, it was Canvas, yeah. So those were the ones that I knew. I know they're good products. I'm just looking at the price tag, and I'm like, I can build a system for $1,000 a year that does an LMS within WordPress, which we use. But that also means we have some maintenance stuff too, right? There's downsides to having our own. I just like to see the comparison of, you know, if I can build one for $1,000, this other one costs $12,500. Is there $11,500 worth of value in the difference? That's all I'm trying. That's the only thing I saw that was kind of missing from what I looked at.
Right, I tried to keep the report pretty brief. But,
Sure.
Like, I think that having, like, you know, an implementation manager team, whatever the case is at these companies, will help. I mean, those implementation times are pretty aggressive, you know, so it would depend a lot on, you know, how fast information can be got to them. Pretty much all of them have said that, you know, I have a dedicated account manager, but it was really, honestly, because of the enterprise level that, you know, sure, you can build it, you know, for like $1,000 a year, but at what cost? Your cost is your time. And can you have a life, and you have a wife, and
For the moment, anyway.
I'm just saying, like, you have the
Sure.
infrastructure, you have the expertise of the enterprise software. You know, I will say that I attended UNLV for 3.5 years, and we used Blackboard, and I have pretty extensive, you know, experience with that. It's been a while since I've used it, so I'm sure they've added some things. But ultimately, like, that scalability is what you're after, and, you know, they take care of a lot of things that you otherwise wouldn't.
There is something to be said to not have to fool with it on a Friday night at 3 a.m. One thing I will note, though, just for people that don't understand, because there's always questions about will people use it. You had 2 people in this room just doing bragging rights on getting double certified on whatever.
Three.
Well, there was the 3rd that wasn't bragging about it. I'm just saying. 2 people were bragging about it. One was like, yeah, it's me too. But the point is that this is the gamification of the learning process that will boost our activists to actually know how to do it. And as mentioned, once tracked, you could go into the CRM and say, show me every activist in California who has taken this training and been certified, and I can build an instant campaign team. And that's the kind of stuff that I would love to see us do with this.
Yeah, this is really huge. I'm just wondering, how many users can we use? Unlimited scalability, as many users as we need?
We recorded for 1,000 users.
1,000.
So we took the current CRM and doubled it and gave us some more.
And what would it cost to scale up from there, let's say 5,000?
It would depend on the
time.
vendor, I could definitely ask them if, you know, I'm sure it would be something along the lines of like a block to where, you know, every X amount of, you know, per whatever 1,000 users or 5,000 or whatever, they'd probably go up a block. That's how I would assume, but it would depend on the individual vendor.
I'm going to extend time by 5 minutes.
Okay, time has expired on this item. We
Second.
have a motion to extend for 5 minutes. Been
Second.
seconded. Any objection to extending for 5 minutes to hear the remaining questions and responses? All right, we're extended.
It's on the list.
It's,
I already went. There's others behind
So
me.
I have Ms. Adams and I have Mr. Thrasher actually raise his hand before you. Would you be amenable to hearing from Mr. Thrasher first? With no objections, we'll hear from Mr. Thrasher and the others. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, 2 questions, just to follow up a little bit on what Ken and Steve both said. I know Kara Ms. Schultz had kind of been against the overall, not the overall, but possibly having the massive trainings online as opposed to in person. Have your committee by any chance reached out to her to see what elements she would be interested in using for some of the deeper trainings or anything like that? As far as what, to come up with which one of these systems would be the best, I guess?
I mean, not yet. I haven't had a chance to really talk to her one-on-one so much yet. Outside of like the trainings, the couple times I've seen her, she's an excessively busy woman, as I'm sure we all are. that woman works way too many hours and probably not enough sleep like a lot of us. But you know, it is something that you know, we can definitely like, you know, talk to her more about that, because I know that the intention was to make the regional trainings like the broadest stroke of brush. And then, you know, at convention she was planning on having more specific things, and then, you know, this would be more like specific oriented, I guess.
And the second question is just, does your committee plan to continue to look at all these things and come up with on which one to go forward, which one to make something happen, or what's your committee's plan for going forward?
Well, we chose to have the 4 as options because I mean, I personally like at least a couple options. I'm asking for, you know, anywhere between $12,500 to $25,000 plus implementation costs. I just will say that, like, you know, about half of us have experience with Blackboard. Some people have Canvas. It's mostly those 2, but as libertarians, we don't like just 2 choices, do we? So, if it was my personal suggestion, I would say Blackboard, but I mean, you know, I attached all sorts of information from all 4 of them. If you guys want to look at it, you can contact either me or Tony, and I put the names in asterisks under each one of the table to who contacted them.
Ms. Adams?
Yeah, so I had a couple of things. One, that I hear people talking about maybe Kara doesn't want to do some of this online learning management system should certainly not be limited to that, and maybe Tim Hagan wants to do some FEC training online.
That would
So
be
that's less of a
extraordinarily
concern
useful.
for me. What I do want to ask you are the big differences. We're hearing our vice chair say, well, maybe I could build it for $1,000, and I believe he has that capability. But what kind of timeline difference are we looking at? If Ken sits down to build this and it takes a year or 2 or 3, if the LNC decided to move with something like this, how quickly could we implement that?
4 to 8 weeks.
Thank you.
I did put in the report 4 to 6 weeks or so implementation. That's what it means, is like, you know, their team, or at least their, for lack of a better term, project manager for it that's what that is, that bullet point, each one.
So that will just take, that's completely done, not 4 to 6 weeks or 4 to 8 weeks for them to start, that's start to finish.
That's a pretty aggressive timeline, so it would also depend on probably this body and staff a little bit too.
Okay.
And Tyler's nodding in agreement. We all know that libertarians like herding cats, so. Yeah.
Thank you.
With no objection, Ms. DeSisto from the Development Department.
Yeah, so I've done a really deep dive into LMSs, and I found that Blue Sky is one of the best. I looked at 40 different LMSs at one point. I found Blue Sky to be one that is far worthier than a lot of the others, so I would encourage you to look at Blue Sky as an option. I also think there's great value to the in-person trainings, because that humanized a lot of us staff and allowed us to really connect with those state affiliates in ways that we have not been able to. I know, Liz, you took part in that, and I wouldn't know you had you not been involved in both of those trainings. So that is very important, keeping that humanizing of it. I think in these trainings, as a teacher at one of these trainings, I would say, also the classes themselves, like the actual graduating classes of these, having them be able to come together in some way to be able to work across state lines. I don't know if that's involved in, and I think in your timeline, as to answering Ms. Adams' question, I think it's also really important to factor in what it would take to build that curriculum out for you, because that is going to take a significant portion of staff time, and we would have to factor that in, not just staff, experts across the field. So I just wanted to add those notes.
Yeah, I mean, I could write a whole course on just social media for affiliates, so.
Sure, but who are you classifying as experts to be able to write that curriculum? Like, what qualifies, not to say that you're not qualified, I just don't know what would qualify you to be able to write that kind of curriculum out.
So I was math tutor for 3 years. I've been in digital marketing for almost 4 years. So, and some of that time in between math tutoring and marketing there was some overlap.
So who would designate the expertise, who's qualified to be an expert to write the right curriculum?
Time has expired on this. We obviously have more things that we can explore with the body's indulgence. One more from an LNC member.
I didn't know if you had heard that he said
Yeah.
time.
Okay. Time has expired. Hearing no interest in extending, thank you. All right, so that
Point
brings.
of personal privilege?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if Ms. Sarwark feels likewise, but it's gotten very icy in here again.
My nose is just starting to run again.
It is cold in
You're
here.
gonna have me taking my shirt off here soon. I don't think anybody wants to see that.
Do we? I don't know if they gave us access to the box or not,
I
but
can contact our.
All right.
thank you. Yes. Someone will get on that. All right. Moving on, the next order of business is special committees, and the first one under that category is the investigatory committee on the LP New Hampshire matter.
Madam Chair?
We are, please, we are an hour ahead of schedule. Mr. Dixon appears to be ready either way.
Madam Chair.
Hold on, please. Yes?
I was gonna ask if there was a report from the COC or not.
I am not aware of a report from the COC.
Okay. I only have one question.
Okay. Mr. Phillips?
I know Mr. Buckman was having some time constraints trying to get here, and honestly, I expect this report to take a few minutes. So I would ask for a 10-minute recess.
Second.
Can we make it 15?
Yeah.
Second.
Any objections to a 15-minute recess? No. All right, we are recessed for 15 minutes. Please be Mr. Dixon is going to probably not read his entire report, but present what he feels he needs to present, and then after he's done, I'll have a list going of people who have questions or comments or concerns. So just get my attention, I'll get you on the list, and that's how we'll proceed with this part of the meeting.
Howdy, everybody. First thing, we got a logistical issue. I got Rufus on Zoom. We're trying to get him to call into that thing because you can hear he's having issues here. So, and I don't know if Joe Bookman will be able to call in. So I'm going to try to see if we can get everybody in. But in the meantime, I'm going to proceed. The first thing, hey Rufus, I don't know what planet you're on, but call into the number. Okay. All right. So what I want to do, the only reason I'm here is to address questions. Really, you have the report. I assume you've read it. So I'm going to address questions. We had 2 people contact us with questions in the last day or 2. So I want to give you some responses to their questions. First, Tim Hagan had some list of questions. I want to read out what our response is. And the first question was, what makes this letter from Joe Bishop Hinchman unique? Because there are letters in the past from the LNC or a chair. Hey, I think we got Rufus. Hey, Rufus.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. Hey.
Do you hear me?
That's a little better. That's a better audio.
Yeah. Can we turn this up?
I think it is as loud as it is.
This is okay, Rufus. Hang in there, man. So,
All right.
what makes the letter unique? It's not that this is the first time any national chair. All right, stand by. I think I can fix that. And that could be done by this.
There you go.
Hey, look at that. They don't call me an internet sleuth for nothing. So, as I was saying, this is not the first time any national chair has ever sent a letter to a state chair. There are 3 things that make the letter unique. It's only from the chair of the LNC. It's not from the LNC. It's not from the Judicial Committee. It's the chair alone sent the letter. It was to an individual. The letter was not addressed to a state party or an organization. It was addressed to an individual. And the last part of it is there was a dispute. There was a question of who represents the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, and that letter essentially said the national chair made that decision. That's what makes it unique. Now, I will tell you that very recently we received,
Y'all are talking, I can't hear.
Because we issued revision 0 of our report, someone sent us a copy of a letter dated 2018 to the Libertarian Party of Delaware. We don't know what the context of it was. So this may not be the first time a letter like this has been issued. But up until we received that letter regarding Delaware, we found no evidence of any other letter like it. We also have, I guess, the standard letter, which Robert Krause sent to the LPNH afterwards, saying we recognize Nolan Pelletier as the chair and so forth. So that's the standard form of letter that is used. So that's what made this letter unique. All right. And the next item was regarding, in the report we say there was some knowledge of something going to happen in New Hampshire. And the question was, what were these plans? What were the plans that were floating around before the actual action was taken? Our committee is not aware of plans. All we're aware of is rumors. We just know people heard stuff. Something might happen. So we can't say anything about any plans. We just know there were people who heard something might happen. In regard to how many people, we don't know. probably at least 17. There were 13 members of LPNH who met with Gilletta to talk about this, and then there were several other people that we've talked to. So that's all I can say about that. Does the committee have a recommendation when two organizations claim to be the rightful state affiliate? Really, we don't. We saw our role as an investigative body, and we made some recommendations, but some of there was a kind of a fine line, and we discussed this as a committee. What is our scope? What do we need to focus on? And we realize these splits have happened, so we didn't attempt to address everything. We tried to just kind of focus on LPNH and what happened there, give you information so that you can consider what you might do about it. Then, who removed the access to the LPNH website, and was the LNC or staff involved in it? There was no involvement of the LNC and staff. This was Gilletta or Gilletta's group who removed the access to that site. So there was a question, the interviews that were conducted, Karen Ann had some interviews with LPNH and Gilletta at this time. The question was, were there people other than LNC members or outsiders in the interview, and did they affect the interview? There's no way of us knowing who all saw it, how many people participated or whatever. But in terms of influencing the interviews, we saw the videos and there were questions asked and the people responded. So I don't know what would be constituted influence, but people asked questions, we heard responses. So that's all, I think all we can say about that. The next one, I made a mistake. I goofed. One time in my life, I made a mistake. So the issue is, in the report, there's a timeline, and it says at 2:12, Ken and Tyler locked down the Joe Bishop henchman's email account, but then 4:21, there was a login. I transposed some numbers, and those are actually the same timestamp, okay? So the login that happened, and I'm going to make sure that this may merit a revision too, just because what you see in the timeline are two back-to-back, okay, 14:12, I kind of like military time, but Ken and Tyler locked the account. That was actually 4:12. And then below that is 16:21, log into Joe Bishop Henchman email account. Those were the same thing. So I had a little dyslexia. The real timestamp is June 18th at 4:12. So hopefully that clarifies that. There was a question about credit card information given to an outside entity and whether somebody had access to the CRM. So our understanding is there was no credit, as I understand it, the CRM does not retains credit card information.
That's correct.
The issue was an accusation that Jackie Perry disclosed private information about Gilletta Jarvis. So I think that's what this is talking about. That's what
CRM. Let's ask him more about who had access to that, who had not signed the NDA.
Who had not signed the NDA. Well,
if anybody had access to it, not signed the
anybody who, you were saying anyone who had access to the CRM? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to respond to the question?
Well, I think there were two things that are being commingled here. There was a concern from the side that was recognized as the official LPNH that the splinter group had access to the credit cards and information. Based on what I was able to ascertain when we went in, What had actually happened was the Splinter Group had changed the website, redirected all future donations to an alternate bank account, but that would not change the existing Stripe based transactions. Anything that had been set up monthly recurring was still going to the old account. And to my understanding, the LPNH that has been recognized never lost control of that bank account. So
Right.
We do not retain any credit card numbers at all. I think that was one piece that needed to be very clear. We do not retain credit card numbers on purpose. That is a big liability that we avoid. So at no time that I'm aware of was credit card information taken or illegally accessed or somehow transferred to some other group.
Okay. What I want to do is get the last item and then ask Rufus if he has any follow-up. So the last item here was the talking about property stolen and that they were removed for the Southern New Hampshire Convention. When they tried to get back into the unit, the lock was changed. So I guess the question here is, there's a storage shed and items were removed. Our understanding is it was for the New Hampshire Southern Convention, but the other group found the storage unit empty. The materials were put back into storage. I'm not sure we know whether a new lock was used, but I know that on June 18th, the LPNH, the Nolan Pelletier group, and Sean Dempsey specifically said everything's been returned. So that's what I can say about that. So I want to see Rufus. I don't know if you're on the phone or on this.
Yeah, I can hear you, Pat. I can hear you, Pat. Basically, may I speak as to what you just spoke to about the items that were stolen?
Yeah.
Theft is a word of art. It requires the person who takes the item to have the intent to permanently deprive. If I take something and bring it back 3 days later, you might be mad that I took it, but I didn't steal it. That would be perhaps unauthorized use of a movable, which is not near the grade of crime that theft would be. I think at the moment that the stuff was removed and the access to the Twitter accounts and all that stuff were done, I think there was a contest as to who was running the show between Giletta's group of 13 and the March convention group. That was resolved in relatively short order, although I've heard timelines from a few days to months. So I think that it's not unusual in these sort of situations for answers to be hyperbolic, exaggerated. So I don't think we can't establish with certainty the date it was removed and the date it was returned, but our information is that anything that was there has been returned to the March convention group.
Thank you, Rufus. So
I give umbrage to the word stolen.
Okay. So those were the questions you had, Tim. Then I think it was this morning we had a list of questions from Avens O'Brien that I'd like to address. So the first question was, what efforts were made to discover who the person was who presented the idea to Gilletta? Every effort. We tried in every way to, so there were discussions we had. Rufus had most of those discussions. We went through all the records we had, and that it was either a case when we talked to somebody they didn't know, or they felt that they needed to protect the person. They were concerned about the safety of the person involved. So that's what we did. The report doesn't name the 13 members that Gilletta met with to make the decision. Why were they not interviewed? Well, it's the same answer, because we didn't know who they were. Now, it's possible somewhere that information is in social media, but we were 3 people working for 2 months on this. We tried to look at everything. Possible we missed something, but I believe those 13 members are people that we're not going to know who they are. Okay? And so then
May I speak to that, Pat?
Go ahead.
Okay, with reference to the unknown third party and the 13 members of the new group, we don't have subpoena power. We don't have the power to hold people in contempt. We could just ask nice. If someone out there is watching this meeting or hears what we're talking about, knows the answer to that, please, you can bring it forward if you want to or not. We know who the executive committee was from that group of 13 because that was recorded in the filings with the state. But I say, as far as the third person or fourth person or fifth person that intervened between Gilletta and Mr. Hinchman, nobody will tell us. And like I say, all we can do is ask, "Could you please tell us?" And if nobody does, we can't use extraordinary interrogation techniques or anything like that. We just got to rely on the kindness of people in this organization
Okay.
and truthfulness.
I'd like to get through this and then.
I have
I might
Okay.
forget by then. but-
So, one thing I want to mention at this point is that our committee does respect confidentiality. There were people who talked to us on condition of confidentiality, so we're not going to disclose confidential information. We signed a non-disclosure agreement with the National Party, but we also have agreements with people who gave us information under condition of confidentiality. So if somebody does tell us who this third person is and says keep it confidential, it's really not going to help us. And so I want that known. I made sure that we looked at this report to not release confidential information. Then there was a question about the deleted emails. So Joe Bishop, well, we know that the email account from Joe Bishop Henchman went from 4870 megabytes to 11 megabytes on June 16th. So what attempts were made to recover those emails? Every attempt. We tried to do everything we could. We asked Tyler, we bugged the hell out of Tyler to see, is there anything we can do? One thing we did see that might be a little confusing in the report is a mention of reconstructed emails, but essentially what that is, and Tyler, you can correct me, I think you're looking at any email that somebody else here received that Joe Bishop Henchman may have authored or something like that. So it doesn't necessarily mean that is the archive, it's just we're trying to reconstruct what might be there. Then there was a question about, this says, and we didn't see this, Joe Bishop Henchman states in a Facebook group 2 days ago that emails were on the server and reviewed and nothing relevant was found. That's untrue. The next thing is, so the removal of Jackie Perry, the question was, did the investigation committee bother to read the bylaws to check whether this was applicable? So we did. Section XII 12 lists the documents we reviewed, which includes bylaws, and there's several versions of bylaws for LPNH. So we reviewed those, and the judicial committee in LPNH did conduct an investigation at the request of LPNH. It concluded that the removal of Jackie Perry was not in order, but they felt they could not do anything about it. All right? So if you read the minutes of their judicial committee report, they concluded it wasn't in order what they did, but they weren't empowered to reverse it. All right? Then the question was,
Pat,
go ahead, Rufus.
May I jump in real quick?
Yep.
With reference to Jackie being removed, I'm not completely sure that was within the purview of what we should be investigating.
Thank you.
But I will say with certainty that I attempted to talk to Miss Perry 3 times today, or twice. I've called her number twice today, this morning, when she said, She was too busy working to talk to me. She works till 9 o'clock at night, and it takes her all morning to get ready, is what she told me. So I have attempted to speak with her. She is harder to get in touch with than some of the high-dollar lawyers I've dealt with in the past. So I would love to talk to Jackie Perry. If you're listening, Jackie, give me a call. I'm sitting at my house right now.
Okay, there's only two more things here. The question was, what is the appropriate action for somebody to make if the executive committee violates our bylaws? We didn't feel that was within our scope. What we're here to do is investigate what happened and not necessarily give a ruling on interpretations of bylaws. Then the last question was, well, it's kind of the same thing. On page 19, appropriate actions, it's assumed by some members that the judicial committee could potentially ignore bylaws for personal preference, therefore rendering the function of the JC as a check on the EC irrelevant. Again, I think that's beyond the scope of our investigation. So with that, that's everything that we know of this pending question, so I'll open it up. Oh, Rufus, did you have anything to add at this point?
Not so far. I have a summary I'll present at the end if anybody wants to hear it.
All right, I have, Ms. Harlos, did you have questions?
Oh, I got questions. So you can get my first.
I have Harlos, Nana, Nikayla, and Adam so far.
Okay. First of all, I don't mean any you guys did a fantastic job. So I don't mean any disrespect by the questions. When you have something this massive, there's going to be some questions. So I just wanted to make sure. I know Avins had asked about who were the 12, and you weren't able to find that out because people had to voluntarily, but you had said some of the filings mentioned the executive committee. I don't see those names. But also, didn't they have like an initial formation committee that would have minutes?
I don't believe, remind me, Rufus, did we have some document like that?
Somewhere along the way, I saw something that mentioned Sean or Shay, something like that. I don't have any of my files in front of me, Pat, but I think that I know that Joletta was the new chair, and they had a secretary, a treasurer, and a vice chair that was listed on something that we looked at. And say I wasn't particularly concerned about that because I think at that point, I think we recognized that it was inappropriate what they were doing. But once again, I'll say the same thing I said a minute ago. If any of that 13 or 12 or 14 or whatever the number is out there listening to this thing, this is not secret. They are more than welcome to tell us that they were involved. And, I say, we've been doing this for 2 months. We haven't done it secretly. Anybody who has information that might be relevant to this investigation, they're more than welcome to contact me or Pat or Joe and talk to us. So.
However, though, wouldn't maybe some of those people whose names aren't on here might have revealed who this, I like to call the puppet master, the unknown third person that is throughout this whole story. I mean, wouldn't it have been relevant to talk to them to see if maybe one of them would have spilled the beans on who this person is? Because let me just do a full picture here, because there's something very interesting in your opening statement, because I can tell you that once I heard there was and the way Joletta put it to me was that it was an out-of-state person who no longer is in the party. And the first thing that occurred to me is, when it's all New Hampshire people, it paints one picture. But when it's an out-of-state person that's going, oh, there might be another way, it paints an entirely different picture. And it's somewhat said here in the executive summary, where it says, one second. it said that this was seen as preventing damage not only to the LPNH, but also to other libertarian state parties. Because immediately what I thought is that New Hampshire was a test case, and that there would be other libertarian state parties to follow. Because to be honest with you, I've seen signs in Colorado. And what do the two states have in common? Two boards that are primarily Mises boards. And I firmly believe Colorado and Nevada were next. So I think it's pretty important to the integrity of other state parties that we do everything we can to find out who this person is. And I think we also owe it to people, because speculations are happening to innocent people probably. So I think it behooves us to know who it is, so there isn't fingers being pointed at people that are maybe just like, hey, I had nothing to do with this. I think that's important. So perhaps the LNC might consider keeping the committee together to pursue some other angles. I don't know. I'm just saying, I think those people really need to be interviewed. Other things, I'm sure other people are going to bring this up, and I just want to say once again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I don't see within the scope of the committee that there was authority to grant people confidentiality from the LNC. And that really, really concerns me. I don't know what we can do about that. I think it's an LNC decision, obviously not mine. I guess that's more of a statement than a question, unless you guys saw in there where you, I don't know, that's a question I have, I guess.
Okay, well, what I'll say to that, Rufus, you might cut me off or jump in if you have an opinion, but I think it's reasonable to assume an investigation is going to talk to people, and some people may give information that they would not give if it wasn't confidential. So we talked to some people that said, I think here's some information you need to know, but don't use my name.
Okay. I mean, I could just tell you.
Pat, I'd like to add to that. I talked to 20, 25 people, I forget how many it was. And each conversation I had, I began it with the admonition that I was not recording the conversation. I was only taking notes. I didn't see this as an exercise to find who the boogeyman was. I think that we concluded in our report that the conduct of Ms. Jarvis and Mr. Hinchman was inappropriate. If another state wants to embark down this same trail, shame on them, because it ain't going to work out. What the motive was, that's another story altogether. I think I would bet that probably everybody in the room knows what the motivations were. But that's like I said, that's a political problem, not a problem for us.
Madam Chair, I don't know if this is a point of privilege or a point of personal information or whatever, but I would like to request that we keep questions to what we limited the scope of the investigation to. For instance, we are the LNC, and we have said multiple times that it's not our job to be interfering with state parties. And so,
correct.
So, who was involved at that state level, other than the fact that they might have, some information about that other person? But if that person's not a member of this body, once again, not part of this scope of this investigation. So, some of these questions are really skirting that, and so I'll just bring it back to attention.
Thank you.
Agreed.
More on my list.
You've asked a couple so far. Can we come back to you?
Certainly, because somebody else might ask them. But can I just respond to Mr. Phillips' point? I do think it's the LNC's job to protect our affiliates. And if there was a nefarious actor planning something that was clearly improper in New Hampshire, taking off my secretary hat, as the secretary of the Libertarian Party of Colorado, I would hope the LNC has a vested interest. It does seem reasonable that we might have been targeted.
Very big government to me.
I don't disagree with your point, but it's also.
Madam Chair, this sounds like crosstalk.
Yes, we won't have the crosstalk, but I will say this, and as I said it before on an LNC meeting, before we even formed this committee, no one could be compelled to say anything they didn't want to say. That's where we are.
No, you're
We
absolutely
got
correct.
some answers and we didn't get some answers. And who chooses to participate or go on the record anonymously is not our business. We can't compel anybody to do anything. So yes, I think the LNC does have an interest in that because we don't want those things to happen, whether it's in this particular regard, under these circumstances, or otherwise. But there's nothing that we can do to compel anybody to participate in this process. So we'll get whatever answers we can get. Mr. Nana?
Okay, I just have a few questions. I'll start with the ones that were emailed to me. These ones come from a gentleman by the name of Rob Latham rather. I believe he lives in Utah. So his first question is, did former LNC Chair Joe Bishop-Hedgeman offer an archive of his LNC emails to Oliver Hall, counsel for the LNC? If so, what is the status of that email archive?
The answer is no. I confirmed with Oliver he didn't receive anything.
Okay. Second question, what was the role of LNC staff and or contractors in both the matters being investigated by the investigation committee and the investigatory committee's investigation of those matters?
Can you rephrase that? Can you ask that question again?
Yeah, it's a complicated.
You were fast.
A lot of investigation. All right,
Louder,
so
please.
what was the role of LNC staff and or contractors in both the matters being investigated by the IC and the IC's investigation of those matters? So what was the role in the events of staff and contractors, and then what role did they play in your investigation?
So in regard to the investigation, the role they played is I would ask Tyler occasionally, can you help us? Well, first, Rufus interviewed you, and then we also had the email archives that we were working with Tyler on, so those were some involvements. We saw our committee as frankly independent. You know, you gave us a charge, and we followed that charge, but it wasn't like, since we signed non-disclosure agreements and we were conducting the investigation, sometimes confidentially, we saw our committee as a kind of an independent entity. Rufus, do you want to add anything to that?
I think the question is, what did the staff of the LNC have to do with this? I can say that we had some frustration in that I think the marching orders where we were to be provided access to electronic communications, and literally a month or longer went by before we got the first email. It wasn't until you've got the timeline in front of you. I'm just talking off the top of my head. It was a month or longer before we found out that Mr. Hinchman's email had been deleted. Now, what was in the deleted emails, we don't know. Mr. Hinchman says nothing's there, but we can't verify one way or the other. Was the staff complicit in the deletion of the emails? We don't know. Like I said, that was a frustration, particularly Mr. Buckman was very frustrated by that. Like I said, that's a question we can't answer.
Thank you. Okay, and then I just have two of my own.
Unless somebody wants to volunteer the answer.
Makes sense. And so I just have two quick ones of my own. We mentioned these 13 folks who we don't know. Are we for sure that 13 people exist, or do we just not know because we don't even know their names?
Well, this was from our interview of Gilletta, so that's what she told us.
Okay, so it's just, okay. And then I know that you can't say who asked to be confidential, but in regards to folks' perception of this investigation, about what percentage of your conversations were confidential?
Well, Rufus, do you want to address that? You talked to everybody.
Every conversation I had, I did not record it. I took notes and got my own mental impressions and related that to the rest of the committee. I've got 2 tablets full of notes that would be indecipherable to anybody but myself. I say I didn't see this as we should go out and say this person or that person did this or that. Our job was to figure out what happened in New Hampshire and what involvement did the LNC have. I know what happened in New Hampshire, and the only thing I can say for certain is that Mr. Hinchman wrote a letter that was unusual to Ms. Jarvis, and that precipitated what appeared to be a momentary crisis. Confidentiality is an interesting word. Confidentiality is important if there's some ramifications to the disclosure, or if there's like an admission of a crime. I didn't hear any of those. I heard nothing in any of the conversations I had that led me to believe those sorts of issues would be involved.
Just a little follow-up. I appreciate the answer, not exactly what I was asking. My question more so was, what percentage of people specifically requested don't name me? Like, was it like a majority? Was it like a super minority? Like,
no, it was very few.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was wondering. Thank you. That's it for me.
Mr. Nicola?
Yes. As for the emails, did we do any investigation into whether or not it would be possible to get that information from Google? Would something like that require a subpoena? Is that information available from Google? If we were to get a subpoena, do we know?
I know that we talked about that a lot, and probably Joe spent more time on that than anybody, and my remembrance is we tried every avenue and there was nothing further we could do. Now maybe there is something we can do, but if so, I'm not sure what it is. I'm not sure we know what it is.
And Pat, I think one of our recommendations is going forward as an organization. That's something that we need to take care of.
Yeah, that's in our recommendations, so we have recommendations. But as far as, I think we tried everything we could think of.
I would at some
point. And Mr. Hinchman promised he would give them to us, but we, as of this date, have not seen them.
Understood. I would like the committee to consider at some point perhaps tapping Oliver and seeing what would be involved to perhaps tap on Google's shoulder and see what would be required to get that information.
In doing so, we are implying that this is a legal matter.
Correct.
Next is Ms. Adams.
Yes, I just have a couple of things. One, Dustin kind of started on it. We keep hearing about these 13 people. Am I understanding you correctly that really the source of that information is one individual who this committee already knows to be an unethical actor and nowhere else?
Can you ask that again? I lost something.
We keep hearing about these 13 people. We hear about the 13 people, and as our secretary has so affectionately labeled this person the puppet master. Have we heard about 13 people or this additional individual from anyone other than Ms. Jarvis, an individual that this committee already knows to be an unethical actor?
Well, okay, so has anybody else corroborated that there were 13 people needed?
Or a puppet master, yes.
I'm thinking about that. Rufus, do you want to respond to that one? Do you know what the question is?
Yeah, I think I hear the question. The number 13 came from Gilletta. It has been suggested in postings, and I have been creeping Facebook for the last 2 months, watching the text that there were other people involved. But like I say, I'm talking to I'm sure there's people listening. Anybody who wants to come forward and help us fill out the attendance sheet for that meeting, you're more than welcome to come forward. I say we do not have subpoena power. We do not have the power of contempt. We cannot use extraordinary interrogation techniques. We just have to rely on the kindness and the honesty of people involved. But we have not verified the other members of the Gang of 13 from any other source but Gilletta.
Okay, so for clarity, the Gang of 13 and the Puppet Master are figments of someone's imagination, for all we know, because we have no evidence that they exist outside of Gilletta's testimony. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not going to say that.
My other question, we're talking about a letter that is, the committee says, unique and unprecedented. And when I read that, I took that as that, but now today what I'm hearing is that it may not be either unprecedented or entirely unique. What are the specific differences between that letter and say the letter that when I was a state chair in Oklahoma, I received from the LNC?
Okay, well, I mentioned, there's two things. I think it was a day or two ago, we received a letter that was dated 2018 to the Libertarian Party of Delaware. And we don't know the context of that. So this letter to Gilletta might not be the first one that had these attributes. But the attributes were, and this was part of Ken's question before. So there's 3 attributes. It was from the National Party chair only. It was not from the LNC Judicial Committee or something. It was to an individual. It wasn't to the LPNH at large, it was to Gilletta. And the third part, there was a dispute. Who represents the LPNH? And it was addressing that issue. Now, in the case of somebody, so let's say you have a state affiliate and you open a new bank account and you need to prove to them, I represent them.
Right.
That's a standard kind of thing. But the 3 attributes I mentioned make it unique.
And then Robert Kraus verified that in my interview with him. He provided me, I looked at the letter that Ms. Jarvis got, and then as an example, I saw the letter that was sent subsequently to the March group in New Hampshire that Mr. Kraus said was the standard form letter that was sent from LNC to state affiliates for purposes of bank accounts or Secretary of State filings, what have you.
And the verbiage was different, correct, Rufus?
Very different. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you,
Okay.
that's all I have.
Mr. Bowen?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. One's a follow-up to Mr. McCaley's issue with Google. So did the committee ever discuss, or did the committee go as far to contact Google to find out what the remedies would be to get access to any missing emails?
Okay, Rufus, you might help me out, because my remembrance is Joe reached out to several IT people that he knew, who knew what Google could or couldn't do. I don't know that we contacted Google directly, but
You basically can't.
yeah, because I think I've tried.
It's like calling Facebook. Good luck.
I've tried to contact Google at times, but so I can't say that we contacted Google directly, but we talked to people who are experts in this stuff, and they said, we've tried everything.
Okay. And the reason I ask, guys.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Rufus. I'm sorry.
I did not talk to Tyler Harris. Joe had that conversation, but I appreciate it. The owner of the account is typically who would be able to contact Google and get information. And as I appreciated, the executive director attempted to retrieve the information from Google and was unsuccessful.
Yeah, I really meant generally, and the reason I bring that up is because I think it's something that is an open item that, again, maybe not the committee is going to have to discuss, because it may not be your decision. We'll have to discuss whether that's in your purview, but it may be a decision that this board may have to make if we want to find out if there's a way to remedy those missing emails. So I just wanted to know if there was any information specifically from Google as to what needs to be done, because there's a lot of talk about that. My other question is on your conclusion that at least one other actor was involved. So I think I know where this is going, but I just would like to hear a little expansion of that. Specifically, how did you arrive at that conclusion? Okay.
Yep.
And more importantly, specifically, what prevented you from identifying this other actor or these other actors?
Rufus knows.
Ask and answer.
Well, no.
Yeah, it has been brought up, but I just kind of want to get it out there and make sure that without any ambiguity, we know what you came across.
Right. So our investigation concluded that Gilletta had tried numerous ways to address issues such as social media, and had come to the point of saying, I'm going to resign. And then someone contacted her and, hey, here's a new idea. So, as Aaron said, where did we get that information? Well, mostly from talking to Gilletta, okay? Then, so the rest of your question, remind me of the rest of the question, I'm sorry.
What specifically prevented you from identifying those?
Well, whoever that is
Other
didn't come forward, and whoever knew about it said, I can't tell you who it is, because I'm concerned about their safety. So that's the answer we got.
Right, so then in a follow-up.
If it was contained in Mr. Hinchman's emails, we did not get them. If it was in I said we didn't have access to any documents or communications that would give us that information. Ms. Jarvis refused to give it to us. We don't know who the other actors, the 13 or 12 or 50 or whatever the other group of actors are. They haven't come forward and volunteered that information. Once again, to anybody who's watching this in YouTube land or Facebookville, you feel free to come forward and volunteer that information to us.
So that's how you came up with actors as opposed to?
Yeah, we don't necessarily know it was one individual.
So you haven't identified that it could be more than one. It's just it could be one or it could be more.
We think it's one, but
it could be a dozen. It could be 100.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mr. Lucchini.
Okay, so first I'm going to criticize myself and every other member of this committee. When we formed this investigatory committee, we did not give explicit instructions to staff to go in and freeze accounts. That's on us, okay? It is also water under the bridge. Yes, we've gotten in there early.
Can I respond to that? The account was locked almost immediately at the time of the
I'm
resignation.
referring to securing deleted emails, which could have been recovered.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
that's on us. I mean,
Okay.
the capability to recover deleted emails is within the technical capability of the staff, and I'm pointing to myself, and I'm not going to point to anybody else, but we should have known this, okay? This is also water under the bridge. We can't go back and fix it now. What I'm going to ask now is, as of this moment right now, does this technical staff have the capability to recover deleted emails if it's instructed to? And within what time period can they
Open
recover
that.
those deleted emails? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably best suited to answer that. The answer is yes, we can. And going forward, we have the ability that has been activated on my own initiative at this point, where we will indefinitely be able to go back and recover emails, regardless of time clock. Unfortunately, that was not in place at the time of this. We don't have that.
No.
That has been implemented now.
Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah. So that's there is no timeline now. We can do it at any point in time.
And I have one follow-up question here, and this is regards to this claim of having to review emails for privileged information. I don't know if Oliver's on the line, but did you get any testimony from Oliver that there were privileged emails in the email communication between himself and the chair? I would be shocked if there weren't.
Okay, well, first, for those emails that we did receive, we also, in cases where things were redacted, we got a list of what was redacted.
More.
I think what you're asking is, did Oliver review Joe Bishop Hinchman's?
No, what I'm saying is, did Oliver claim he needed to review?
No.
There's this nebulous claim that these emails needed to be reviewed for potential legal information being, and there's this nebulous claim that prevented anything from happening. Does Oliver have testimony to say that, yes, I know there was something and I did need to review it? I just want to know if there was a positive claim that, yes, we have to review this because Oliver says we know that there is privileged communication in those emails.
More. Screw it up.
Rufus, I'll respond to that and you may follow up. So the answer is no. one thing I'll refer you to is page 23, because that's where our impression was we signed a non-disclosure because we were going to get information that we shouldn't disclose. So we didn't understand why the instruction was to give us information, but then it had to be screened. Okay? So in regard to whether Oliver told us, hey, there's stuff here that I need to, well, all we knew is that process was going to happen. That there was, at one point, it was going to be, I guess, a committee of 3 with Oliver part of it to review and then release things. But all I can say is when we got stuff, if there was something redacted, we got a list and description of what was redacted.
I've had more from the group.
Mr. Wilford.
I just wanted to make sure.
You're on the list.
Thank you, Ms. Madam Chair.
So actually, the original question I had has been answered, but I do have one that has come up since. So you mentioned that the committee discussed their own scope and authority for a while before commencing forward. And I want to ask if the committee agrees with my conclusion about scope and authority in this, in that the committee was given pretty broad latitude in how they investigated and was doing so on a volunteer basis as a favor to the LNC because they care about this party. And if we're not happy with some methodology that was used by the committee, whether it be confidentiality or something else like that, the remedy for this body to take is either to amend your report before adopting it or to form a new committee. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, well, so a few things there. If you look at section 2, what we did is took your resolution and we denote what section of our report addresses that request. So we feel we did what we were asked to do. So yes, if you think there's something more that we should have done, we either need to get that instruction, tell us what it is that you don't think we did that we should do, or something to that effect. But at every meeting, and Rufus, I think you can back me up, we always had discussion of what is our scope. There were times when we might start looking at something and Joe might say, hey, are we really supposed to look at that? Every meeting we had stuff like that come up. Rufus, can you corroborate? We talked about that a lot.
We met at least once a week for the last 2 months, and every meeting we discussed what, like I say, I even, some of the people in the room that I may have talked to, for the first month, I wasn't even really sure what the hell we were investigating. So yeah, we talked about that a lot.
So if you look at page 22, that lists our meetings, and that was a big part of what we were trying to do, because there's fine lines here. Did this particular thing, maybe with Jackie Perry, was it pertinent or not? And it's arguable, so we made some decisions.
All right, Mr. Mullman.
Good. All right. So first I wanted to note that confidential leads can lead to new leads, which is a good thing to take those, because there are things at least you know that are out there and can be followed up on. And I do think that longer term, and you and I talked about this last night, there's definitely places for the organization to grow from an institutional knowledge standpoint long term. Your recommendations, as Mr. Harris has pointed out, when we implemented the email system, I looked for email archiving. It wasn't there. I looked later on, there was a third-party product that you could add on. It was expensive. We didn't do it. Now we have the ability built into Google. Mr. Harris has turned it on. I independently looked and I said, hey, look at this. And he's like, hey, I just did that. So that was good. That was a good thing, right? I mean, we needed to have that, and it was because of the report, right? We both read the report, went looking for that, and long term, we're making things better. There were a handful of questions, and one of them, the big one, was the access to the email. Mr. Harris and I did a video where we went in and unlocked the account, pulled the information out that we could out of the deleted drafts, put it into a separate folder, and logged out, relocked the account, right? What it turns out is that there's some other way, if it's less than 30 days, to get something back, but it's not apparent or obvious or something. Okay, I learned about that when I learned about the new archiving option. The question is, did that even exist before that new archiving option? I don't know. But you know, one of the reasons, and you know this, that the delay occurred, and actually the whole committee knows this because I sent you all email. Anybody who was here before, some of the newer ones may not know, that we had one member of this committee that was refusing to sign the NDA for like 3 weeks. And I'm like, I had counsel telling me, I cannot give you access until you sign. So, and we had pointed, we as a body had in April passed that new NDA that required anybody that was going to access our systems, or any of our data actually, to sign that NDA. So that caused a delay. I know that, you know, in a perfect world, as we've discussed, we would have said these are the requirements, and we did not do that. So going forward, that's a lesson learned, is that if we're going to make somebody sign an NDA, the email archiving, lots of evidence. Oh yeah, so I know for a fact that I provided you a lot more evidence than what's in the report, right? I'm sure that other people did too. There's been a lot of people saying, oh, this is all they have, just this writing. There's a whole lot more information, correct?
Well,
not to lead the witness here, but I know that I know the answer to this question. So
just to make it clear, so the reason we have a section XII is to show you we looked at a whole lot of stuff. I'm sure there are other documents or things that maybe I didn't get into this list. So it's at least this much, probably a lot more that we looked at.
Okay. You know,
Mayor, I'd like to speak to that briefly. I know that I didn't wake up one morning and say I'm going to read 6,000 emails that were mostly, I won't say gibberish, but mostly didn't have anything to do with anything. Is there more that we could read? I mean, there's how many megabytes of stuff were deleted that we haven't seen? I don't know. Are there other witnesses we could talk to? Absolutely. Once again, I'm speaking to the people not in the room, to the people who are watching on YouTube. If you would like to speak to me, my phone number is public information. Call me.
Yep, and that is something I would like the committee to consider. This committee here to consider, is keeping the IC open in case new information comes forward between now and our next meeting.
Rufus, we're going to have to renegotiate here.
We'll double your pay.
Nice.
Don't be cheap.
I know that there was 13 people that were supposedly mentioned. I know that you probably know at least some of those names.
We might.
Yes.
So Rufus, I think probably some of the people we talked to might have been part of the 13, but we don't know that, right?
Yeah, right. And there's some people from New Hampshire who have complained on Facebook about not being interviewed. I can say that I've reached out to as many as I could. I'm here. It's Saturday. I'm barbecuing ribs. I don't have electricity except for my generator, but my phone is working. So call me.
So now
or return my call, perhaps.
I guess what I'm getting at is, I mean, we know for a fact certain people were in the website. We know for a fact certain people are on the paperwork. We know for a fact that there were some people involved. Is there a list of those people, and can we find out if they're in any way involved with the LNC as it exists today?
You're saying there's a list of...
This committee, subcommittees, any piece of this, because I'm looking at this from I don't want to interfere with what's going on in New Hampshire. That's them. I'm talking about what can we do about us, right? And if there were people involved that are involved in our committee in some way, it seems to me like we would want to know that in case we want to take action as this body.
Well, I'm going to be a bit like Robert Mueller and just kind of say, here's the report, and that's all we have. So,
I guess what I'm getting at is, if we were to leave this committee open and whatnot, would you be willing or able to name the people that were definitely involved? Because right now you're not naming names.
Right, I don't know if we'll ever be able to, because we may never be able to figure it out. We may never...
Well, I mean, we have paperwork. We have logs.
If we find it, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm
Pat, let me address that. I remember seeing those names. I'll go back through my list. It was the names that were submitted with her email. I mean, with her bylaws and minutes from their meeting. We can get that, at least 2 or 3 other names. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, I think that was just officers, right? So it may be 2
Right,
or 3 people.
just the
I'm guessing.
Like I said, I know website logs for sure. I know website logs. I know who got in and did the website work.
Right,
That's active dirty
I
work.
saw that,
Right.
yes.
Hands-on dirty work.
Okay.
Active.
Ms. Harlow, you're back up.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm trying to group these into related things. There seems to be some really unrelated tweets by Justin O'Donnell included, but that would be extraneous. Well, I'm concerned about some things that weren't included. Like, there were 2 threats by JBH to sue fellow LNC members. I would think that's pretty relevant.
My recollection is I saw a link to that, but the link was broken and I couldn't actually find it. So if somebody has that, they can send it to me.
I'll do so. And also, that Facebook post of a type of glee that was taken by Mr. Bishop Henchman in starting a removal ballot for me before he issued his resignation. I would think that Facebook post would be a lot more relevant than Justin O'Donnell's ones in August.
Say again?
On the 18th, there was a picture of Mr. Bishop Henchman sitting on the beach.
Well, I did reference that.
I couldn't find it, but maybe that's my
Yeah,
error.
if you look on page 29.
Yeah, if that's there, I really appreciate it.
Ethan Bishop Henchman.
Let me find.
That,
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So then I'll send you the Sue emails.
Okay.
There's something really odd in this report is your first recommendation. In the first version, unless I'm mistaken, it doesn't mention LNC candidates for office. I don't understand what LNC members posting on social media has anything to do with this and why the change between the 2 reports. And what do candidates for LNC office have anything to do with it? We can't compel them to do anything.
All right, Rufus, did we lose you? I think.
No. I think that goes to the question. That goes to the question of what caused the unraveling in New Hampshire, and that goes to. And that's where that recommendation comes from.
I do have a follow-up though, because it mentions LNC.
The reason I did move
Right,
this was
so
to have a place
let me address, you're saying there was a substantive difference between revision 0 and 1 in this language. I don't recall that. I remember doing some grammar things, but I don't remember anything substantive changing in recommendation A.
More
you can
sauce.
show that to me, but
in any
I
event,
think the whole point here is our recommendation is to recognize that if you're an officer of any organization, you represent that organization, whether it's your personal conduct or whether it's in the organization itself. So that's what we're trying to say here.
You mean like elected officials do?
Yeah.
Oh.
But it was a state party representative that allegedly caused this blow up in New Hampshire. This doesn't mention anything about state parties. It's dealing with candidates for election to the LNC as well as our staff and contractors. So I'm having a big difficulty finding how this is at all relevant and what authority we have for people who aren't officers or merely candidates for election.
Yeah, I guess if I were to revise this, I would broaden it. So it's not that we're restricting it to LNC, it's if you're in any organization, you represent the organization, whether you're at the national, state, local, whatever it is. So I didn't mean to restrict it really to the LNC.
Okay, I'm not going to beat that further. I don't think we have any authority to tell state affiliates that. Do you have a list of people you attempted to interview but didn't return, such as Brian Shields, to me seems...
So we had a list of, in the report we have a list of everybody that we attempted to reach, so that's in discussions, page 25, and you see the two at the end were people we could not reach.
Okay.
So we had a larger list of, here's every, no, it's not 25, it's,
Find it.
It's in,
oh, I know where it is. We put it up above.
Where?
Just hang in there. I know it's in here.
yeah, it's definitely
I will say there are a handful of people in New Hampshire that I would like to talk to that I have been unable to talk to.
So section IV,
Page.
page 14. So that's everybody that we talked to, except the last two were people we tried to reach and we couldn't. There's a larger list of everybody we considered talking to. So there, when we first started, who were all the people we might want to talk to? That's a larger list, and some people we just felt either we've already covered that, was talking to somebody else, or we didn't have time. You know, Rufus, it's not like Rufus is got 24 hours a day to do this. So,
Because it kind of goes to what Ms. Adams said, where, we only have Gilletta Jarvis. I think Brian Shields has made comments that lead to the same things, which is why I found Gilletta Jarvis credible in that, even though she obviously had been involved in some wrongdoing. But there's another fact pattern that I think is relevant to here, is we're going on about whether this letter was odd or not. I think it was odd. However, there is something that is not disputable, is that JBH never denied Gilletta's use of that letter. He had multiple days, and he kind of went around it, but he never said, I gave her that letter, but she used it in a way I never intended. That was never said. And I think that really speaks to the unusualness of the letter. Because if I wrote someone a letter and all of a sudden we were taking over some organization, I'd be like, back up that horse there. So I thought that was another pretty relevant fact.
Is there a question in there, Pat?
Because I've spoken for quite a, sorry, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Rufus might have had. Rufus, did you have a response there?
No, he was asking what the question was.
Yeah, I was listening. I was trying to see if there was a question in that. I'll just address the LNC as a body. If there's any person that you think that we should talk to, tell us who it is, and we will try to talk to him. Mr. Hinchman has not talked to us. I have not been able to talk to Jackie Perry. I have not talked to Ms. Peterson, Sean Nash, Stephen Nash, or Nass. I have not been able to talk to him. If they're listening on YouTube land, I'm here to talk. Whatever you got to add, if you've got information, please help us out.
Mr. Lucchini.
Okay, I told this to Rufus, and I will tell it to you here again. I spoke to JBH, I believe, the Saturday the news broke. He told me that there was a version of what was going on in New Hampshire. And my response in the hallway of the Frontier Summit was, that's a spectacularly bad idea. And his response is, there's nothing I can do about it. So I thought Rufus had gotten this in our conversation. I don't know if he knew. I didn't know about the specifics of the letter, but the idea that there was going to be this new affiliate, I expressed it, and he said there's nothing you can do about it. So that speaks against this idea that he was part of the planning, or, you know, whatever, right? I do want to ask the question one more time. Do we have any evidence that the puppet master exists that is contemporaneous to the initial discovery of this, that's not Facebook rumors afterwards, right? Do we have anyone that will speak to this independently other than Gilletta?
I believe the answer is no. Rufus, do you agree?
No is the answer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ferrera.
My question's a little bit more broad than that, but of a similar nature. Is there anything in this report that wasn't already known before this committee was formed?
Well, I think the deletion of emails was not known. The short answer is yes. I think we found out some information. If you want me to list them, I'd have to think about it, because I know, I can tell you, when I started this, I didn't know nothing when I started it. I really didn't know much about anything in New Hampshire or Mises or any of that, so everything in this report is stuff I learned. You may have known stuff, but I don't know what's new and not new.
As I read through this report, and I go back and I read through the initial blog post that Jolena put out there, saying what she did.
Mm-hmm.
Factually, I don't see any difference between what she admitted to on the first day that everyone was aware of this and what's in this report, besides some social media posts and some rumors that we haven't been able to substantiate.
Rufus, do you have anything to add to that?
I couldn't hear the question.
So the question was, do we think there's anything in this report that is actually new compared to when the events actually occurred?
No.
I mean, do you guys feel like you found out anything?
I mean, we plowed the same road that had already been plowed.
What I think we've done is confirm some things. If there were rumors, less of that is rumor. We've established some of the information. We've been able to back it up and deleted emails, and I think the recommendations, part of what we were charged to do is... Go ahead,
Ed, I want to add this I want to add one thing to that. The one thing that disturbed me at the very beginning and still disturbs me is there were allegations of threats of violence. There were people who said they were threatened. They wouldn't tell me specifically who threatened them. I questioned people that may have been the perpetrators of the threat. They categorically denied that they ever did it. So we have a he said, she said, but we have no text messages, emails, anything like that substantiated. But threats of violence are to me the most substantial concern I have from the whole thing. Politics is a dirty business, but threatening violence is beyond the pale.
Ms. Adams?
Yeah, I just want to kind of circle back to something that Secretary Harris was saying about recommendation A. It's kind of flagged for me, and I would just like kind of the committee's impression. In reading recommendation A, and then looking back through your report and all of the attachments with your report, I'm seeing all kinds of social media posts, and two in particular that our secretary brought up by our former chair. So is that part of the basis for the recommendation from this committee? If we are going to consider social media posts from members as evidence in an investigation like this, then surely we should be considering how we use those platforms as officers. Is that part of the basis for this?
Well, I don't know if I'm going to hit your question directly on the head. I think what we're trying in recommendation A, these recommendations are obviously, our committee has no authority to do anything. This is throwing it at you or delegates at a convention to see, hey, do we want to change policy in some way? And this is a recommendation that whoever is considering addressing this, do it with the thought that when you represent the organization, what you do personally reflects on the organization as well. So I think you were asking about social media that we included in the report and whether some of it was personal. For example, the very first tweet by Jeremy Kaufman that we included because it was referenced later, that was his personal tweet. We included it in our investigation because without it, there's no context for what Joe Bishop-Benjamin is referring to.
Yeah, I mean, I
later
guess
on.
that's
So-
kind of my question. Did you see instances of personal social media usage crossing over into the realms where it then became professional political organizational?
Well, I think that's arguable, but in the case of Jeremy Kaufman, when you have a tweet prior to his membership in the communication committee in LPNH, I think it's relevant because if you're representing LPNH, even if you're putting personal tweets out there, it reflects on the organization.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
Yeah. But Pat, excuse me. I'd like to jump in there. This, our recommendation, number one, is not anything new. This is Ronald Reagan's 11th commandment of politics. Republicans shall not speak ill of other Republicans. So, yeah, I think what we're suggesting is that your comments about the LNC and about the Libertarian Party as an individual, or your comments about political issues of any description individually, if you're a member of the leadership of the organization, your individual comments are going to reflect on the position of the organization.
Thank you, Rufus.
Mr. Wilford? I have Mr. Wilford, Mr. Bowen, and then Mr. Phillips.
Yes, I'll be super quick. First, I want to take a moment to thank you guys. I think you've done great work. And the question I had, I actually wish more of the committee was here in person because it would allow me to broaden my question. But will you be available later to buy libations for? And what's your particular type of libation you like?
To buy what?
A drink.
He likes
Libation.
beer.
Oh, I thought you said Live Nation, and you're going to buy me a Live Nation? Yes.
Yes.
My answer is always yes, John. You know that.
I want to make sure there's new.
And I'd like you to take up on that. First, I was going to Rose Bowl to see LSU play football. Then I canceled that to go to Louisville to the LNC meeting. And then a young lady named Ida came through town and changed all my plans. I wish I was there. Y'all have fun. I'm in favor. If y'all want us to keep the committee open, I'll go for it. I think we have one member that might vote against that. So, Pat, you're still the chair.
That's perfect. I'm going to segue right into that right now. On page 4, you mentioned the committee sees no other actions worthy of further investigation. But through these discussions today, I'm not sure that we might not want to strike that out of the report because it sounds like to me you still have people that you would like to talk to that you haven't talked to. We still have some emails that we'd like to see. Whether we'll get them or not is a different story. So it sounds like there may be other actions that might bring the investigation forward, and I'd like to know what the both of you think about that.
Okay, I'll answer and then I can have Rufus chime in. Our dream here was me coming here and saying, are we done? And you guys saying yes. That was my dream. We fully, so the reason we don't say this is a final report or preliminary or anything, we're just revision because it's up to you whether it's final or not. We would not have put out any report if we didn't think there's really no more stuff to dig up here. The basic, what you asked us to do, I think we've done. I still feel that, but again, it's up to you. I'm not sure what details, so there may be details we can find. Will it substantively change our recommendations or conclusion? In my opinion, I don't think so, but it's your call. Rufus, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I agree with you, Pat. I think one of the predictable reactions to the report are there are going to be a lot of people saying, what about this? What about this? What about this person? What about that person? Bring it on. That's, the more the merrier. I'd like to hear from 100 more people if they got something to say that will change our understanding of what happened. So it's up to the LNC. Could we flesh it out more? Absolutely. Could we get more detailed? Absolutely. Will we learn anything new from the core of the problem? I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Phillips.
Oh.
Was Rufus going to say something?
I think you're good.
Okay. First of all, Ms. Harless, I'm sorry. Earlier, my reaction was to Mrs. O'Brien's question, so apologies.
Oh, I didn't even, I
sorry.
forgot already what you need.
I have a question regarding Mr. Henchman's email or letter to Gilletta, because it's been a long time since I've seen it, and it's not in the packet. You have repeatedly said that it was addressed to Mrs. Jarvis, and I don't recall it that way. I recall it as her being named in the email, and so my memory might be incorrect. I'm fully aware that it might be incorrect, but I just want that. Can we see the email, or can we get it clarified?
I can get it for you.
Thank you.
Well, I think I got it right. There it is, right there. So I'm looking at it. Can I just? It's very short. You want me to just read it out?
I mean, all I care about is the subject line on, or the.
Dear Gilletta.
Okay, thank you. I misremembered. That's
And
all.
that's it.
That I misremembered. Thank you for.
Yeah.
Bye, Whitney. Toss one back for me, guys. See y'all later.
Bye, Rufus. Thank you.
Bye, Rufus.
Thanks.
I have Molman and then Harlow. We lost Rufus. I think he thought we were done.
Yeah, well, we're not done,
I
but
think he was done.
he's got barbecue or something, or Ida.
Side ribs.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it's your turn.
Yeah, all right. So since we're in this, I would like to, I don't know if I have to make a motion for this. I guess I'm looking for a point of information from the chair. Do we need to have a motion to continue this committee? Or are we okay? Because I don't know that we, as part of making the committee, said that they would issue a final report.
Yes, there was no dead end for this.
Okay.
There's no termination of this process.
Okay.
It's established by the original motion.
Okay.
I would say as long as they are willing to continue, it's sort of built in. And at the point at which they come to us and say, this is our final report,
Okay.
and then we accept that, then I guess that's the end.
Then what I would like to ask then, non-motion, is the committee continue to be available to take any new information with the goal, not the limit, but the goal of having a final report at our next in-person meeting.
Okay. I haven't spoken, well, now that Rufus is off and we don't have Joe, so I can certainly ask the committee. I can tell you, we came here with the expectation we may continue. That's why there's no final or anything.
But if you could make it a goal.
I think so, and if I confirm with my committee that, hey, we're gonna keep going, I guess what we need is, what do you want? What do you need that we don't give you already?
And not to do the crosstalk thing, but I think what you've heard here today, questions asked, some additional answers to those questions.
Okay.
To the extent you can. Again, going back to, all you can do is ask. You can't arrest people, subpoena people, whatever. But if you could try and just say, we tried X, Y, Z, and document that. And then also, I know there's information that was additionally provided to the committee. There's some questions, not of the LNC members, but of outside entities that seem to think you guys made all this up. Maybe archiving or indexing that information, making what is able to be made public. Maybe with review, consultation with Mr. Hall, our attorney, making whatever is possible to make public would also increase the confidence of your committee.
Okay, so what I'd ask for is if that could be put in writing so that I can show our committee, here's what, because I frankly, I don't remember all the questions and stuff that's come up. If that can be put in writing to say, here's the stuff we'd like you to look at.
As long as the rest of the committee doesn't object, then I would just go back at when we're done here, watch this section of the meeting, and I will type out all the questions that were asked.
Okay.
Point of voluntary inquiry, and it allows me to eliminate my seeking to be recognized. Isn't it correct that because the committee was formed by the LNC, and the committee themselves don't disband themselves or add membership or anything like that, that each of the members individually can decide for themselves if they want to stay on the committee, And if members drop off, the LNC can then replace those members.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be a committee vote, it's just what each of y'all want to do.
Yeah, I just, you know, just speaking for myself, I'd like to know that I got a team here, right? Because it could be, okay, Pat, you do the whole damn thing and the other two guys take off.
Sounds like you were in the LP.
So do you still need to be on the list?
No, that was my parliamentary report.
Ms. Harlow?
Okay, I'm gonna just keep this, I got 3 things, and one of them, I guess, would probably be a request if the committee continues, but, I see JBH had a forwarder on his account, so they were deleted from both accounts?
Well, you can correct me, or maybe Tyler can correct me. My understanding is JBH had an LP.org account. That was forwarded to chair. So what was deleted was the JBH archive, okay? I don't know that there was a chair archive. What?
That's nearly accurate, but not quite.
Is it flipped?
Chair at lp.org was actually simply an alias for Joe Duff.
Got it.
Right, so
there really
there's
was
no
only
archive of
one
chair.
So there's no
email
archive
account.
of chair.
Correct.
Right, so because we know what was deleted was the JBH account.
There's more than one email address, but there is only one email account.
Got it, okay, that was a confusion on my part. The question that I had though, there's a timeline thing where it says JBH contacted Gilletta to quote unquote create a statement on June 12th. I don't know what that means.
I looked at that this morning and I was trying to remember what that was, and
I
because
remember what it was.
that's
from your interview.
Yeah, so
I still don't understand what that means.
so hang on.
No, Ken, I was talking.
You have a table here, and the table that we maintain have a bunch of other columns in it that explain what it is, and I didn't include it in the report, and I'd have to go back to the original table to remember what that was and what document it was. So I'm not sure I can answer your question right now, but
But you'll send it to me maybe, or
I
let me know
could, well,
later?
if you want to write that up.
Yeah, I can write it up, but I also remember what that's about. That was, you asked Gilletta the question, did JBH ever contact you? And she said yes.
Oh,
and
no.
There was a time, there was.
No, she said he hadn't contacted. I'd like to see what they have in their table.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So are you saying that there are more columns in the table that just didn't make it into the printed version?
Well, I didn't think they were pertinent to the,
But
it
they
was
still
like,
exist and can be
where,
appended.
you know, how did, questions that we asked the committee that,
Okay.
you know.
So the request I would have if the committee continues is, if you have any information, if you could include, because what was in my interview with Gilletta is, she said she didn't really talk much with JBH, which makes it interesting about this letter and also substantiates her later thing about this third party. She had said the last time she had personally spoken with JBH was about a month before and hadn't even talked to him recently. So if you have any info on that, I'd like it to be included in any future thing if the committee continues. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Nana?
I think what I was gonna ask has pretty much been answered, and I think we're going in circles at this point, so I'm not gonna add anything.
All right, Mr. Ferrera.
So I'm not at the point where I want to make a motion, but I wanted to put it out there before someone else made a motion, that I would suggest the committee send us a written report at the end of each month, September, October, and November, to prepare us for our December meeting. And that way, as you guys are discovering stuff, if there's more questions coming up, we could have this similar discussion before that meeting. I don't know if it even needs to be a motion, but.
Mr. Brock?
Include that in the list of stuff I gotta do.
As long as the mic picked it up, we'll be good.
I'm not sure this is appropriate, but I'm going to throw it out there. Because you said you're looking for instruction from us, and I understand that. But again, I go back to some of these open items that I'm seeing. And I'm wondering if it's not in the entire group's best interest for maybe the investigative committee to draft something that says, look, we're near the end, you know, we're not going to get that much further, as Rufus said, but here's the people we haven't talked to that might help. Here's the emails we need that we haven't seen that might help. Beyond that, where, you know, to give the board, to give us some and again, I know I'm going in a different direction than you mentioned, but to at least give the board some idea of, all right, how far are you willing to take this, so we don't keep asking you to come back and starting, new things and whatnot. Is that something that would be helpful to you, to finish the job?
Well, my answer to that, the most important information that we don't have are Joe Bishop Henchman's emails, and I don't think we're ever gonna get them. So, what I hear you asking for is a list from us of stuff that we'd like to have, but we know the most important thing we're probably never gonna get.
Right.
We also know whoever the unknown person who gave the idea to Gilletta will probably never know who that is. So we reached our conclusion that this report should be issued because we didn't feel there was anything else we could get that would
Right.
help us.
Okay. So we know.
I'm not sure I can give you a list like that.
Okay, so what we know for a fact, I think we probably have a list. You know that emails would be on that list that we don't think we're gonna get, and that's really up to the board to decide how far we wanna go to get those.
Yeah.
Then you have, it sounded to me like you have a list of a few people who you'd still like to talk to, or it would be worth hearing from. That would be your list, basically.
Okay.
And maybe we don't need that, and I'm only speculating here based on the discussion we've had today. It sounds to me like those are the things that are still outstanding, and in my opinion are probably worth pursuing. But again, that's gonna be up to us as a board to tell you that. If that's it, and it sounds to me like you're saying there's really not much else, it's those things, then we kinda know where we're at. And as a board, we'll have to decide, do we continue, and how do we continue getting the information that you need? Okay, thank you.
Ms. Adams?
So I have a parliamentary inquiry, 2 questions, and then potentially a motion. So my parliamentary inquiry, Madam Chair, I believe the motion that we just passed to form this committee stated that it would be disbanded after its final report. Is that correct?
I don't have it in front of me.
Well, if you look at page 8, so and final thoughts the committee shall disband upon its final report.
Okay.
So, to be clear, we're not saying this is the final report.
Thank you. So that was one question. Do you consider this as the committee your final report? Because I think that clarifies whether or not you continue to exist in my mind.
We're hoping you say it is, but we're not making that determination.
My next question would be, do you believe that if this board today fails to deem this report as your final report, that there is any new information you are likely to obtain between now and December?
No.
Then I would move that this board consider this report from this committee as its final report and disband this committee.
Second. Wait. I'll fight you for a second. Okay, so we have a motion to consider this the final report from the investigatory committee on the LP New Hampshire situation.
Objection.
It has been seconded. Are there objections to considering this
Objection.
final report? There is an objection.
Point of information.
Mr. Wilford?
So a few things have been brought up here that need to be changed in the report, minor details. Is this motion also going to be considered to accept the report? Or will there be an option to amend the report before accepting it if we consider this final?
The way I interpret it, if it's determined to be final, it's what was reported to us already, what we have in hand, and thereby approved.
Okay.
Point of parliamentary procedure. You don't accept reports, you receive them, but you don't, there's a big difference in parliamentary language, because one is saying you agree with everything, and the other is saying, okay, we got it.
So, to clarify, if we decide that this is their final report and that their job is done, because that's essentially what we'd be doing, we would be accepting the report as it is currently written. So,
Madam Chairman, this is
Rick from the Parliamentarian.
Yes, Mr. Brown?
Just want to say, Ms. Harless was right on the point that you did not accept the report. It's just filed. But it was my understanding from listening to the report, the committee itself does not consider this to be its final report. I guess the LNC could consider it otherwise, but if it's not a final report, it would take a 2/3 vote to discharge the committee if they have not yet finished their assigned task.
Okay, thank you. So, there's a motion to consider this the final report from the committee and thereby disband them. It's been seconded. There is an objection. We now know that it would require a 2/3 vote to do it anyway because the committee itself has not determined that it's their final report. In other words, they're not putting it out there that way. We would be essentially overriding them. Requires 2/3. You made the motion. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I would love to. The committee members have told us that they're done, that they are unlikely to find anything else. I think it's incredibly inconsiderate of us to continue to waste their time, to continue to put them in a very uncomfortable situation when they're unlikely to achieve anything else. And I would like to see us free them of their obligation.
Mr. Nana, for or against?
It's against.
Okay.
Do I have the floor?
Go ahead, yes.
While I agree that the committee said that they might not find anything else, how do we know that if we don't let them try? I know that eventually, and probably for sure, but you're going to have my support to kill this no matter what happens at December, but we don't know that they're not going to find anything unless we let them try to find stuff. And they've said they're willing to continue to do so. It doesn't seem like they really don't want to do this anymore. It doesn't seem like we're severely being inconsiderate, in my opinion. So I would like to see if they could find anything else. If they can't find anything else by December or before, even in between meetings, we could then disband the committee.
Is it appropriate to amend?
Sure.
I think I'm for. Okay, so
I wanted to offer an amendment. I don't know where that comes from.
We have someone else on the list who is interested in doing that. So, Mr. Higgins, it's your turn.
Okay, move to amend to include the corrections that Mr. Dixon mentioned on the timeline associated with the closing of or locking of the email account.
Okay, so specifically just that one that he pointed out earlier with
Right.
the 412.
Any other corrections?
No.
Okay, just that one.
Okay, so the motion has been amended, or there is a proposed amendment to change the detail that Mr. Dixon spoke to earlier related to the timestamps. Change them to 412, I believe it was, in the report in order to consider it as their final report.
Second.
Okay, any objection to that amendment? Hearing no objection, it would be amended that way. And somebody will have to point out where those changes need to be made. All right, so back to the main motion. Mr. Lucchini.
So I'd actually just like to ask a question, which is, you say that you're unlikely to get more information the first day. So how does that not make this a final report? Is it simply a matter of you're waiting for people to come to you? Are you going to do anything active now? Or is this just a matter of waiting before at some point you decide it's a final report?
We're waiting on you. You're the client. You tell us if it's final.
Well, that's what this motion is, I think.
Mr. Moman?
Yeah, during the discussion today, there have been a number of questions brought forward. It was brought forward that if I document those questions and present them to the IC, that they would fulfill the answers to those questions. There is the question, apparently, JBH has said that he has sent the email to Mr. Hall. My guess is that upon publicly hearing that it has not been sent to Mr. Hall, that perhaps JBH would actually deliver those. There are things that may still occur in this committee that if we don't have a committee to receive it, then it's going to go to the LNC I don't know if y'all have noticed, but we don't communicate the best on an email list. And I would like it to go to the IC. That's why I'm opposed to disbanding this committee at this time. I'd like to at least get all the questions that were asked here today answered. Give those who have said they were going to do things the opportunity to follow through on them, and get the IC then to collapse all that together and hopefully issue a final report, maybe before the in-person meeting in December. But if nothing else, that's why I asked, hopefully by December, that there would be no other additional information.
Mr. Ford?
Just on a pleasant note, I have enjoyed meeting Mr. Dixon so much that I would enjoy the opportunity to spend time with him in Boston. On a serious note, it appears that the mere existence of this well-done preliminary report has truly shaken the trees, because there are all sorts of folks who are asserting that no shot has been at all, that they weren't interviewed. Maybe they didn't make themselves available to be interviewed, but it strikes me that there is a great summoning of will to bring this to its ultimate final completion. You know, when I look back on events over the last couple of years, on now seemingly minor then major disruptions, it strikes me that I don't know that we've ever taken anything to a full completion. And as a result, there's always been this, you know, urban legends, discussions, miscommunications. Let's take this and just, in order to make sure it never happens again, let's take this as far as we can. Thank you.
Mr. Phillips?
I'm of the opinion that this is a festering wound that we're just continuing to poke at this point. And we're just making it worse if we continue this. I'm tired of it. Let's move on. If you guys decide differently, then I would ask again that we keep the questions that we give to the committee to the scope of the investigation as outlined, not some of the other things that were witch hunty at best.
We're hearing from the chair of the committee that the work is essentially done. Just recapping the arguments, right? The work is essentially done. When asked by Mr. Lucchini if there would be proactive work or if it would essentially be waiting for people to come forward, he said it would essentially be waiting for people to come forward. The report's done. They don't want to call it a final report. I understand why, because there's an investigation's never over, right? There's 100,000 people that know something or someone who heard something, some rumor somewhere. We could chase it down forever. If the committee views themselves as done, absent our further instruction, they clearly pointed out that what they were charged to do, they met. They need more clarification beyond that. I'm not prepared to write or vote on another resolution or motion in order to give them that clarification. It's one thing to make a list of questions, and that's fine, but that's what this whole process has been about. If we're not satisfied with that, then we need a motion. And right now, we don't have a motion. So let's end it. They're done. They've said they're done. I am in support of ending this at this point.
Mr. Lucchini?
I'd like to move, okay, kind of want to get the sense of the committee, but I'd like to move that we amend this motion to have a formal report delivered to the committee by next Saturday. Is that possible, given what you have?
If the final report is the correction that Tim Hagan amended, then yes.
But what I'm saying is, you don't have anything else substantial that you know of to add to this report?
No.
Okay. So that's my proposed amendment.
Can you repeat it, please?
I propose that the committee be instructed to deliver a final report to this committee by next Saturday.
Okay, so the language that you have, Madam Secretary, is move to consider this the final report of the investigatory committee, which would disband the committee after allowing corrections to the timestamp mentioned.
I said Saturday, but
Oh,
Friday's
okay.
good. I don't care.
Didn't we already?
I'm sure you could have it to us
I feel like we already
tomorrow, but.
amended that, right? I mean,
This be a substitute motion?
This is the amendment to the main motion.
well, I thought we already amended this.
We did. Now we're amending it again.
But I mean, I'm saying, I thought the amendment we had just passed was essentially the same thing.
Covered this.
It gives a
Yeah,
deadline.
this
The
is-
other one did not give a deadline.
Okay.
It is substantively different.
Madam Chair,
point of parliamentary inquiry?
Yes.
The motion creating this committee stated that the committee would be disbanded upon issuance of its final report, and therefore I think this motion would be a substitute and not an amendment.
I don't believe it was seconded.
I'll second
Okay.
it. Sorry.
Okay,
As a
it has now been
substitute.
seconded.
Parliamentary.
Is there, yes?
So going off of what was just said there, if this gets approved, the amendment, when they deliver that report next Saturday, are they then disbanded, or do they have to wait till our next meeting to be disbanded?
Disbanded.
Okay.
Okay, so the amendment on the floor is essentially, to Mr. Nana's credit, he did recognize that this does exactly what the other amendment we've already passed does. This just actually sets a date for it.
It also allows other corrections.
Oh, that's true. It could, yes. So this gives them until next Saturday to add in whatever corrections they feel they need to add in, and then next Saturday it will be considered final. This has been seconded. Any objections to adding in this amendment?
As a
All
point
right.
of order, I still think that is a substitute motion. The main motion says that we would accept this report as it is finalized now, and the committee would be disbanded. The amendment actually says, no, we won't do that. Instead, we're going to be putting it on Saturday next week when they turn in a final report. This is a substitute, Madam Chair.
I tend to agree.
So if we're going to completely do away with that main motion and use only this language, there's a whole lot of stuff missing.
I agree.
So it's not, it needs to be rewritten then if it's a substitute.
It's an ill form
It's an ill form
substitute.
substitute, yes.
It was stated and written as an amendment. If you guys say it needs to be substituted, it can be stated again.
Can I restate this?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Perhaps the secretary misheard you.
Sure.
I'm sure I misheard you, Mr. Lucchini.
I don't believe in help. When I go there, it's going to be Robert's rules. Okay. I would like some guidance here. Oh, geez, thanks. Let me just consult. I'm sorry.
I think the amendment is that you want it to be, the corrections to be completed and submitted no later than next Saturday.
Move to consider this report with corrections as determined by the committee to be delivered by next Saturday, to be considered the final report, which would then disband the committee, blah, 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 et cetera.
What?
Okay.
I think you just need to insert in a deadline very gracefully.
Yeah,
Would you
that's
like me to
fine.
make a suggestion?
Sure.
Move to consider this the final report of the investigatory committee, which would disband the committee after allowing corrections to timestamps mentioned by the committee chair, with these corrections being finalized by next Saturday.
Perfect, thank you.
That's an amendment.
But the way that's stated, it only allows for the correction of the
Yes.
timestamp.
I think that was his intention.
It's already timestamped anyway.
Was that your
That's the
intention?
problem.
Well, what I
What's the
heard is
point
that
of
the intention of this
extending
one was to allow for additional
Right.
changes as long as they happen by Saturday.
We need
Madam
to.
Chair, maybe we could stand at ease for 10 minutes and work on
Let
some.
me protect my.
All right,
I think we're out of time anyway.
Mr. Lucchini
No,
has
we're
the
not.
floor.
Almost.
I just want to protect my motion. All right, I want to basically, so delete everything that mentions timestamps, et cetera, just simply says, with all corrections, right? Move to consider this the final report of the investigatory committee, comma, with all necessary corrections, to be delivered by next Saturday.
What about the disbanding and all that?
Yeah,
With-
we have to
and-
keep that.
Well.
Okay, so will you please say it to me again,
Okay.
please?
Move to consider this the final, the final report of the investigatory committee, comma, with all necessary corrections, comma, to be delivered by next Saturday, comma, which would then disband the
Which
committee.
time? At which time?
Period.
And you're deleting about the timestamps.
Correct, because all necessary corrections.
Okay.
Is that, okay. What,
Is that an amendment?
Yeah.
that's an amendment, but now I'm concerned, what do you mean by necessary corrections? 'Cause then
Whatever the
I'm-
committee deems to be necessary.
Okay, maybe you should say that instead.
Well, that's, they're doing it, so.
I don't think it needs to be said.
With any corrections.
All right,
workshop mode?
we have a proposed amendment.
Got about 10 minutes.
12.
12.
Whoops.
You have the gavel for 1 second.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
May I
point of information.
suggest some
Inquiry.
some better grammar?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Instead of
You know,
which
I'm from
would
Kentucky,
disband the
you speak
committee,
it.
can we say at which time the committee would be disbanded?
Fine.
Or we can just draw.
Madam Chair? Just a
Yes.
point of information, because the motion that created it says it's disbanded upon receipt of its final report, you don't have to mention it in this
It does
at
feel
all.
unnecessary.
Period after status.
It is, yeah.
So are we
This is-
Yeah,
striking?
if we just
do this
delete
back?
that last sentence, which would disband the committee, because that's implied by its charter.
Okay,
Point of inquiry.
yes, Mr. Bowen.
Is this now a still a two-thirds vote?
This is still going to be a 2/3 vote because they did not tell us that they were.
Since we're in workshop mode, may I suggest, I'm not gonna vote against it because I don't want it. Instead of consider this the final report, it would be, something to the effect of accept submission of the final report, or, whatever the right word Ms. Harlow's had, the thing about accepting
This
it.
does the
But-
same thing,
It's the
I
same
think.
thing. Don't worry about it.
All right.
I don't think we're doing works of art with our motions.
I think if you just take away this move to consider the final report of the investigative committee with all necessary corrections to be delivered by next Saturday.
But considering the final report seems to imply we're gonna have a meeting to consider it.
Move to
Accept.
receive, move to
You
receive.
don't receive would be fine.
Move to receive the final report of the investigatory committee with all necessary corrections to be delivered by next Saturday.
But it's not the final, we have to consider it as such because we're overruling the committee.
No, we're directing
This
them to
instructs the
submit their
committee to
final
give it to
report
us.
by this date.
I think
Can we
this
vote?
says what we wanna do, it might not be, you're not gonna get an A for your English teacher.
I agree with you. I think it does the job. Mr. Nana?
Well, I just thought we were gonna start going around circles, so we tried to.
Okay, so we have an amendment. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any objection to adopting this amendment?
Objection.
Was that Mr. Bowen?
Is that the amendment or the?
The amendment.
The amendment, changing the wording to this from what we had earlier.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so no objection to that, no objections. This is now the main motion.
All questions?
That was adopted.
Mr. Nana, were you still
You
on
can't,
deck to
you have to
speak?
be recognized.
I was gonna
You
call the
can't just-
question on the original question,
Okay,
if you wanna consider it that, yeah.
yes. Okay, so the question has been called, the motion is on the screen. Any objection to calling the question?
Yes.
All right, all in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. At 10. All opposed? 2.
It's 2/3.
Calling the question is
Okay,
Yes, it is.
the question has been
It's,
called.
it's
Please.
essentially a motion to end debate, which,
Yes,
We got
so
it,
we're
right.
proceeding to a vote on the main motion, which is to consider this the final report of the investigatory committee with all necessary corrections to be delivered by next Saturday. And thereby, by default, disbanding the committee as of next Saturday. All right, I think we should do roll call on
I was
this.
gonna request
you
it.
have
I
to.
would request it.
Yes.
1 second, let me just go to my ballot. Mr. Bowen? Ms. Epke?
Yes.
Mr. Ferrara? Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I will vote no. Ms. Hogarth?
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth?
Yes.
Mr. Lucchini? Mr. Molman?
No.
Mr. Nana?
No.
Mr. Nicola? Mr. Phillips? Mr. Ratsup's not here. Ms. Sarwark?
Yes.
And Mr. Smith's not here. 8 to 5, that is not 2/3, Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Harlow, I did not vote.
Oh, God, how did I miss you? 1 second, let me add, oh, and then, let me just, somehow I did not have you, and I totally apologize. I created this at 3 in the morning. Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Okay, so now we have, it's 9 to 5, Madam Chair.
How many votes does it need to pass?
10.
I vote aye.
Motion. I'd like to move for a 15-minute recess, since
Second.
this agenda item has lapsed.
All right, let me see the agenda.
I would object to a recess. I think we can finish what we got, and we have an event that we need to.
It's been not voting.
So we're still within time on this, right, but barely?
We have 4 minutes.
Okay. So,
Got an hour and a half.
is there anything else that you need to report?
I'd just like 2 minutes to say something.
Okay.
First, I want to put a positive spin on this whole thing. I think this is going to make us better. When I was in high school, I broke my femur, and I looked at the X-rays months later, and the bone where it was broken, the mass grew bigger. So if I was ever going to break my leg again, it's probably not going to be broken there. So what we've gone through here, I think, will help make us better. If a problem like this happens again, it probably won't happen as bad as what this was. Second good thing about this is I got to work with Rufus and Joe. I think we had a very good team, and I really appreciate what they contributed to the committee. So some good friendships came out of this.
Round of applause for you.
Thank you, guys.
I really do thank you, Mr. Dixon.
Thank
That was
you.
you were very thorough.
Thank you. All right.
No, that's a regular 2/3.
And good call on how much time you were going to need.
It's almost like he's been around. Almost like.
We've done this before. All right, next item of business is, we're still under special committees, only one left on the agenda. That is the alternative voting committee, alternative voting process committee. I heard that there was nothing to report, but I didn't hear that officially, so I didn't take it off. However, there's no one here who wants to speak for that committee, so, okay, we're done with that one. And then last for the day, of what we had blocked for the day, was the advisory committees. Those were the ones that were established by the previous chair. I think there were originally 6 of them. Most of us were put on 2 or 3 of those, and not all of them survived. So the first one that we have on here is candidates and elected officials. I think we talked earlier about how we don't have anyone representing that one.
I was on the committee, but our chair resigned, so.
Okay.
So we haven't, yeah.
We've
we
had
haven't
no meetings
formed.
since then.
Great report. Development.
Oh, yes. We submitted a written report, but I did want to supplement it really quick. Everyone that was, I believe that everyone who was elected last time made a commitment to doing some development work and fundraising. Development is more than fundraising. It's also caretaking or stewardship. That was the word I was looking for. And one of the best ways to do that and to break into it is to work with the development team, because we do have a professional and busy, but soon to have more free time development team. And if you haven't done paired calls with Ms. DeSisto or Ms. Congdon, you're in for a treat, because it's really great having that support and backup while you're talking to member donors or members or donors. And so we've done this thing where we say we encourage people to do it, and several board members have stepped up and worked with Ms. DeSisto to schedule a call time, and I know some people are on the docket for when like things have calmed down now in September. But what I would like is to talk to each member individually. It's really important that our members hear from us. I can't tell you how weird it is, like, or how powerful it is for them to hear, oh, I'm on the national committee and I'm calling to thank you for your donation. So if you feel uncomfortable with asking for money, stewardship calls are a great way to get started. Just thank people for their recent donation. When we looked at the numbers and we saw that the monthly donors numbers were staying steady and even increasing, that's because of this work. And it's much, much more powerful coming from a board member than a staff member in a lot of ways. So I'm going to get from Ms. DeSisto and Ms. Congdon the times that they're available during the week and try to get everyone slotted into some time to make calls. If you're absolutely uncomfortable talking on the phone, obviously it's voluntary. But you will. But I will be contacting you to see if we can talk you into at least trying it once and seeing how cool it is.
Can I add something to that? Can I add something to that?
Please.
It's never scary to make thank you calls because people
Yes.
people are like, oh my gosh, thank you, you're so
Yeah.
nice. So like, if you don't want to ask people for money, you can always call and say thank you.
And the calls can, actually Erin reminded me in some ways, the calls can be very targeted. You can say I want to talk to people in my region, I want to talk to people on the other coast. I can only make calls in the week like after 8 o'clock Eastern. That's not so great. So I'll be making like West Coast calls. You can talk to people who have been major donors or people who are just basic members. You can ask to talk to just women. It can be segmented in a lot of different ways, and I think that should be that everyone should try it. So I'll be encouraging.
Mr. Bowman?
I just want to say that I have offered multiple times to do call time, to do specifically a targeted list to IT professionals, as I feel like I may have something in common with them. Each time that has occurred, I get a, yeah, that sounds great. And then there's no follow-up at all. I know that's not this committee's fault necessarily, but I guess what I'm getting at is there are people on this committee, this broader committee, that have not done call time.
Sure.
And I have talked to a few of them, and they have specifically said that they have offered to do call time, and that they have then not been taken up on that offer.
Okay.
So I just want to point out that perhaps your committee could work with those members who have not done any call time to ask them why they have not done call time, to find out if there is a specific issue that they don't want to, as you noted, right? So we are part of introverts.
So I don't mean to cut you off, but this is the exact reason why I suggested that we do this. Staff, in my experience, is always quick to jump on things, on offers like that, but a lot of times it's back and forth emails. What's a good day? A week later. Oh, maybe Saturday, a week later. Can we do that in 2 weeks? So a lot of times stuff like that just gets shuffled off. What I want to do is make a schedule of available times and slot people into it, send reminder emails, make sure everyone's on board. So so we're helping the development team.
Just understand it's to the point where I'm ready to cut my own list out of the CRM because I have access to that and just do it myself. I'm just, because at the same time, we're then basically dinged publicly for not doing call time, not bringing in money, and it's like, what a bunch of
It was
BS.
never my intent to ding anyone. It was my intent to encourage and to make it easier.
Thank you. Mr. Phillips, did you still have something on this?
Just real quick, from your thing, we were talking about whether these committees were going to want to continue. From what you've said, I'm assuming that you would like to continue this committee.
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's the answer I want. Thank you.
All right, marketing and media.
I think Susan and I are the only ones here or on that committee. Our chair is not here, so there will be no report.
Nothing? Okay. That is all we had on the agenda for today.
Madam Chair, if I could do one quick announcement?
Yes.
Just because we have a deadline coming up. The theme contest for the convention closes at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Not Hawaiian time. We're not gonna ask office staff to be on standby for that. That is not going to happen. 11:59 PM Eastern time tomorrow.
What time?
Vote early, vote often.
With your
You can
dollars.
actually do that
With
legally
money.
in the
All right,
state of
so
Chicago.
Don't even need that.
that concludes our business for today.
Um,
Is this an appropriate time?
Motion to adjourn?
We're not-
I'm gonna make a motion to kill the two committees that nobody
Motion
cares
to
about.
Adjourn. Motion
Which
to
two are
recess till
those?
tomorrow.
Apparently it's the candidate support one. I don't know, maybe that's wrong, but if it's not meeting,
So a question that I have is,
That's, I heard.
since these committees were created by JBH specifically and not by the LNC, do
You don't have
The
to.
candidate support committee is up to all city.
no, there's
No,
also a
he's not talking
separate
about that one.
candidate. and-
He's talking about the advisory, the
Apologies.
chair's advisory committees. I don't believe
So-
we need motions for those at all.
Okay.
I think I just need to know moving forward, which ones are still active and which ones are gonna wanna report next time and which ones need stuff from me.
Then as a point of parliamentary inquiry, what type of committee was the alternative voting process committee and is that still?
That's
That
a
is
special
not-
committee.
It's an ad hoc committee.
So that one stays until we would have to.
All right, I'll work on that tonight to find out who's.
Okay.
Mr. Thrasher is taking care of that.
Oh,
which one?
The
Alternative
alternative
voting
voting
Not the
process.
alternative, no, it's the convention voting
The
process.
convention voting.
he's on
What?
CPVC, not the
Oh.
APVC.
Well, the other committee doesn't really exist
Orders.
yet. We have to appoint somebody. I think that meant to be his committee.
Order of the day.
I don't think we're gonna fix this right now.
We're not.
Okay,
Like Mr.
orders of the
Nana.
day, we've concluded our business for today. So it's an appropriate time for a motion.
Yeah, I made a motion to recess till tomorrow at 9 AM.
Second.
It's adjourned.
Well, somebody told me it's not.
It is.
We knew what we meant.
That's what I thought.
All right,
But-
we essentially have a motion to adjourn, which would be a recess until 9 AM tomorrow. Any objections? Good night.
Cool.
Thank you.